Chapter 4000. Zhao Stars leisurely stared at the disciple of the Great Moon Prefecture, making his scalp tingle. After a while, Zhao Stars coldly snorted and said, "Since Brother Meng has said so, this Zhao will give Brother Meng some face and let it go this time. If there is a next time, I will not let it go so easily." Meng Hong couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Thank you, Brother Zhao Master, for your magnanimity." Zhao Stars didn't comment and turned to look at Qinyu and said, It's fate that you all know each other. Since you are here today, let's toast Brother Meng and the others." "Okay." Chen Yu obeyed Zhao Stars' orders and came forward to pour a glass of wine. Seeing her like this, Meng Hong's expression became more and more painful. His face was pale, and he secretly hated himself for not being strong enough to provide Qinyu with a safe shelter. He could only watch his beloved woman throw herself into the arms of others. It really felt like a knife was being twisted in his heart. Qinyu raised her cup, and her beautiful eyes stared at Meng Hong as she said, "Senior brothers, I toast to all of you. If there's anything you need help with in the future, feel free to look for me. I'll definitely not refuse if it's within my ability." Zhao Stars also nodded and said, "Yes, here I, Zhao Stars, still have some face. If you encounter any trouble in the future, come to me." The three people of the Great Moon Prefecture all raised their glasses helplessly and drank it. Zhao Stars' eyes were fixed on Yang Kai, and he said with a somewhat unhappy expression, "Friend, are you not going to give me face?" After entering the door, he didn't notice Yang Kai, but now that Qinyu obeyed his order to toast and Yang Kai was sitting still, he was particularly conspicuous. Naturally, he noticed it. As for Yu He, who also didn't raise her glass, he didn't want to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Qi Xing had always intended to invite Yu He to join them and generously offered her the position of commander. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. "Am I very familiar with you?" Yang Kai looked up at him and said lightly, "How much is your face worth?" Yang Kai had been sitting here and watching coldly. He had seen everything. Originally, if people didn't provoke him, he wouldn't bother to intervene. Who knew that Zhao Stars would take the initiative to provoke him? Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't be too polite to him. Although it was the first time they met and they weren't close friends, Zhao Stars gave him a very bad feeling. Yang Kai was too lazy to treat this kind of person nicely. Zhao Xingxing's face immediately darkened. "Friend, you're crazy enough. How should I address you? You don't look familiar." Meng Hong did not expect that Yang Kai would do such a thing. He quickly smoothed things over and said, "Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai." "You are Yang Kai?" Stars Zhao's eyes lit up when he heard this. He couldn't help but look at Yang Kai from head to toe. Yang Kai looked at him lightly. "Do you know me?" Zhao Stars grinned and cupped his fists. "So it's Brother Yang. Pardon my rudeness. I've heard you or mention you many times before. This time, this Zhao intended to pay a visit to Brother Yang, but I never expected to meet you here. It seems we are really fated to meet." His attitude was extremely warm, and as he spoke, he actually pulled out a chair and sat down. Meng Hong and the others were confused and looked at Qinyu suspiciously. They didn't know what she had said to Zhao Stars, but this Zhao guy's attitude towards Yang Kai was actually so warm. Yang Kai also glanced at Qinyu thoughtfully. The latter couldn't help blushing and averting her gaze. After they sat down, Zhao Stars waved his hand and set up a layer of restrictions in the surroundings, isolating them from the outside world. Based on this display of strength, his strength could be considered to be extraordinary, and it seemed to be slightly stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did she come over and say with a glowing face, "Brother Yang, I heard you say that Brother Yang possesses the ability to control beasts. You've gathered a crimson WYRM and an earth dragon under your command? I wonder if it's true?" Meng Hong's face couldn't help but sink when he heard this, and he turned around to look at Qinyu with a faintly, slightly blaming expression. Even though Qinyu wanted to climb up the social ladder and throw herself into Zhao Stars' arms, Meng Hong only hated himself for not having the ability to make her stay. But revealing this information about Yang Kai shouldn't have been done. Most of the time, this information was related to life, death, and benefits. Not to mention that Chunyu had received Yang Kai's life-saving grace in the past, and it was Yang Kai who brought her all the way here. It was fine if she didn't know how to repay her kindness, but now she revealed such important information to an outsider. Wasn't this equivalent to being a traitor? Chin, you could be considered to have gotten to know Yang Kai through him. So he felt rather ashamed when he saw this. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai glanced at Chinyu with a mocking expression, yet he saw her constantly lowering her head with an embarrassed and uneasy expression. Presumably, she knew that what she did was slightly wrong, and she had no face to see others. Zhao Stars chuckled. Since you said this, then it ought to be true. Brother Yang is extraordinary, and his ability to control beasts has attained perfection. I admire you. Come, let this Zhao offer you a toast. As he spoke, he raised his wine cup and raised it. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him, not even sparing him a glance. The muscles on Zhao Stars's face twitched slightly, but he chuckled, not taking it to heart. He put down his wine cup and continued. It's like this, Brother Yang. This Zhao has an older sister who heard about this matter and is interested in one of Brother Yang's strange beasts. She wants to raise one, but I don't know if Brother Yang is willing to part with it. The price can be discussed, and I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. Your older sister wants to raise one? Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Which one does she want to raise? My older sister is more interested in the Scarlet Dragon, but forget about the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you also know that the Earth Dragon's appearance isn't very likable, hee. Yang Kai nodded and said, That's true. Zhao Stars said, Brother Yang, you name a price. This Zhao will buy it no matter how much it is. Let's just treat it as making friends. In the future, if Brother Yang needs any help, just ask. This Zhao will definitely not refuse. Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm sorry, but whether it's the Scarlet Dragon or the Earth Dragon, I'm not selling them. Zhao Stars became anxious when he heard this. He raised his hand and said, Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Why don't you listen to this Zhao's price first before making a decision? Yang Kai still shook his head. Not selling means not selling. No matter how much you name, I won't sell. You're really not selling? Zhao Stars narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. I don't want to say the same thing a third time. For pairs of eyes met. Zhao Stars' eyes were cold. Yang Kai's face was indifferent, and Meng Hong and the others were nervous. Only you, he sat beside Yang Kai with a smile on her face. She looked at him from the side without blinking, as if she couldn't get enough of looking at him. After a while, Zhao Stars laughed. All right, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao won't steal what you love. Changing the topic, he said, Let's not talk about the two strange beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said, You know quite a lot. Needless to say, it was Chunyu who revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Before this, Yang Kai had refined a lot of dragon blood pills, and in addition to giving some to Little Black and Little Red, Meng Hong and the others had also obtained a few. After diluting this thing, it had the effect of strengthening the body of a cultivator, so it was very useful to anyone. Since Zhao Stars knew about the existence of the dragon blood pills, how could he not care? Ignoring the ridicule in Yang Kai's words, Zhao Stars' expression became solemn as he said, Qi Xing wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. Price is not a problem. We'll take as many as you have. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly became Qi Xing's representative. In other words, he was representing Qi Xing to negotiate with Yang Kai, using his influence to pressure him. Qi Xing wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai laughed. Zhao Stars nodded, yes. Not for sale. Yang Kai decisively refused. After so many years, it was not easy to come across a batch of dragon blood flowers that surpassed the best quality, and it took him 4 months to refine the dragon blood pills. This was the perfect time to improve his bloodline, so how could he sell them? He felt that they were not enough for him. Zhao Star seemed to have expected this, and just smiled faintly when he heard this. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip before calmly saying, "Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in seclusion recently, so you may not know much about the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Qi Xing's territory. Once you enter Star City, you will be under my Qi Xing's jurisdiction. Those who do not obey will not live for long here." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and said calmly, "Are you threatening me?" "I'm just helping Brother Yang to analyze the situation." Zhao Stars put down his wine cup. "Now, my Qi Xing has 7 masters, all of whom are at the 3rd grade or above opening the heavens, with 3,000 subordinates. To be blunt, there are very few in the Great Void Realm who can compare to Qi Xing. Brother Yang has been cultivating all this time, and it is not easy for him to have today's achievements, so he must know what it means to judge the situation and size up the situation. Qi Xing just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. So why is Brother Yang so unreasonable and unapproachable?" Saying so, a smile bloomed on his face. "Moreover, since Brother Yang can refine dragon blood pills, you must also have some attainments in the alchemy Tao. What my Qi Xing lacks is a talent like Brother Yang. This Xiao is willing to be a referrer. As long as Brother Yang is willing, it is not a problem for him to come to my Qi Xing as an honored alchemist. In the future, we will all be one family. Brother Yang, what do you think?" With this last sentence, Zhao Xing stared at him with a burning gaze. Yang Kai said, "Not selling means not selling. No matter what you say, it is useless." Zhao Xing's expression turned cold. "Brother Yang, won't you consider it carefully? I am afraid Brother Yang will regret it." Yang Kai glared at him coldly. "If you dare to be long-winded again, I will make you regret sitting down." Zhao Xing's expression sank as he slammed the table and stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he turned to Yu He and said, "Miss Yu He, why don't you persuade him?" He had a love-struck expression as she faintly said, "Whatever young master says, I will listen to young master." "Good." Zhao Xing was so angry that he laughed. "Very good." Stretching out his hand, he clapped and shouted, "Men!" More than a dozen people rushed in from outside, each of them exuding a powerful aura as they stood behind Zhao Xing. Zhao Xingqian pointed to the front. "This commander suspects that these people are spies planted here by other forces. Take them all down." Chapter 4001. As soon as these words came out, Meng Hong and the others were shocked. They never thought that things would develop to this point. Chun Yu was also shocked, and her face turned pale. She stepped forward and said, "Brother Zhao, this is a misunderstanding." Saying so, she tried to pull Zhao Xingxing away. Zhao Xingxing's body shook, and he impatiently shouted, "Get out of my way!" His strength overflowed, and he directly pushed Chun Yu to the side, almost causing her to fall to the ground. Junior sister Chen. Meng Hong quickly stepped forward to support her, but Chen Yu stealthily avoided him. Seeing this, Meng Hong couldn't help but look gloomy. Zhao Xingxing turned his head and glanced at her before coldly snorting and turning to look at Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, this commander saw that you were a talented person and wanted to recruit you, but unfortunately, Brother Yang did not appreciate it. In that case, I would like to invite Brother Yang to my Qi Xing dungeon for a chat." Waving his hand, he shouted, "Arrest them all. If they dare resist, kill them all." As soon as these words fell, the dozen people rushed forward and reached out to grab Yang Kai, Meng Hong, and the others. The 3 great Moon Province disciples were suddenly at a loss and didn't know what to do. They wanted to resist, but this was Qi Xing's territory after all. So if they couldn't clean up the mess, they wouldn't be able to eat anything good. On the contrary, the people who rushed towards Yang Kai suddenly let out a muffled groan and were all sent flying. smashing the tables and chairs in the lobby. Zhao Xingxing was shocked. You dare fight back? In recent months, Qi Xing's momentum had soared rapidly. In this star market, the Qi Xing cultivator ran amok and no one dared to provoke him. So he never expected that someone would actually attack his people in public, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Yang Kai sneered, You dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I dare to fight back? Come at me. He reached out to grab Zhao Xingxing, and with a sudden suction force, Zhao Xingxing involuntarily threw himself in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai grabbed him by the neck with one hand and pressed him down on the table. The scorching power in the center of his palm was concealed, and he looked down coldly at him. You dare to be impudent in front of me with just this little ability? Zhao Stars flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're dead, you're dead. Do you know who I am? I'm Stars Zhao, and the Red Star Fifth Manager is my brother-in-law. Brat, you better let me go quickly, or else you'll be in trouble. As he shouted, he struggled with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get up. The large hand around his neck was like an iron hoop, suppressing him to the point that he was unable to exert any strength. Zhao Stars was astonished. He was also from the Emperor realm and had condensed a few types of heaven-splitting powers. He had never thought that at the level of the Emperor realm he would be suppressed to the point where he couldn't retaliate at all. With their commander being captured so easily, those Red Star cultivator didn't know what to do. They looked at each other and froze on the spot. Zhao Stars slammed the table and shouted angrily, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Everyone was helpless and could only rush up. However, in fear of harming the innocent, they couldn't even get within 30 feet of Yang Kai before they were all blasted away and fell to the ground, wailing in agony. Meng Hong and the others were stunned. Chun Yu's mouth was slightly agape, and she had an anxious look on her face. Although she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and had personally seen Yang Kai sweeping through the 100 people from Ditian, she didn't expect that Yang Kai would be so gutsy and actually dare to make a move here. However, it had already happened, and it was already too late for her to stop it. She could only be anxious and didn't know where to start even if she wanted to persuade him. I advise you to quickly let me go, kneel down, kowtow, and apologize. Otherwise, you definitely won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Although Zhao Stars was in a miserable state, his mouth was still unyielding. With his status as a Red Star Junior Commander, he believed that Yang Kai wouldn't dare to do anything to him. You like to kneel down, kowtow, and apologize? Yang Kai sneered. He suddenly raised his hand and kicked out. Then you can kneel here properly. With a crisp crack, Zhao Stars's face suddenly paled. Immediately after, he let out an earth-shattering cry and directly knelt on the spot. Many of the cultivator in the lobby paled. How would they dare to stay here? They all paid for their drinks and ran out. Some people looked at Yang Kai with pity before they left. They shook their heads and sighed, feeling that Yang Kai would regret it sooner or later. There was even a middle-aged man who advised him earnestly, Young man, quickly leave before things get out of hand. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. After all, this is Red Star's territory. Yang Kai grinned at him. When the middle-aged man saw Yang Kai's attitude, he couldn't say anything more. In the blink of an eye, all the guests in the lobby ran away, leaving the shopkeeper with an ashen face and trembling. Red Star Junior Commander was beaten up in his inn. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. This inn could forget about continuing to operate. After being kicked to the ground by Yang Kai, Zhao Stars wailed for a while. His eyes were filled with resentment as he stared at Yang Kai and said, "Today's shame, this junior commander will remember it. I will repay you 100 times, 1,000 times. I'll sit here and wait." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Yu Hua's infatuation became even stronger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she stared at Yang Kai's side profile. Zhao Stars turned his head again and glared at Qin Yu, who was standing in a daze. "You bitch! You only know how to watch the show. Don't you know how to save me?" Qin Yu's face turned pale. She pursed her red lips and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. Brother Yang, Yang Kai chuckled. Miss Chen must be joking. You and I have only met by chance. I don't deserve you calling me brother. There is no need to mention the word brother in the future. Chun Yu's face turned even paler when she heard this. She knew that Yang Kai wanted to draw a line between them. She couldn't help feeling bitter in her heart. But then again, she and Yang Kai had nothing to do with each other. They only knew each other because of Meng Hong. Unable to beg Yang Kai, she could only turn her head and look at Meng Hong. Meng Hong clenched his fists and lowered his eyes, not saying a word. Seeing this, Chun Yu sighed in her heart. How could she have the face to say anything? You can't help it all. What use do I have for a bitch like you? Zhao Stars said angrily. Yang Kai glanced at Chun Yu coldly. Your taste in men is really not very good. These words made Chun Yu tremble and bury her head in her chest. Yang Kai threw out another slap, directly slapping several of Zhao Star's teeth away. Half of his face was swollen. Looking at him coldly, he said, Dare to be long-winded again, and I'll take your dog life immediately. Zhao Star's eyes were wide and crimson, clearly unconvinced. But now that the situation was stronger than him, he could only swallow his broken teeth and swallow it. The hall was silent for a while. Only the sound of Yang Kai drinking by himself could be heard. He looked at this, looked at that, and transmitted her voice with a grin. How are we going to clean this up now? The likes of Stars, Zhao did not enter her eyes at all. Not to mention Stars Zhao, even that whatever fifth head behind him, he might not even look him in the eye. But this was the great cosmological realm after all, and this was Qi Xing's territory. Yang Kai had made such a ruckus, so it would not be easy to deal with it. I can understand that you are standing up for your friend, but this matter is a bit too big. He continued to transmit her voice. If we want to leave, we have to leave now. Otherwise, if the news spreads, we won't be able to leave even if we want to. Yang Kai heard this and replied, Do you think I am standing up for Meng Hong? Isn't it? He asked back. Yang Kai thought for a moment and said, It can be considered a part of it, but the most important thing is that they have their eyes on my treasure. Since they are unwilling to give it to me, I can only establish my power and let them know that my things are not something that anyone can covet. Saying so, he smiled proudly. If I want to leave, how can trash like Qi Xing stop me? Under the urging of the space law, unless Qi Xing set up a shocking array in advance to isolate the world, Yang Kai could come and go as he pleased. You're amazing, okay? He glared at him. Scarlet Star Junior Commander Zhao Xingchen was beaten and forced to kneel on the ground. This news quickly spread throughout the Star City. Many people didn't dare to believe it. After all, who in the Star City would dare to make a move against the people of Scarlet Star? However, the people who passed on the news said with certainty that they had seen it with their own eyes. Zhao Xingchen was still kneeling in an inn. Some people who did not believe it secretly came to take a look, and after a glance, they found it to be the case. They all felt that it was a little unbelievable, and even the one who had beaten him up was a celestial being. In the northwest corner of Star City, in the back garden of a mansion, there was a small bridge over flowing water, a rockery and strange rocks. Beside a pond, a fat man was holding fish food in his hand and gently splashing it, causing the koi in the pond to compete for food. Suddenly, an earth-shattering cry came from a corner of the courtyard, and the fat man's hand trembled when he heard it, a look of headache appearing on his face. The cry quickly approached, and it turned out to be a well-endowed woman wearing jewelry. It was unknown what she had encountered, but at this moment she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain, making people feel pity for her. Arriving in front of the fat man, the woman knelt down with a thud and said in a heart-wrenching voice, "Master, you have to uphold justice for me." The fat man turned his head and looked at her speechlessly. Then he sprinkled the fish food in his hand and bent down to support the woman. "If you have something to say, get up and talk. Why are you crying?" The woman did not get up and wailed, if master does not agree to uphold justice for me, this concubine will not get up." The fat man reached out and rubbed his forehead. "Did your little brother cause some trouble again? Didn't you give him the position of junior commander last time? What is he doing this time?" The woman raised her head and said in a tear-stained voice, "Master, how do you know it's about Xing? Did you hear something?" The fat man said in annoyance, "Apart from your useless little brother, what else can you come to me for? Tell me, what kind of trouble did he cause this time?" The woman refused to comply. "Master, you've wronged the Xing. This time, it's not him who caused trouble. It's someone who provoked him. The subordinates who went out with him came back and said that he was beaten up." The fat man coldly snorted. "With his character, he'll be beaten up sooner or later. I've already told you to restrain him a little and not cause trouble everywhere." The woman cried, "It's not the Xing who caused trouble, but the subordinates said that Yang Kai was bullying the weak. Not only did he beat the Xing, he also forced him to kneel there. The Xing's legs were broken, his face was swollen, and many of his teeth fell out." As she spoke, sorrow welled up in her heart, and she wailed incessantly. Chapter 4002. The stars were forced to kneel there. A sinister look flashed across Fatty's face when he heard this. If they were just beaten up, it was only because their skills were inferior, but being forced to kneel, there was a complete humiliation. No matter what, Zhao Stars was still a small commander of Crimson Star and one of his people. Being treated like this, wasn't it a slap to his face? As the fifth master of Crimson Star, how could he endure this? Seeing this, the woman hurriedly recounted what she had heard, adding fuel to the fire. Fatty snorted coldly. "You stay here, I'll go and see who is so bold." Saying so, he walked out with his hands behind his back. The woman shouted from behind, "Master, you must bring the stars back. If anything happens to the stars, I don't want to live anymore." I know. Fatty waved his hand impatiently. After gathering his subordinates, Fatty left the manor and headed straight for the inn. In less than half an hour, they arrived at their destination. When he came to the door and looked inside, he saw his brother-in-law, Zhao Stars, with a bruised face and a swollen nose. Sure enough, he was kneeling there with 3 men and 1 woman standing to the side. There was also a man and a woman sitting on a chair. The young man sitting on the chair was calmly pouring wine for himself. The others were fine, but when he saw the woman sitting there, Fatty couldn't help but frown. He had been in and out of this star market many times before. As a 5th-grade heaven splitter, she was naturally not an unknown person. Even if the higher-ups of Crimson Star had never dealt with her, they all knew her. If it were in the outside world, Fatty would not dare to provoke a 5th-grade heaven splitter at will. After all, he was only a 4th-grade heaven splitter. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between them, their real combat strength was worlds apart. However, this was the great cosmological realm after all. The fog of the great cosmological realm sealed the universe. No matter what grade the heaven splitter was, in the special environment of the great cosmological realm, their strength would be greatly reduced. When Fatty walked in, the entire inn shook along with his footsteps. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a rolling meatball at the door. With every step, the floor trembled, and he couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In his entire life, he had never seen such a fat Fatty. This person's height and width were almost the same. At first glance, he really looked like a rolling meatball. The facial features on his face were blurry because of the fat that was squeezed together. Who is this guy? Yang Kai looked surprised. He knew that he had been in seclusion to refine elixirs and knew nothing about the situation outside. She immediately whispered to him, "This is the Crimson Star's 5th head, Chen Tianfei. He seems to have cultivated a special cultivation technique. People call him Chen Tianfei." Zhao Stars, who was kneeling on the ground, also saw Chen Tianfei. He was overjoyed and shouted, brother-in-law, save me." As he spoke, he struggled to get up. "Did I let you get up?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and flicked his finger, sending out a stream of energy. Zhao Xing screamed and fell to his knees again, blood flowing out of his thigh. This time he couldn't get up. Chen Tianfei's footsteps did not stop. The fat on his face trembled slightly, and a cold light flashed in his narrow eyes. Soon, Chen Tianfei arrived in front of the table and stood there like a mountain of flesh, blocking all the light and giving off a silent pressure. This was the first time Meng Hong and the others had seen such a character, so they were surprised. At the same time, they were secretly worried for Yang Kai. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingqian looked up miserably with a pleading look on his face. His face was full of humiliation. Waste. Chen Tianfei coldly snorted and waved his hand, taking out a chair from his space ring and placing it behind him. He then sat down. His chair was obviously custom-made. It was wide and sturdy, otherwise, an ordinary chair would not be able to bear his size. After sitting down, Chen Tianfei leaned back in his chair and squinted at Yu He. Young lady Yu He, it's been a long time. Master Chen. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. Chen Tianfei said, Young lady Yu He, aren't you going a bit too far this time? If my little brother-in-law really did something wrong, you can just beat him up and scold him. At worst, you can just kill him. Isn't it a bit unreasonable to have him kneel here? He blinked her big eyes and smiled. Master Chen, you found the wrong person. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was my young master who did it. If you want to say something, you might as well say it to my young master. Young master? Chen Tianfei was stunned and turned to look at Yang Kai. When he saw Yu He here, he assumed that she was the one in charge here, but who knew that a young master would suddenly appear? At a glance, this young man didn't seem special. He really didn't know what kind of ability he had to make a fifth-grade heaven splitter call him young master. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Tianfei asked, Little brother, how should I address you? Yang Kai grinned at him and introduced himself. Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei nodded slightly. So you are that Yang Kai. His concubine had been making a lot of noise before, saying that some Yang Kai had hit his little brother-in-law. But now he knew that the one who hit him was right in front of him. Little brother Yang, do you have something to say to this king? Chen Tianfei asked. Yang Kai glanced at him and raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? The fat on Chen Tianfei's face trembled, seemingly smiling. You hurt someone, but didn't run, instead deliberately sitting here and waiting for this king. Don't you have something to say to this king? His tone became cold. Or does little brother not put my crimson star in his eyes, thinking that you can come and go as you please in Star Market? If that's what you think, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Master Chen is a straightforward person, so I won't beat around the bush. His expression became solemn as he said, I want to join Crimson Star. He turned her head and glanced at him when she heard this. Yang Kai had not mentioned this to her, and even Meng Hong and the others were surprised. Chen Tianfei heard this and chuckled. Join Crimson Star? You hurt my Crimson Star's people, and still haven't given this king a satisfactory explanation. And now you want to join Crimson Star? In little brother's eyes, what is Crimson Star? If Master Chen wants an explanation, I'll give you one. Yang Kai said as he raised his hand and gently pressed it towards Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei's face froze, and he also raised a big fat palm to meet it. The two palms met silently, as if they had just touched each other lightly. Yang Kai withdrew his hand and picked up the wine glass on the table to play with it. Chen Tianfei's fat body suddenly shook and his fat rippled. The chair he was sitting on suddenly shattered into pieces, filling the air with debris. Looking around, Chen Tianfei's face had become extremely red, as if he had been cooked, and steam was rising from the top of his head. With a roar, Chen Tianfei stomped his feet on the ground, and the floor of the inn instantly collapsed. At the same time, a surge of heat poured out from Chen Tianfei's pores, and a large amount of sweat poured out. In an instant, Chen Tianfei looked as if he had just been fished out of water. He was drenched from head to toe. Not only that, his round, fat body seemed to have shrunk, and his close-fitting clothes became loose. Looking at Yang Kai with a look of horror, the fat on Chen Tianfei's face twitched. Does Master Chen think this explanation is enough? Yang Kai asked without raising his head. Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Xingxing, who had been kneeling there, and nodded under his desperate gaze. It's enough. Brother-in-law. Zhao Xingxing's face turned ashen in an instant. He had been counting on his brother-in-law to come and avenge him. But who knew that the situation would develop like this? Now that he had shouted enough, how could he take revenge? The shame of today would not be washed away for the rest of his life. Shut up. Chen Tianfei snorted coldly, raised his hand, took out a chair from his space ring, and placed it under his buttocks, then looked at Yu He and said, Miss Yu He, your young master's future is limitless. He smiled triumphantly. Do I need you to tell me that? Chen Tianfei turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Little brother Yang stayed here to wait for me because you want to join Crimson Star. Yes, Chen Tianfei said. Can I ask why? With little brother Yang's ability, you must have great achievements in the great cosmological realm. So why did you choose my Crimson Star? Yang Kai grinned and said, I just happened to be here at the right time. There's nothing special about it. As for why I want to join, I want to find something. Crimson Star has many people, so it's easy to find. Now that he had condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth, and the power of earth was found in the great cosmological realm, he naturally wanted to find more power. Crimson Star had many people and was well informed. That's all. Chen Tianfei was still in disbelief. That's all. Chen Tianfei looked at him seriously, and after a while nodded. I understand what little brother Yang means. Crimson Star also welcomes talents like you very much. This king will make the decision to accept you into Crimson Star. As for your position, how about you be the same as Star as a junior commander? Zhao Xingxing was dumbfounded. The person who had beaten him and forced him to kneel was not only accepted into Crimson Star by his brother-in-law, but was also given the position of a junior commander on equal footing with him? How could he take revenge like this? Junior commander? Yang Kai looked at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. Chen Tianfei asked curiously, Are you not satisfied? Although little brother Yang's strength is good. You have just joined Crimson Star after all and have not made any contributions. A junior commander position is already the limit of this king's promotion. It is impossible for this king to promote you above senior commander. Suddenly changing the topic, he said, If Miss Yu He is willing to join Crimson Star, the position of senior commander will be vacant. Yu He chuckled and declined to comment. Among the several masters of Crimson Star, the strongest was only on par with her, a 5th stage heaven opening master. She was also a 5th stage heaven opening master. So how could she accept the position of senior commander and listen to someone else's orders? There is no need for a junior commander, and I am not interested in a senior commander. Chen Tianfei was stunned. What does little brother Yang mean? Yang Kai looked at him with burning eyes. I want to be a master of Crimson Star. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Even Yu He looked at him blankly, wondering if she had heard wrong. Chapter 4003. You want to be the head of Crimson Star. Chen Tianfei looked at Yang Kai in astonishment. Like Yu He also wondered if he had heard wrongly. Originally, promoting Yang Kai to a junior commander was already very generous. But who would have thought that he would be so greedy as to ask for the position of head? Chen Tianfei had never seen such an arrogant person and could not help but feel a little angry. Head Chen, do you think I am not qualified? Yang Kai glanced at him. Chen Tianfei said solemnly, My Crimson Star's 7 heads are all at the heaven opening realm. Although little brother Yang is strong, you should not have reached the heaven opening realm yet, right? If your realm is not enough, even if you sit in that position, how will you convince the others? Yang Kai shook his finger and said, "There is no heaven-opening realm in the great cosmological abyss. It is meaningless for Head Chen to talk about realms with me." Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "That may be the case, but since ancient times my crimson star has never had a head who has not reached the heaven-opening realm. There are always exceptions to everything, aren't there?" Chen Tianfei stared deeply at Yang Kai, and the aura on his body became ethereal. After a while he laughed loudly. "Little brother Yang is so ambitious. This king has learned something today. It is not impossible for you to be the head of Crimson Star, but Crimson Star has its own rules. Now, that Crimson Star has 7 heads. If you want to arrange another position, you will need the approval of more than 4. Then I will have to trouble Head Chen to take me to see the other heads." Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chen Tianfei narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, Of course. It is a small matter to take you to see them, but whether you can get their approval will depend on your own ability." "As it should be." Yang Kai nodded gently and got up. "Please." Chen Tianfei put on a fake smile, got up and walked out. Yang Kai followed closely behind, and Yuhi also hurriedly followed. Seeing this, how could the 3 from Great Moon Province dare to stay here? They all followed behind. "What are you doing?" Yuhi asked quietly. "Are you really going to see the heads of Crimson Star?" "Of course. Otherwise, how could he have gotten their approval?" He said huffily, "Can't you tell that this Chen Tianfei is up to no good? This trip was definitely a dragon's lair or a tiger's den. Moreover, even if he really became the head of Crimson Star, what benefits would there be? I really don't understand what you're thinking." "You'll know when the time comes," Yang Kai replied casually. He snorted and said, "You like to mess around so much. How on earth did you survive until now?" "This young master is blessed by the heavens," Yang Kai replied calmly. He was exasperated. Although she was angry, she still hurriedly told him some information she knew. He had never seen the heads of Crimson Star, but she had heard of them, such as Madame Qin, who was proficient in music, Ganhong, who was good at assassination, and the twin Ouying brothers. They had been cultivating together since childhood and were all 4th grade splitting the heavens. They were extremely difficult to deal with, and even outside with her strength, she would have a headache if she encountered them. In addition to these 4 people, there was also Bei Yushan, who was extraordinarily talented and powerful. There was also the Poison Lady, who had poison all over her body. Her Tao of poison had reached perfection, and even many heaven splitters had died tragically at her hands, including Chen Tianfei. The heads of Crimson Star could be said to all have unique skills and were not to be trifled with. As for the head of Crimson Star, it was said that he had been trying to break through to the 6th grade, splitting the heavens, but there had been no news for many years, so it was unknown whether he had succeeded or not. If he succeeded, he would be a character on par with the Lady Boss, and even he would have to avoid him. Along the way, he chattered endlessly, instilling all the information she had to Yang Kai as much as possible. Yang Kai silently noted this down. Not long after, everyone arrived in front of a large hall. The door to this hall was extremely thick and was about 10 meters high. Chen Tianfei stepped forward and pushed the door open, and with a creaking sound, the door opened a crack. "Little brother Yang, please, the heads of Crimson Star are basically all inside." Chen Tianfei gestured with a faint smile on his face. Yang Kai glanced at him and said to you wait outside. After saying that, he walked inside. He's figure flashed. "I'll go with you." How could she feel at ease letting Yang Kai rush into this tiger's den alone? She had already made up her mind to advance and retreat together with him. So naturally, there was no reason to retreat at this time. On the other hand, Meng Hong and the others knew that they were not strong enough. So even if they followed in, they would not be of much help. So they all stood at the door and waited. The thick door closed again, isolating the inside from the outside. Inside the huge hall, it was pitch black, and the moment the door closed, there was a rustling sound all around as flames ignited. The flickering light illuminated the figures on the chairs around the hall, making them look like a group of dancing demons, and the atmosphere of the entire hall became gloomy at this moment. There were not many people in the hall, and apart from Yang Kai and Yu He, there were only 5 people sitting on 5 chairs. Chen Tianfei's figure flickered, and he came to an empty chair and sat down. A sweet voice suddenly sounded. "Old Fatty Chin, is this the boy who wants to be the head of Crimson Star? Then you obediently brought him here?" Not only did this woman's voice sound incomparably sweet, but as her voice sounded, there seemed to be a sweet smell floating in the air, causing those who smelled it to feel as if they were enjoying it. Poison! Yu He's expression changed slightly, and a layer of 5-colored light suddenly appeared on the surface of her body to protect her. Turning her head to look, she found that the person who spoke was a petite woman who looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. Her appearance was pure and lovely, obedient and cute, but Yu He recognized this woman at a glance as the Poison Lady of Crimson Star. Only she could display such superb poisoning methods. The poison matriarch was only at the 4th stage, but she had once relied on her own strength to poison a 5th stage heaven opening, 2 4th stage heavenly openers, and 5 3rd stage heavenly openers. After that battle, her fame had soared, and no one dared to look down on this delicate little woman who had not yet grown up. Looking at Yang Kai with some worry, she saw that Yang Kai was completely fine, not showing the slightest sign of being poisoned, but instead looking at the poison matriarch with shining eyes. She could not help but click her tongue in wonder, wondering how Yang Kai was able to resist the poison. What she did not know was that the pure dragon blood flowing through Yang Kai's body was a half-dragon, and the dragon race had an extremely strong resistance to poisons. Not to mention the poison that the poison matriarch had secretly used. Even if she really fed him poison, he would still be fine. What's more, he still had the wood attribute condensed from the essence of the immortal tree, and the fire attribute condensed from the golden crow true fire. Even if some of the poison entered his body, it would disappear without a trace after being cleansed by these 2 forces. Hearing the poison matriarch's words, Chen Tianfei chuckled. "Don't underestimate this little brother Yang. This king suffered a loss at his hands just now. If this king is not mistaken, he has condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. Only the fire elemental energy of the 6th rank could make it so difficult for him to receive that palm strike. Under that palm strike, Chen Tianfei clearly felt the scorching energy invading his body, and it took him a lot of effort to neutralize it. This was also because Yang Kai had not used his full strength. Otherwise, Chen Tianfei would not have come to the wrong conclusion that he had condensed a 6th stage fire attribute strength. 6th stage fire attribute strength. As soon as these words came out, Qi Xing and the other family heads were all shocked. Being able to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength was also a skill. Most people would not be able to withstand the pressure of condensing a 6th stage opening heaven material, not to mention the fact that 6th stage fire attribute strength was priceless, enough to make even the blessed enclaves fight over it. Generally, only those from the top forces were qualified to condense a 6th stage fire attribute strength. "Little brat, you're quite ambitious." The poison matriarch could not help looking Yang Kai up and down. "Do you want to reach the 6th stage opening heaven material?" Yang Kai grinned at her, revealing a mouthful of white fangs. "First." "What first?" The poison matriarch frowned, having a bad feeling, as if she was being stared at by a poisonous snake, causing her hair to stand on end. What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Just kill him. Daring to not put Qi Xing in his eyes, a trivial Emperor Realm Master dares to boast shamelessly that he wants to be a family head? Simply ridiculous. From a chair on the right side of the hall, a cold voice came from an illusory shadow. This person was like a distorted shadow, making it impossible to see his face clearly, and even his voice was erratic. Surprisingly, this was the one Yu he had mentioned before, Gan Hong, who was proficient in the Tao of assassination. Second, Yang Kai nodded. A thunderous voice came from the left side, causing the entire hall to buzz incessantly. Is this brat sick? What first and second? Yang Kai ignored him and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. Family head Chen, this is different from what you said. Didn't we come here to discuss joining Qi Xing and becoming a family head? The other family heads don't seem very enthusiastic. Chen Tianfei looked at him with a smile and said, yes, as this king said before, if you want to become a family head, you need to obtain the approval of at least 4 of them. But now it seems that no one agrees with you. Moreover, the rules of Qi Xing's 7 family heads have been around for a long time, so there are no more chairs for you to sit on, so I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you this time. If Yang Kai had agreed to be a junior commander before, Chen Tianfei would have been happy to see it happen. Having a powerful subordinate like Yang Kai was also beneficial to Chen Tianfei, and he could write off the matter of Zhao Xingxing being beaten up. However, Yang Kai's bias was higher than the heavens, and he did not put junior commanders or senior commanders in his eyes, actually wanting to be on equal footing with him. How could Chen Tianfei agree to such a thing? Leading Yang Kai here was just to invite him into a trap. Now that the family heads of Qi Xing were here and the spirit arrays in the hall had been activated, Yang Kai would not be able to escape even if he had wings. So how could he be in the mood to feign civility with Yang Kai? Chapter 4004. Yang Kai nodded after hearing this. I understand what Master Qin means. In other words, Crimson Star will only ever have 7 masters? You can say that. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly. Then it's simple. Yang Kai also grinned. As long as I can kill one of you, then replace you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and like a great rock spreading its wings, he pounced straight towards the poison lady. Yang Kai made his move as soon as he said so. He was extremely decisive. No one expected him to be so decisive. Everyone thought that he would be restrained in this place, allowing them to do whatever they wanted. Who would have thought that he would be the one to lead the attack? How dare you! How dare you! A few angry shouts sounded out at the same time, and several figures flew out from the chairs. Gan Hong's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, completely blending into the darkness. The 2 Ouyang brothers, who had been sitting motionless like mountains, also moved swiftly. Their auras were closely connected, as if they had turned into one person. Chen Tianfei's fat body bounced up like a rubber ball, straight towards Yang Kai. Dong, 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 Beiyushan, who was like an iron tower, took a step forward, and every step he took caused the hall to tremble. His 2 to 3 zhang tall body was filled with muscles, and was filled with explosive power. He blocked in front of the poison lady like a small mountain, grinned at Yang Kai, and punched out. A sonic boom sounded out, causing one's eardrums to tremble. This punch was extremely heavy, and even if there was a mountain in front of it, it could shatter it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not dodge, and waved his fist to meet the attack. Yu He's face turned pale. Be careful! Her heart was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She had clearly told Yang Kai before that this Beiyushan was born with divine strength enough to uproot a mountain. So how could Yang Kai think of taking his fist head-on? Wasn't this just asking for humiliation? Seeing this, the others could not help but laugh. Among the Crimson Star clan's leaders, this Beiyushan was the most talented. He had a special physique, and his brute strength was almost comparable to that of a mutated beast. Under the premise that they were at the same level, no one could take a direct punch from him. Not to mention that he was a 4th-grade sky splitter, while Yang Kai was just a venerable emperor. Although there was no sky splitter in the great cosmological abyss, and Beiyushan couldn't display his full strength, could an ant compete with an elephant? That was impossible. Only now did Chen Tianfei realize that this Yang Kai seemed to be a hothead. He had spent so much effort to bring him here. It was simply making a mountain out of a molehill. If he had known that this person was so arrogant, he wouldn't have put in so much effort. With all kinds of thoughts flashing through their minds, the leaders of Red Star instantly stopped and quietly watched, as if they could predict Yang Kai's next fate. A loud boom resounded, a scene that made the corners of everyone's eyes twitch violently appeared. When the two fists collided, the one who was sent flying was not the smaller Yang Kai, but the 20 to 30 zhang Talbei Yushan, who was like an iron tower. His huge body was like a ragged sack as he slammed into the wall, creating a huge hole in the solid wall. The entire hall shook with a loud bang. On the other hand, Yang Kai's body only paused for a moment before he pounced forward without slowing down. Impossible! Chen Tianfei almost bit his tongue. Because of the squeezing of his fat, his eyes, which had always been narrow and long, were now wider than an ox's. What he saw in front of him had completely overturned his understanding, and he couldn't believe it. The Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin were also stunned. In an instant, Yang Kai had pounced 10 zhang in front of the poison matriarch, grinning sinisterly. The poison matriarch obviously hadn't reacted to what had happened, and when she came back to her senses, Yang Kai's sinister smile was already in front of her. Her expression couldn't help but change, and she opened her mouth and spat out a pink mist at Yang Kai. At the same time, her body smashed through a chair and directly flew backwards. The mist was extremely poisonous, and even if a heaven-opening master was hit, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. If they didn't think of a way to neutralize it, they would quickly turn into a pool of pus. When Kai Yang crashed into the fog, his body suddenly shook slightly. Obviously, he was affected by the poison. The poison matriarch laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have some ability, actually sending this big guy flying. But this old lady's soul-devouring smoke isn't so easy to endure. You'll slowly experience the pain of soul-devouring bone and soul-devouring smoke." As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes suddenly widened as she stared in front of her with a look of horror. Amidst the pink mist, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled, like a whale swallowing water, directly sucking in a large amount of the mist. Looking up, his eyes shone with a terrifying light, piercing the poison matriarch's soul. The poison matriarch couldn't help but scream, her petite body frantically fleeing backwards. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai coldly snorted and stretched out a hand to grab her. Using the space principles, he ignored the distance between them and grabbed the poison matriarch's slender neck, bringing her in front of him. The poison matriarch struggled madly, but the big hand holding her neck didn't move at all. With a bang, Poison Woman's body exploded with a burst of highly toxic liquid that splashed onto Yang Kai's body. Sizzling sounds rang out as Yang Kai's clothes were completely corroded, revealing his slender and well-proportioned muscles. However, there was a layer of earth-yellow light covering his body. The highly toxic liquid splashed onto this earth-yellow light, but was unable to affect it at all and was completely isolated. "You." The poison matriarch looked at Yang Kai with extreme fear. She really couldn't understand why the poison she was so proud of was completely ineffective against this person. He covered her red lips with her hand, looking at the earthen yellow light on the surface of Yang Kai's body. She muttered, "Earth element power!" If she remembered correctly, a few months ago, Yang Kai had told her that he had only condensed wood and fire, so where did this earth element power come from? Moreover, it seemed to be of high quality. Otherwise, how could it resist the poison matriarch's poison? He couldn't help but recall that Yang Kai had disappeared from Crouching Dragon Mountain for more than 20 days. Could it be that he had condensed the earth element power at that time? "What other abilities do you have?" Yang Kai coldly stared at the poison matriarch. The poison matriarch's pupils dilated. She was so shocked that she couldn't speak. Her entire body was being held in Yang Kai's hands, and she was shivering like a quail in the cold winter. The poison that she was so proud of was completely useless in front of Yang Kai. She was already at her wit's end. "Then it's my turn." Yang Kai smiled cruelly, He reached out and pinched open the poison matriarch's cherry lips, then moved his head closer. Under the poison matriarch's terrified gaze, he took a deep breath, and his chest and abdomen swelled up. Fire dragon. Breath. With less than 3 inches between them, Yang Kai exhaled and spat out a scorching energy from his mouth, crazily pouring it into the poison matriarch's body. That scorching heat was the scorching heat of the golden crow true fire. A blood-curdling scream instantly rang out. The poison matriarch struggled frantically, but she couldn't break free at all. The poison all over her body exploded, but Yang Kai didn't dodge at all, allowing the poison to corrode his earth element power. Stop! Chen Tianfei roared, his round and rolling body instantly turning into a meatball, rumbling as he charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, the rest of the people also began to attack. When they saw Yang Kai being enveloped by the soul-devouring smoke, they all thought that Yang Kai's death was certain, so they relaxed for a moment. Who would have thought that this short moment of hesitation would cause the poison matriarch to fall into the enemy's hands? How could they dare delay? In the blink of an eye, Chen Tianfei, the Ouying brothers, and Bei Yushan, who had just crawled back up, rushed in front of Yang Kai, each of them using their own secret techniques and artifacts to attack Yang Kai. Roar! The roar of a beast resounded throughout the main hall as 2 enormous figures, one crimson red and one pitch black, suddenly appeared. One of them spat out raging flames from its mouth to defend against the enemy, while the other wriggled its mouth part and sprayed out mucus, forcing Crimson Star and the other leaders to be flustered. The Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also made their appearance. 2 strange beasts, each more than 300 meters long, circled around Yang Kai, protecting him without leaving the slightest gap. All the incoming attacks were blocked by these 2 strange beasts. Chen Tianfei and the others were dumbfounded. The sound of spitting flames continued as the poison matriarch's screams became hoarse as she stared at Yang Kai with pleading eyes. Yang Kai remained unmoved. Ding dong. A crisp sound rang out, as if someone was plucking the strings of a zither. When this sound entered one's ears, it caused one's eyes to be filled with illusions, causing one's mind to become unstable. Madame Qin had summoned a zither from somewhere and was gently plucking the strings, creating an invisible sound attack. He snorted lightly and arrived not far in front of Yang Kai in a flash, summoning her little flower umbrella and twirling it around. Immediately, ripples appeared on the umbrella surface and spread out in all directions. The melodious sound of the zither instantly became chaotic, and Madame Qin's beautiful face couldn't help but sink. With the protection of the 2 strange beasts, and he taking the lead to block in front of them, Qi Xing and the other leaders were unable to move. They wanted to rescue the poison matriarch, but they couldn't find the opportunity at all. They could only watch as the poison matriarch was killed, and their hearts were filled with grievance. The screams went from loud to hoarse, then from hoarse to low, and finally stopped. The poison matriarch's life force also disappeared in a short span of a few breaths. Yang Kai stopped talking, and the scorching power was instantly annihilated. He shook the poison matriarch in his hand, and the originally delicate and charming person seemed to have no bones at this moment. As he shook, boiling blood foam flowed out of his 7 orifices, mixed with fragments of his internal organs. The first one. Yang Kai casually threw the corpse of the poison matriarch to the side, as if he was throwing away trash. The whole place was silent, and the eyes of Qi Xing and the other leaders trembled violently, from time to time moving between the corpses of Yang Kai and the poison matriarch. They couldn't believe that the poison matriarch, who had lived with them for hundreds of years, had died just like that. Moreover, she had died at the hands of the Emperor Realm, and had died so miserably. If it was outside, with the poison matriarch's strength at the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm, Yang Kai would have been no match for her. The mighty world force was not something he could contend against right now. not to mention the 4th grade of the heaven-opening realm. Even if it was the 2nd grade or the 1st grade, as long as Yang Kai was in the heaven-opening realm, he would have to avoid them. However, the special environment of the great cosmological realm allowed Yang Kai to display his skills in front of the heaven-opening realm. The mini-universe world in his body was sealed, and he couldn't use the mighty world force. So these heaven-opening realm cultivators were not as difficult to kill as those from the Emperor realm. Chapter 4005. In the flickering candlelight in the hall, Yang Kai's voice was bone-chilling, turning into a chill that swept through the hearts and minds of the Crimson Star clan leaders. Only now did everyone understand what Yang Kai meant when he said the first. The femme fatale was the first to attack Yang Kai and the first to be killed. Since there was the first, there would be the second with a light clang and sparks flying. Gan Hong's figure appeared beside Yang Kai like a ghost, the curved blade in his hand silently slashing down. The earth elemental power protecting Yang Kai's body was unable to withstand the sharpness of this blade, and with a loud sound, the sharp blade cut into Yang Kai's waist and abdomen, directly cutting a foot-long wound there. Immediately, flesh and blood rolled, and blood flowed out. Gan Hong, who had revealed himself, was stunned and in disbelief. It was all because this slash didn't have the desired effect. That foot-long wound was indeed terrifying, but his slash should have cut Yang Kai in two. The feeling of the curved blade cutting into flesh made Gan Hong realize that the body of this young man in front of him was unreasonably strong. This sturdy body was actually able to withstand his destructive blade. Shocked, Gan Hong's figure flashed, disappearing into the darkness, and was about to retreat. His concealment technique was unparalleled in the world, and even a master 1 or 2 minor orders higher than him would not be able to see through him. As Gan Hong hurriedly retreated, he looked up and happened to meet Yang Kai's eyes, causing his heart to skip a beat. He saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye, like a snake's pupil, causing people to feel intimidated. Under the gaze of this golden vertical slit, Gan Hong could not help but feel that there was nowhere to hide. The next moment, Yang Kai smiled at him, raised his hand, and grabbed a long spear from the void. Without seeing how he moved, he thrust out his spear, the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his field of vision, carrying with it a murderous intent that caused one's soul to tremble. Gan Hong paled in fright and used his blade to block. With a bang, a great force came crashing down, causing Gan Hong's thin and weak figure to be sent flying, instantly feeling like a canoe in the middle of a stormy sea, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The figure hidden in the void was forced to reveal itself, and Gan Hong cried out, "Save me!" At the same time, his figure rushed towards Chen Tianfei. Seeing this, Chen Tianfei's face twitched. He cursed Gan Hong for being such a nuisance, but he couldn't just leave him in the lurch. He wrapped his body and turned into a meatball that rolled over. The rolling meatball contained a terrifying lethality, and the violent power was unrestrained. The Ouyang Kai and Yang Kai's scarlet flood dragon's body moved, blocking Yang Kai. The scarlet Jiao twisted his body, moved, blocking scarlet, flood, dragon scarred. Madame Qin's zither sounded again, but was blocked by Yu He, and the two women fought in the air. At the same time, the earth dragon's mouth wriggled, spraying mucus towards Bei Yushan. Bei Yushan had the strength to pull up a mountain, but facing this slippery loach-like strange beast, he was unable to break through the earth dragon's defense. Inside the hall, chaos reigned as many forces were scattered everywhere. Chen Tianfei shouted, "Little brother Yang, stop! Listen to me. If you have anything to say, say it later." Yang Kai grinned as he stared at the rolling meatball, not slowing down in the slightest as he thrust his spear forward. Above the tip of his spear, a black sphere flashed and a terrifying space principles burst forth. With a boom, the void collapsed and Chen Tianfei was sent flying. He retreated continuously in the void, and with every step he took, the The sound of violent chi erupting could be heard from behind him. That was the sound of the energy being unloaded, and as he retreated, his fat, ball-like body rapidly shrank. His clothes became incomparably loose, and his entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water. After he regained his footing, he had returned to the state of an ordinary person, and his face was extremely pale. Seeing this, the corners of his eyes could not help but twitch. Gan Hong had been forced to the foot of the wall, unable to retreat, a look of panic on his face. Yang Kai's eyes overflowed with light as he stabbed out with his spear. Words could not describe the elegance of this spear, and it seemed that there was only the tip of this spear left in the world. Gan Hong screamed in horror. He had the power to split open the heavens, but he could not display it in the great cosmological realm, so he felt extremely sullen. He summoned his strength, poured it into the curved saber in his hand, and slashed down. The saber light was like the Milky Way spilling out, sprinkling toward Yang Kai. Wherever the black dragon's spear passed, the saber light shattered, and with a soft sound, time seemed to freeze. The corners of Chen Tianfei's eyes twitched even more as he stared blankly at the scene at the foot of the wall. The bitterness in his heart was like eating Chinese gold thread. The Ouyang brothers also stopped. Madame Qin stopped playing the zither, and Bei Yushan turned his head to look. Under everyone's gaze, Yang Kai's long spear was raised high, and a thin figure was hanging on the tip of the spear. Who else could it be but Gan Hong? The black dragon spear pierced through Gan Hong's chest and abdomen and came out from his back. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one arm and raised it high. His heroic figure was like a god descending to the mortal world, causing the remaining Crimson Star clan leaders' eyes to tremble in disbelief. Cough! Gan Hong coughed lightly, blood filling his mouth as he said with difficulty, "If you kill me, First Master will not let you go." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at him, grinning. "Are these your last words?" Gan Hong's eyes widened as he roared, "You dare!" Yang Kai's arm shook, and a violent force poured into Gan Hong's body through the black dragon spear. Gan Hong screamed miserably, but he only lasted for less than 3 breaths of time before his whole body exploded, turning into a rain of blood that fell from the sky. Yang Kai's voice came out like a ghost. "Look at me! Do you dare or don't you dare?" With a shake of the long spear, Yang Kai turned to look at the remaining people and smiled. "Second one!" Madame Qin's fingers trembled, and she accidentally plucked the strings of her zither. The Ouyang brothers' faces sank, Bei Yushan's brows furrowed, and Chen Tianfei's head was dripping with sweat. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "Master Qin, you're much more handsome now." In truth, Chen Tianfei was also quite handsome under normal circumstances, but because he cultivated a special secret art, he had no choice but to maintain an extremely fat figure all year round. Now that most of his fat had disappeared, he had regained quite a bit of his elegance. Facing Yang Kai's ridicule, Chen Tianfei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, his expression extremely conflicted. Yang Kai looked around and rested his spear on his shoulder. Master Qin said, "Just now the Qi Xing 7 masters didn't have many seats for me to sit on, but now that there are, I want to sit on one of them. Does anyone have any objections?" No one answered, no one daring to speak casually, their hearts tense, afraid that Yang Kai would suddenly attack again. After this battle, Qi Xing's masters discovered that this guy was a complete madman, daring to challenge the might of splitting the heavens with just the strength of an emperor realm cultivator and beating a group of heaven-opening realm cultivators into falling flowers. If news of this spread, none of them would be able to go out and see anyone in the future. They really didn't have the face to do so. "This is your territory, so we'll follow your rules." Master Qin said before that if I want to become Qi Xing's master, I need the agreement of at least 4 people. "Everyone, please state your position. Do you agree or not?" Hearing this, Chen Tianfei and the others cursed in their hearts. "You still know this is our territory?" Even though they had complaints in their hearts, at this moment, they had no choice but to consider them seriously. The poison matriarch and Gan Hong were already dead, and although they had some friendship with them, it wasn't to the extent that they would take revenge for them. Offending such a murderous god for 2 dead people was naturally not worth it. Moreover, the strength Yang Kai had displayed in this battle was frightening, so if they could really accept him as Qi Xing's master, it would be of great benefit to Qi Xing. After a brief moment of silence, Chen Tianfei was the first to raise his hand and say, "I agree." The sound of a zither rang out, and Madame Qin smiled. "I also agree." The Ouyang brothers looked at each other and nodded lightly. Bei Yushan stood there scratching his head as he glanced at the poison matriarch's corpse and said, "Then I also agree." Chen Tianfei immediately cupped his fists and said, "Little brother Yang, welcome to Qi Xing. From now on, we will be a family. There will be many things we will need to rely on you in the future, so please don't refuse when the time comes." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Of course, of course." Yuhi said from the side, "I also want to be Qi Xing's master." Seeing everyone look over, Yuhi said matter-of-factly, "Your Qi Xing is missing 2 masters this time. Can't I make up the numbers?" Chen Tianfei blinked and smiled. "Of course, you're most welcome." They had intended to recruit Yuhi before, but Yuhi did not agree. Now that she had taken the initiative to mention it, how could Qi Xing refuse? Moreover, as she said, Qi Xing was missing 2 masters this time, so they needed to make up the numbers. What's more, Yuhi herself was a 5th stage heaven opening realm cultivator, stronger than Chen Tianfei and the others, more than enough to be a master. After this battle, Crimson Star's 2 positions changed hands. Yang Kai and Yu, he both became Crimson Star's 6th and 7th masters respectively. Although this was not a happy ending, it did not have much of an impact on Qi Xing's overall strength. On the contrary, it had actually increased. Chen Tianfei and the others could accept such a result. Since they had already been branded as Qi Xing, there was naturally no need to be so hostile. Yang Kai put away his scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon before casually chatting with Chen Tianfei and the others for a while. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Where is our great master? I have just entered Qi Xing. Shouldn't I pay him a visit?" Chen Tianfei smiled lightly. "Great master is in seclusion all year round, so we don't get to see him much. If there is a chance later, I will introduce him to Brother Yang." Yang Kai nodded lightly and couldn't help feeling a little curious about Qi Xing's great master. He hadn't seen him at all in today's battle, so he was really a bit elusive. Yang Kai wondered if he was trying to break through to the 6th stage heaven opening realm like Yuhi had said. Chapter 4006. Outside the main hall, the 3 from Great Moon Province waited anxiously. Some Crimson Star cultivator glanced at them from time to time, full of malicious intent. This situation made Meng Hong and the others feel uneasy, but there was nothing they could do. The door of the main hall was closed, so they didn't know what was going on inside, but Meng Hong could faintly feel that Yang Kai and Yu were going to a dangerous place. Just as Meng Hong and the others were feeling anxious, the door of the main hall suddenly opened. Meng Hong's expression brightened, and he quickly looked up. What he saw was Yang Kai taking the lead, followed by Yu He and a middle-aged man who looked somewhat familiar. The middle-aged man was dressed strangely, wearing a loose robe. His face was a little pale, but there was a smile on his face. When they got closer, they heard the middle-aged man say, "6th Master, 7th Master, please stay at the inn for a few days. Wait until I have people tidy up the place before moving in. If the 2 of you have any requests, please do not hesitate to state them. I will have people arrange them properly." Yang Kai said with a smile, "As you wish, there is no special request." The middle-aged man said, "Then this Chin will arrange it as he sees fit. If 6th Elder and 7th Elder don't like it, I will change." "Thank you, Elder Chin." Yang Kai cupped his hands slightly. The middle-aged man returned the courtesy and said, "Take care I won't see you out." Yang Kai nodded and called Meng Hong and the others to follow, striding towards the inn. After walking for a long time, Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, was that Chan Tianfei from Crimson Star?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. Meng Hong was surprised. How did he become like that? Wasn't he a fat man before? He pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Of course he was beaten up. This time his Yuan Qi was seriously injured. I don't know how long it will take for him to recover." Beaten up! The people from the Great Moon Prefecture looked at each other, thinking that Chan Tianfei had been beaten up by He. They knew that there must have been a fierce battle in the hall just now. Otherwise, Chan Tianfei would not have been able to distinguish himself. "What's going on with 6th Elder and 7th Elder?" Meng Hong asked, puzzled. Yang Kai said, He and I will be Crimson Star's elders from now on." Crimson Star's elders. Meng Hong was shocked. He had heard that Yang Kai wanted to be Crimson Star's elders in the inn, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. However, this was a good thing for them. Yang Kai and He and He and He could provide them. Meng Hong couldn't help sighing in admiration, looking at Yang Kai, an Emperor Realm Master who had entered Crimson Star, and thinking about himself. He couldn't even hold on to the woman he loved and had instead thrown herself into the arms of another man. Meng Hong couldn't help feeling a little sad. Yang Kai was elder too. To Meng it could only to the two. Returning to the inn, Zhao Xingxing was nowhere to be found, and the inn was deserted. The innkeeper was sitting behind the counter, feeling sorry for himself. But when he saw that Yang Kai and the others had returned alive, he couldn't help but open his eyes wide. After settling in, He did not stay in her own room, but instead ran over to Yang Kai's, sat down at the table, and stared at him with an infatuated look on her face. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to her. This woman was a bit crazy, so it was best not to provoke her. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was a little concerned about and could not help asking. "Isn't there only 7 elders in Crimson Star? But I saw 7 in the main hall before, including the 1st elder. Doesn't that make 8? Chun, Tianfei, Bei Yushan, the Ouyang brothers, and Madame Qin, that made 5, including Gan Hong and the poison matriarch who were killed by Yang Kai, that made 7. He pursed her lips and smiled. "Brother Ouyang has always been together, so he can only be counted as 1. Yang Kai understood and threw a dragon blood pill into his mouth and closed his eyes to refine it. "I have something to ask you." He suddenly turned around and sat on the edge of the bed, wrapped in a delicate fragrance, her beautiful eyes looking at Yang Kai. "What?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her. He said, "Have you already condensed earth element power?" "Yes, as expected." He sighed slightly. Previously, when she saw Yang Kai's earth element power appear in the main hall, she had already guessed. Now she had just confirmed it. "Is it in Crouching Dragon Mountain?" He thought about it. Only in the 20-odd days in Crouching Dragon Mountain did Yang Kai have the opportunity to condense earth element power. It was just that she did not understand what was in Crouching Dragon Mountain. "Why are you asking this?" Yang Kai frowned. 7th grade. He did not answer the question and stared at him. Yang Kai closed his eyes and was too lazy to say more. He sighed. "It seems that you did not listen to what I said before. Do you know that you are digging your own grave?" Yang Kai said unhappily, "If you have anything to say, say it clearly. I am just condensing 5 elements' power. How is that digging my own grave?" He opened her mouth and hesitated several times before turning her head and saying, "When you are out of the great cosmological realm, you can ask Lan Yura. If she wants to tell you, she will tell you. If she doesn't want to tell you, you can come to me." She changed the topic and said seriously, "I will say the same thing again. Do not let others know that you have condensed 7th grade heaven splitting force. Otherwise, no one in the 3,000 worlds can save your life, not even Lan Yura." After saying that, she left the room, somewhat dispirited. Yang Kai frowned. He had told him about this last time, but she did not say it clearly. There seemed to be some hidden meaning in it. This made Yang Kai full of doubts. He did not know how he was digging his own grave. He only thought that he had condensed 7th grade heaven, splitting force. If she knew that he had condensed power above 7th grade, she would probably go crazy. Although Yang Kai did not completely trust he could feel that she had no malicious intentions towards him. It seemed that when he was out of the great cosmological realm, he really had to find an opportunity to ask the lady boss. Qi Xing's efficiency was very high. In just 2 days, Chen Tianfei had already arranged everything. He personally came to the inn and led Yang Kai and he to the mansion. After all, they were Qi Xing's 6th and 7th masters. It would be detrimental to Qi Xing's reputation if they kept staying in the inn. The mansion occupied a considerable area, and its location was also quite good. It was not inferior to the mansions of other masters. He led Yang Kai and He around the mansion and introduced them to the situation here. After a while, they came to a side hall. The guests and hosts took their seats, and a maidservant served tea. Chen Tianfei sat at the head of the table with a smile. "Are the two of you satisfied with the arrangements in this mansion? If you are not satisfied, just tell this Qin, and I will let them adjust it." After not seeing him for 2 days, this guy seemed to have put on weight. When he smiled, the fat on his face jiggled. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Master Qin is considerate. There is no need to trouble yourself." To him, this mansion was just a place to live, so there was naturally no need to pay too much attention to it. Chen Tianfei said, "That's good, that's good." After speaking, he coughed lightly and clapped his hands. "Come in." 2 people immediately walked in from the door, a man and a woman. The man walked with a limp. It was Zhao Xingxing, whose leg had been broken by Yang Kai before. It was likely that he had taken some pills in the past 2 days, otherwise his injury would not have healed so quickly. When he saw Zhao Xingxing, Meng Hong, who was standing to the side, did not react, but after seeing the woman's appearance, Meng Hong's expression could not help but become complicated. The woman was surprisingly Qin. The 2 of them walked in one after another. Zhao Xingxing had a flattering smile on his face, while Qin was looking down at her feet. The hair hanging in front of her chest covered her face, so it was unknown what kind of expression she had at this moment. "Greetings to 6th Master and 7th Master." Zhao Xingxing's face was still a little bruised, and several of his teeth had fallen out. When he spoke, his speech was a little sluggish. At this moment, he no longer had the high-spirited and arrogant attitude he had 2 days ago. His face was accompanied by a smile that was uglier than crying, and his face was full of flattery. Chun Yu also bowed, her voice as soft as a mosquito. "Greetings to the 2 masters." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Chen Tianfei with a faint smile. "Brother Qin, what is the meaning of this?" Chen Tianfei said solemnly, "6th Master, this boy had eyes but failed to see before and offended you. Although he has already been taught a lesson, he has still offended his superiors. My Red Star has strict rules, and anyone who dares to offend his superiors will be severely punished. Today, I asked this boy to come here and apologize. Whether he is to be killed or tortured, 6th Master can decide. This king will not stop you." His words were powerful and resonant, and he appeared to be fair and impartial. Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this, and hurriedly turned to look at him, saying pitifully, "Brother-in-law!" "You still have the face to call me brother-in-law," Chen Tianfei coldly snorted. "This king's face is about to be lost because of you. I told you long ago not to use your status as a little commander to cause trouble. I told you long ago that there is always someone better than you. But you didn't believe me and thought that the sky is the greatest. You are the 2nd Master. The day before yesterday, you were just lucky enough to meet 6th Master. If it were anyone else, you would have died many times over." Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, he said, "6th Master, I have brought him to you. If you want to kill him, just do it. Chen Tianfei will not stop you." After saying this, he actually closed his eyes, as if out of sight, out of mind. Zhao Xingxing was horrified. Seeing that he could not count on Chen Tianfei, he could only kneel on the ground and beg Yang Kai, "Sixth Master, please spare my life." This lowly one was blinded by greed and offended Sixth Master. This lowly one deserves 1,000 deaths. I won't dare do it again. Sixth Master, please spare my life. As he spoke, he coughed and kowtowed like he was pounding garlic. After a few kowtows, his head was bleeding. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. After a while, he said, "Commander Zhao, there is no enmity between you and me. Even if there was, it was settled the day before yesterday. You offended this king, so this king broke your leg. Let's call it even. If you want to live, the one you should be begging is not me." Zhao Xingxing was startled when he heard this, but quickly reacted. He turned his head to look at Meng Hong and squeezed out a sad smile. "Brother Meng!" Chapter 4007. Zhao Xingxing's sorrowful cry woke up the absent-minded Meng Hong. He raised his head and saw Zhao Xingxing looking at him with a pitiful and pleading face. He couldn't help but think of how this person had flaunted his strength to him the day before yesterday. For a moment, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Knowing that Yang Kai was giving him a chance to take revenge, he couldn't help but look at him gratefully. However, it was not his own strength that made Zhao Xingxing lower his head, but it was a fact that his beloved woman had thrown herself into his arms. How could Meng Hong have the mood to be entangled with him? The expression on his face was indifferent, and his interest waned. Zhao Xingxing said in fear, "Brother Meng, on account of the many times I have helped you before, I ask Brother Meng to spare me. I know my wrongs. I won't dare to do it again." Meng Hong still didn't say anything. He just looked at him indifferently, as if he was watching a clown's funny performance. The two disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture were filled with righteous indignation. One of them stepped forward and scolded, "Shameless thing, our big brother calls you brother in vain, but you used dirty tricks behind his back to seduce big brother's woman. Now, you still have the face to beg for mercy?" He turned his head and shouted in a low voice, "Big brother, let me kill him." Zhao Xingxing turned pale with fright. Before coming here, Chen Tianfei had told him that whether he lived or died this time would depend on his own luck. He couldn't afford to offend the new sixth leader at all. Previously, in the main hall, he had killed the poison lady and gone Hong by himself. If he really provoked him, Chen Tianfei himself would be unable to protect himself. If not for this, why would Zhao Xingxing follow Chen Tianfei to come here to apologize? If the other party were to make a move at this time, his brother-in-law might not be able to count on him. Knowing that his life and death was in Meng Hong's hands, Zhao Xingxing didn't care about his face and hurriedly said, "Brother Meng, this is a misunderstanding. Miss Qinyu and I are innocent. Nothing happened. If you don't believe me, you can ask her." He turned his head to look at Qinyu. Qinyu only lowered her head, her body slightly trembling. Zhao Xingxing anxiously said, "Brother Meng, I brought Miss Qinyu here today and returned her to you. Let's pretend that nothing happened, okay?" "Shut up." Meng Hong, who hadn't made a stand since the beginning, suddenly shouted out explosively, and he stared at Zhao Xingxing with a gaze that seemed to shoot out flames as he gritted his teeth and said, "Zhao Xingxing, what do you take Miss Qin for? She's a person and not a good that can be casually given away. Are your actions worthy of her sincerity?" Zhao Stars opened his mouth wide and didn't know what to say. He thought to himself that Chen Yu was just trying to curry favor with the rich and powerful. How could she possibly be sincere? It was clear that Meng Hong was very worried about Chen Yu. If he really said those words, he would probably die here immediately. After Meng Hong finished drinking, he suddenly waved his hand and said, "Leave. I don't want to see you again." In the end, he did not kill him. Firstly, Zhao Xingxing bowed his head and begged for mercy, not because of his own ability, but because of Yang Kai's prestige. Secondly, Yang Kai had just become the sixth head of Crimson Star. If he really killed Zhao Xingxing, it would definitely bring him some trouble. At the very least, he would definitely be on bad terms with Qin Tianfei. Although what he said before sounded good, if he really killed Zhao Xingxing in front of him, he would definitely not be happy. Zhao Xingxing was overjoyed when he heard this, and a smile bloomed on his bruised face. "Many thanks, Brother Meng, many thanks, Brother Meng!" He then turned to Yang Kai and said, "Many thanks, sixth head. Why haven't you left yet?" Qin Tianfei kicked him to the ground. Zhao Xingxing didn't even bother to stand up and quickly ran out. After surviving a disaster, he was in a good mood. After he left, only Qin Yu remained standing there by herself, and she was extremely conspicuous. Her originally delicate and pretty face was pale at this moment, and her delicate figure was trembling lightly. It was unknown if she was afraid or ashamed to show her face. Meng Hong glanced at her and sighed slightly but didn't say anything. He simply cupped his hands to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Qin Tianfei saw this and chuckled, cupping his fists and saying, "Sixth head, seventh head. This Qin still has some matters to attend to and will take his leave first. I have left some people in this house for you to use. If you have any requests, just let them know. Take care, I won't see you out." Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Qin Tianfei nodded and got up to leave. After Qin Tianfei left, He turned to Qin Yu, who was standing below with her head lowered, and asked Yang Kai, "How should we deal with this?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. How would he know how to deal with it? Meng Hong should have been the one to speak, but this guy left without saying a word, leaving such a difficult problem here. How could Yang Kai intervene? "I'll leave it to you to decide," Yang Kai said before turning around and leaving. In the inner courtyard, Meng Hong stood alone by the pond, quietly looking at the fish swimming in the clear water below. Not far away, two disciples of the Great Moon State stood there with worried faces, looking at Meng Hong's back. Hearing footsteps, they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai. One of them whispered, "Brother Yang, will Big Brother be okay?" The other disciple of the Great Moon State was also worried. "I heard people say that being troubled by love is very likely to lead to inner demons. Can Big Brother get over this hurdle?" The disciple of the Great Moon State, who spoke first, said angrily, "We should have killed that bitch just now and ended all troubles. What's the use of keeping such a flattering woman? She disturbed Big Brother's state of mind for nothing." The other disciple said, "You know how much Big Brother likes her. If you really kill her, Big Brother will fall out with you. Then what should we do?" Yang Kai was speechless. "Don't quarrel, I'll go and take a look." The two disciples of the Great Moon State looked at Yang Kai as if he was their savior. "Brother Yang, you must persuade Big Brother." Yang Kai didn't comment. He couldn't agree to this kind of thing rashly. Love was the most difficult thing to understand. Meng Hong still had to rely on himself. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter what others said, it was useless. Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's side and looked at him. To his surprise, Meng Hong's expression was quite good, not as bad as he had imagined. Before Yang Kai could speak, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about me?" Yang Kai said with a smile, "Your two junior brothers are afraid that you will have inner demons." Meng Hong smiled slightly and said, "That's not the case. Although I like you, she has made her own choice. We are not destined to be together. I just feel sad for her. She didn't know how to judge people and ended up being abandoned. That's also her own choice." Meng Hong nodded slightly. "Yes, the ups and downs of life are like fish in a pond. After going around in circles, we still can't jump out of those shackles." After a moment of silence, Meng Hong said, "Brother Yang, I want to become stronger." Yang Kai turned to look at him. On the path of cultivation, everyone is walking on the path of becoming stronger. Meng Hong turned around, his eyes burning. "I want to become stronger." Yang Kai frowned. He knew that although Meng Hong said it casually, Qin Yu's matter still had some impact on him. Otherwise, how could he have such thoughts? Only after suffering setbacks and blows would one have a greater desire for power. There is no opening of the heavens in the great cosmological realm. If you want to become stronger, you can only continue to condense the power of yin and yang and 5 elements. When you leave the great cosmological realm, you can advance to opening the heavens. A pleasant voice sounded. It was Yueha walking over and standing beside Yang Kai. A strand of hair was blown by the wind and scattered on Yang Kai's cheek. Yang Kai brushed her hair aside and nodded. There are many heaven-splitting talents in the great cosmological realm. They should be able to meet Brother Meng's needs. Brother Meng, what grade are you condensing? Meng Hong said 3rd grade. Yang Kai understood. After all, the Great Moon Province was not a very powerful force. Wei Kei and Tao Rongfang, whom he had met before, were both 3rd grade heaven-splitting. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, it was natural for Meng Hong to condense 3rd grade. I thought that 3rd grade was enough, but now it seems that 3rd grade heaven-splitting is just a nobody in the 3,000 worlds. I want to achieve a higher grade. Yang Kai frowned. But Brother Meng, if I'm not wrong, you should have already condensed several types of heaven-splitting power. As the eldest disciple of the Great Moon Province, he could not always stay in the Emperor realm. He had definitely condensed more than 3 types of heaven-splitting power in his seal. Since the foundation had been laid, he could only continue forward. There was no turning back. Meng Hong nodded. Yes, I have already condensed 4 types of power. Then what about you? Yang Kai was puzzled. Yueha, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something. Her expression changed slightly. Tai divine purifying water? Meng Hong nodded solemnly. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle appeared in his palm. The bottle seemed to be filled with some liquid. When he shook it, the sound of liquid could be heard. You are courting death. Yueha's expression was extremely solemn. What is Tai divine purifying water? Yang Kai asked blankly. Yueha said, You also know that in order to achieve heaven-splitting, one needs to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal to create a small world in one's body. Only by possessing the power of the world can one achieve heaven-splitting. Once the cultivator has chosen a certain grade of heaven-splitting power, it can't be easily changed. Moreover, the final blossoming of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements is closely related to the power of the lowest grade. For example, if he condenses 3rd grade power, if one of them is 2nd grade, then the heaven-splitting he achieves will be 2nd grade. It won't change because the other 6 are 3rd grade. Yang Kai nodded. I know this. The process of achieving heaven-splitting was like filling a wooden barrel with water. It could only be filled to the position of the shortest plank. Yueha continued, but there are always some people in this world who are not satisfied with the grade of the yin, yang, and 5 elements they condense. They want to reach a higher level when they achieve heaven-splitting, but their foundation has already been laid. How can they change it at will? Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. Can't change it at will. In other words, it can still be changed? Yueha nodded solemnly. Relying on this Tai divine purifying water, there is a chance to change it. After consuming it, the yin, yang, and 5 elements in the seal will be stripped away. If one can survive, it will give one a chance to start all over again. Is the risk high? Yang Kai asked worriedly. Only now did he understand what Meng Hong was planning. He obviously wanted to consume this Tai divine purifying water to start all over again. Chapter 4008. You? He sneered when she heard this. The risk depends on how much power the person who consumes it condenses. The less power one condenses, the lower the risk. If one only condenses one type, there is basically a 50% chance of success. Condensing one type only gives a 50% chance. Yang Kai could not help but change his expression. What about 4 types? Meng Hong had just said that he had already condensed 4 types of splitting the heavens' power, so the chances of success were even lower. About 10%, Yuhi said. 10%. Yang Kai was horrified. This was simply a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. He looked at Meng Hong with a sneer. Even so, do you still want to do this? Meng Hong clenched the jade bottle in his hand and nodded calmly. I have made up my mind. After a pause, he said, Brother Yang, you don't have to persuade me. I had this idea a long time ago, but I never had the courage to put it into action. Outside, with the power of the Great Moon Province, there is no way to find enough natural treasures for me. But it is different here. This is the great cosmological realm, a huge natural treasure trove. Brother Yang, you may not know this, but during the few months you were in seclusion, I often heard that someone had found 4th grade, 5th grade, or even 6th grade treasures. This is my opportunity, and if I don't try, I may regret it for the rest of my life. Yang Kai was silent. If Meng Hong was just impulsive because of Qinyu, he might have persuaded him. After all, it was unwise to take such a big risk for a moment of anger. But Meng Hong had also said that he had this idea a long time ago, but he did not have the courage to put it into action. What happened this time might have really given him the courage to make up his mind. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, Since you said so, then I can only wish you success. He turned to look at Yu and asked, What are the consequences if you fail? He said solemnly, the function of Tai divine purifying water is to strip the power of yin-yang and 5 elements from the Tao seal. If you fail, the Tao seal will definitely shatter. What do you think the consequences will be? If the Tao seal was shattered, how could there be a good end? Either his soul would be destroyed and his body would perish, or his cultivation would be crippled and he would become a cripple. Now, I'm a little curious. Where did you get this Tai divine purification water from? Although it's not rare, it's not something that someone from the Emperor realm can get their hands on. Just this portion of Tai pure divine water is comparable to a portion of a 5th grade material. He frowned. 5th grade materials were worth at least 5 million heaven opening pills. Such wealth was definitely not a small number for a force like the Great Moon Prefecture. When Meng Hong heard this, he smiled and said, A long time ago, I obtained it by chance during an experiential training. I kept it and could not bear to sell it, thinking that this day might come. From this, it could be seen that Meng Hong's desire to come here again was not a whim, but a thought that had been in his mind for a long time. Yang Kai nodded and said, Since Brother Meng has made such a decision, then I won't say anything more. If there's anything I can help you with, please don't hesitate to ask. He sneered, There's nothing you can do except find a quiet place for him. Meng Hong said, Brother Yang, please keep this matter a secret for my 2 junior brothers. If this matter succeeds, I will personally explain it to them. If not, Yang Kai, please burn my body and hand my corpse to my 2 junior brothers to bring back to the Great Moon Prefecture. Meng Hong clearly didn't have much confidence in himself since he was already making arrangements for his funeral. Yang Kai wanted to persuade him, but he did not know how to say it. If he were in Meng Hong's shoes, what would he do if he had such an opportunity? Even if he knew that there was only a slim chance of survival, he would still press forward. When will it begin? Yang Kai asked. Meng Hong said, There's no time like the present. Let's do it today. He was very swift and decisive. Yang Kai could only find a quiet, secret room for him and set up a formation with he to prevent him from being disturbed at a critical moment. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know why Meng Hong suddenly went into seclusion. They only thought that it was because of Qinyu's matter, so they hated Qinyu even more. Outside the secret room, Yang Kai and he were busy, and it took them a lot of effort to arrange everything. Staring at the secret room, he sighed softly, Don't worry, it's useless. The result will be out in 3 to 5 days, and at most half a month. Yang Kai nodded and said, I hope everything goes well for him. Suddenly he thought of something and asked, What did you do with Qinyu? He said, If she stays, can we drive her away? She's just a weak woman. If we chase her away, she'll be eaten up by others in a few days. Yang Kai laughed. You are kind. You, he snorted coldly. You can also see that Meng Hong still has feelings for Chinyu. If we really drive her away, how can Meng Hong feel at ease? Leave her here and let Meng Hong deal with her himself. Yang Kai nodded. You did well. You, he smiled and bowed. Thank you, young master, for your praise. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai flicked his sleeves and left with his hands behind his back, leaving you, he giggling behind him. Before Chen Tianfei left, he said that he left some people in the mansion to listen to his orders. Yang Kai soon met the leader of these people, a guy named Guizian. Yang Kai was now Crimson Star's 6th manager after all, so it would be unreasonable for Crimson Star to not transfer some people to him. In Crimson Star, Guizian was also a commander-level figure with a 2nd stage heaven opening cultivation. His strength was not bad. If it were in the outside world, he might not even look at Yang Kai. Amir the Emperor realm was nothing to him. But here in the great cosmological realm, Yang Kai had killed Poison Lady and gone home. Even if Guizian's cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he had no choice but to bow his head to him. After a series of questions and answers, Yang Kai somewhat understood the personality of this Guizian. He was relatively taciturn and originally worked under the Poison Matriarch. But now that she was dead, the power under her control was naturally divided among the other leaders. Leaving Guizian behind to share with Yang Kai could be considered a good way to account for his actions. Guizian's subordinates weren't many, but they weren't few either, at least 100 or so. This was all of Yang Kai's subordinates. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least, there were still people he could use. Without saying anything, Yang Kai followed Guizian to meet the 100 or so people under him. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to enter Crimson Star and fight for the position of manager was that he wanted to use Crimson Star's power to search for the heaven-opening materials he needed. With more people, he was more well-informed. It was difficult for him to find out where in the great cosmological realm high-quality heaven and earth treasures were found. However, Crimson Star was different. With Star City as their foundation, their influence spread out in all directions. Even the slightest movement in the wind could not be hidden from Crimson Star's investigation. Crimson Star was a relatively loose organization, and its members were from all walks of life. Their strength was also mixed, and many of them were unruly. When they heard that the new 6th manager was from the Emperor realm, they did not pay much attention. The 100 or so people stood there loosely, but Yu He, who followed them, made them wait with rapt attention. After all, Yu He was a 5th grade heaven opening cultivator. Such a person could be considered an expert in the 3,000 worlds. Any cultivator would instinctively revere powerful strength. Yang Kai did not care much. After a few words of encouragement, he asked Guizian to take the 100 or so people to spread out and scout for information. He ordered Guizian to report immediately if there was any news of high-quality heaven and earth treasures. Guizian naturally agreed. The next few days were peaceful. Yang Kai took dragon blood pills every day to purify his dragon veins and comprehend the power of the wood and fire elements that he had already condensed. Previously, he had comprehended a dragon race innate dragon technique from the Dragon Pearl, which made Yang Kai faintly feel that he had not yet developed the full power of the wood and fire elements. Between the two forces condensed from the essence of the immortal tree and the golden crow true fire, he should be able to nurture a powerful divine technique. If he could successfully comprehend it, his strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. At that time, he would have more means to deal with powerful enemies. Every day, he would go to see the situation with Meng Hong. Unfortunately, since Meng Hong was in seclusion, the secret room where he stayed was silent. There was a large array blocking it, so Yang Kai did not know what was going on inside. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture did not know what Meng Hong was doing at all, so they did not show too much worry. On this day, Yang Kai came to Meng Hong's place of seclusion to investigate as usual. However, he saw that Yuhi had already arrived. Their eyes met, and Yuhi slowly shook her head. Yang Kai frowned and said, "It's already been 8 days." Yuhi sighed slightly. "I'm afraid he's done for. Is there no way to help?" Yuhi said, "After taking the Tai Divine purification water, whether he lives or dies will depend on his own ability. Outsiders can't interfere at all. Even if you go in now, you will only disturb him." Yang Kai remained silent. Since Yuhi said so, even if he wanted to help, there was nothing he could do. "Let's wait for another 2 days. If he still doesn't come out, it means he has failed. At that time, we can only collect his corpse." Yuhi stroked her hair behind her ear. Just as she finished speaking, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became serious as he stared at the secret room in front of him. Using his divine sense, he seemed to sense some subtle movements coming from inside the secret room. Yuhi obviously also noticed this and turned her head to look at Yang Kai in surprise. After a while, the large array arranged in the secret room slowly closed. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and took a step forward, opening the door of the secret room and rushing in. Yuhi followed closely behind. Inside the secret room, a strong smell of blood filled the air, and the entire secret room was a mess, as if it had been swept away by several violent forces. At the center of the secret chamber, a figure sat cross-legged quietly with his head lowered. His black hair hung down disheveled and covered his face. Meng Hong was in an extremely miserable state at this moment. His entire body was covered with traces of dried blood. Obviously, he had suffered a lot. Moreover, his aura was so weak that Yang Kai could not tell at a glance whether he had succeeded or failed. Somewhat worried, Yang Kai stepped forward, stood opposite Meng Hong, and called out softly, "Brother Meng!" Chapter 4009. Meng Hong slowly raised his head. His eyes were sunken, and his face was extremely pale, but his eyes were really bright. Looking at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth twitched, revealing a smile. "God bless me!" Yang Kai's heart suddenly relaxed, and he also laughed. "Brother Meng, you're really lucky." Meng Hong had fought for a future in a situation where there was only a slim chance of survival. Although Yang Kai did not know how Meng Hong had spent the past 8 days, he knew that Meng Hong must have been hovering between life and death in these days, judging from his current state and the situation in the secret chamber. After asking him to take a few elixirs and regulate his breathing for a while, Yang Kai sent him back to his room to rest. Meng Hong called the 2 disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture over and personally explained the whole story to them. The 2 disciples looked scared. One blamed his big brother for taking such a big risk without telling them. What if something unexpected happened? The other was indignant and clamored to kill that bitch Chinyu now to vent the anger in his big brother's heart. After arguing for a while, Yang Kai and Yueha left, leaving the 3 brothers to talk. In the next few days, Meng Hong's state was getting better day by day. The Tai Pure Divine Water had stripped away the 4 kinds of level 3 strength that originally existed in his Taoist seal, allowing him to return to the state when he first condensed his Taoist seal. It was tantamount to giving him a chance to start over. This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was not available to everyone. This time, Meng Hong would naturally not make do with it casually. He would definitely seize it well. A few days later, Yang Kai visited Meng Hong again and asked him about his future plans. Meng Hong said, "I destroyed my 3rd rank foundation because I naturally desired to achieve a higher rank. 4th rank is not within my consideration. 6th rank is too far away and rare, and it is not something I can bear. If I can achieve 5th rank splitting the heavens, then my life and death experience will not be in vain." Yang Kai nodded slightly when he heard this. Meng Hong's ambition to open the heavens in the 5th stage was indeed not great. However, for the disciples of the Great Moon Prefecture, reaching the 5th stage was definitely an extravagant hope in the past. After all, any 5th stage material was worth 1.5 million opening heaven pills. 7 materials would cost at least 10 million opening heaven pills. The Great Moon Prefecture might be able to raise this amount of money by selling everything they had, but it was meaningless to buy it without any connections. It had to be known that even with such a powerful backer like the Lady Boss, Bai Qi had only reached the 5th stage of splitting the heavens and had been disturbed at a critical juncture. If it weren't for Yang Kai giving him some worldly source liquid, he would have died long ago. If Meng Hong could reach the 5th stage of splitting the heavens, then he could look forward to the 7th stage in his lifetime. He wouldn't be stuck at the middle stage of splitting the heavens for the rest of his life. He would also have the opportunity to experience the high stage of splitting the heavens. Moreover, Meng Hong had also said that the 6th stage material was not something he could bear. Someone had told Yang Kai before that, for a cultivator, the higher the grade of the material they condensed, the better. Everyone had their own tolerance limit. If this limit was exceeded, the higher the grade of the material, the more likely it was that the cultivator would die in vain. Meng Hong had set himself at the 5th stage, which was the limit that most cultivators could bear. If it was higher, neither their physical body nor Dao Seal would be able to bear it. If I reach the 5th stage, I can give Brother Meng something. As he spoke, Yang Kai flipped his hand, and a scorching light immediately appeared on his palm, as if he had caught a small sun in his hand. Meng Hong's expression froze as he shouted, "True Sun Flame! Is this something you obtained from the Sun Star?" He had seen the true Sun Flame before. After all, when the Sun Star was extinguished, a group of disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture were also present. They had followed Wei Kei to search for the true Sun Flame, so Meng Hong recognized it at a glance. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I obtained it from the Sun Star." In the Sun Star, not only had Yang Kai obtained the Golden Crow's corpse under the watchful eyes of many heaven-opening realm cultivators, but he had also obtained a lot of true Sun Flame. There were 4th stage and 5th stage true Sun Flame, but there were not many 5th stage true Sun Flames, only 3. They had never been of much use to him. Since Meng Hong needed them, Yang Kai would not be stingy. Staring at the true Sun Flame in a daze, Meng Hong wanted to refuse, but he was reluctant to do so. The Great Moon Prefecture had obtained a 5th stage true Sun Flame before, but they had not given it to their own disciples. Instead, they had exchanged it for some 4th stage true Sun Flame. With such careful planning, it was possible that a 4th stage true Sun Flame could be brought to the Great Moon Prefecture in the near future. At that time, the Great Moon Prefecture would have a middle stage true Sun Flame, barely becoming a 2nd-grade force. Observing Meng Hong's expression, Yang Kai smiled and said, "Brother Meng, please accept it first. Just treat it as a loan from me. If there is a chance in the future, just return it to me." Hearing him say this, Meng Hong didn't continue to be polite and immediately nodded. This Meng will not fail to live up to Brother Yang's good intentions. Circulating his strength, Meng Hong received the true Sun Flame. In an instant, a wave of heat hit him in the face, and he could not help but groan, his expression changing slightly. Previously, he had been refining 3rd-grade materials with ease. Now that he had come into contact with 5th-grade materials, he realized that these high-quality materials were not something that could be refined by just anyone. If one's foundation was slightly weaker, it was very likely that they would be burned to death by this scorching power. How could they talk about the power to split the heavens? He secretly rejoiced that he had not bitten off more than he could chew and had only set his goal as a 5th stage true Sun Flame. Now, it seemed that this was a wise decision. Leaving Meng Hong to refine the true Sun Flame and condense his fire attribute true Sun Flame, Yang Kai called over 2 disciples from the Great Moon Prefecture to protect him before leaving. Passing through a corridor, he suddenly saw a familiar figure sweeping the fallen leaves in the courtyard and was slightly startled. As if sensing something, Chinyu raised her head and looked over. When their eyes met, she quickly bowed her head and saluted, "6th Master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and had no intention of talking to her. He left the woman behind, intending to let Meng Hong deal with it himself. Unfortunately, Meng Hong had been in seclusion before, and now that he had obtained the true sun flame, she was afraid that he would not be in the mood for love in a short time. Just as he was about to leave, Yuhi hurried over. Guazian sent a message that his subordinates have found a primary magnet mountain. Primary magnet mountain? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi said, primary magnet divine stones are nurtured in the primary magnet mountain, which is a treasure used to condense metal attribute, true sun flame. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Where is it located? He had just finished condensing earth attribute true sun flame, and the next thing he needed to condense was metal attribute true sun flame. At this time, Guazian's message was really like a pillow being sent when he was sleepy. He just didn't know if there were primary magnet divine stones above grade 7 in the primary magnet mountain. He handed Yang Kai a jade slip. Yang Kai took it and scanned it with his divine sense. He found that it was a map, and it was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Star City. He continued, our people are not the only ones who have discovered the primary magnet mountain. There are many others. According to Guazian, someone has already found primary magnet divine stones inside. What grade? Yang Kai asked. There are 3rd grade, 4th grade, and 5th grade. He seemed to know what he wanted to ask, and after she finished speaking, her red lips squirmed. Materials above grade 5 are very rare, and it is difficult to find even in the great cosmological realm. You'd better not have too much hope. Yang Kai was non-committal. I'll go take a look. Meng Hong is condensing fire attribute, true sun flame. You stay behind and take care of him. I can't be bothered with his life or death. He curled her lips and turned to look at Chinyu. I'll leave it to you. Chinyu blinked, pointed at herself, and asked me. Looking up, there was no trace of Yang Kai and Yuhi. The two of them had long since disappeared. After leaving the mansion, Yang Kai soared into the sky, identified the direction a little, and then rushed off in a certain direction with he following closely behind. In a corner of the Star City, 2 figures stood quietly, staring in the direction Yang Kai and Yuhi had left. Of the 2, one was a middle-aged man wearing a golden crown and a python robe with a dignified expression, and the other was a fat man. The fat man was none other than Chen Tianfei of Crimson Star. As the Crimson Star's head, Chen Tianfei was also a figure above all in the Star City, but at this moment he had fallen behind the middle-aged man. Is that the new head? The middle-aged man suddenly asked. Yes, it's him, a boy named Yang Kai. Chen Tianfei replied respectfully. These past few days of recuperation had allowed his body to return to its original fat state. At this moment his face was glowing red and his face was glowing. Observing his expression, Chen Tianfei carefully asked, what is the head's plan? This middle-aged man was the mysterious head of Crimson Star. When the Poison Lady and Ganhong had died at the hands of Yang Kai, this person had not appeared, but now, for some reason, he had appeared. What do you want to do? The head asked indifferently. Chen Tianfei deliberated for a moment before saying, after all, the Poison Lady and Ganhong were killed by him. Previously, I had no choice but to admit his position as the head of the family, but this matter has already spread. If I don't give my subordinates an explanation, I'm afraid it will be difficult to convince them in the future. You want to kill him? The head said. Chen Tianfei said, it's up to the head. The head said, if it's really as you say, then this brat can kill the Poison Lady and Ganhong in such a short period of time. Then he is a rare talent. With Qi Xing's current strength, I'm afraid they won't be able to kill him. Chen Tianfei was shocked. Even the head is not confident. This surprised him quite a bit. He had thought that the head would not let Yang Kai off so easily. If not, how could he and the remaining heads have compromised so easily? But now, listening to the head's words, it seemed that there was no way to deal with Yang Kai. Could it be that they really wanted him to take over the Poison Lady and Ganhong's position? The head said indifferently, to be able to kill the Poison Lady and Ganhong under your joint efforts. This person is already invincible in the Emperor realm. in the great void realm. This king is not confident in taking him down. Chen Tianfei could not help but widen his eyes. Although Qi Xing was a loose organization, the head had a great background and was extremely insightful. Even he said that Yang Kai was invincible in the Emperor realm. Chapter 4010. It was clear that Yang Kai was indeed quite capable to receive such a high evaluation from the head. Chen Tianfei pondered for a moment before saying, "Head means wait and see." The head turned around and walked towards the seclusion grounds. It won't be too late to deal with him after we leave the great cosmological abyss. It's just the Emperor realm. Chen Tianfei cupped his hands and sent him off. Head is wise. The Origin Magnet Mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from the Crimson Star faction's base, which was beyond the Crimson Star faction's range. Yang Kai and Yu, he sped all the way and spent more than 2 hours to reach their destination. There was a continuous mountain range in front of them. It was unknown how long it was, but it wasn't too high. The mountain peaks were scattered randomly, and they could sense the aura of many cultivator activities in the mountain range. Before he could even get close, Kai Yang felt an extremely strange power lingering around his body. This power had a metallic feel to it, but it wasn't completely metallic. It was extremely strange, and this power was unpredictable. Sometimes it seemed to push and pull, and sometimes it seemed to revolve. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Is this the Origin Magnet Force? Yuhi nodded. The Origin Magnet Force is unpredictable. If we can use the Origin Magnet Divine Stones to condense the metal element power, we might be able to comprehend the divine technique of the Origin Magnet Force. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was even more certain that he hadn't fully developed the power of the Immortal Tree and Golden Crow primordial fire. He was looking forward to the Origin Magnet Mountain. Soon, a figure appeared in front of them. It was none other than Guizian. Obviously, he had received the news and specially came to welcome Yang Kai and Yuhi. When he got close, Guizian cupped his hands. Sixth head, seventh head. Yang Kai nodded slightly. How's the situation? Guizian said, We've gained something, but it's not much. They're all Origin Magnet Divine Stones below grade 3. Let me see. Yang Kai extended his hand. Guizian didn't say a word and handed a stone the size of a millstone to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked down and saw that this thing was pitch black. At first glance, it didn't look special, but upon closer inspection, he could feel the rich metal element power contained within it. The Origin Magnet Force he had felt before was becoming more obvious and direct. Yang Kai nodded lightly and handed the Divine Essence magnetic stone back, lowering his head to look down below and seeing a group of people bustling about. But we only have about 30 people. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, No need. Since the news has already spread, they can come if they want. If they don't want to come, it's useless to send a message. Guizian agreed. Many people already knew about the Origin Magnet Mountain. The other heads might have also received the news, but they still hadn't seen anyone. They didn't know if they didn't want to come or if they were already on their way. After flying with Guizian for a while, they landed on a mountain top. There were many people busy here. Yang Kai's 30 or so subordinates were all gathered here. There were many holes in the mountain, some deep and some shallow. From time to time, there would be clanking sounds coming from the holes. It was obvious that they were all working hard to find the Origin Magnet Divine Stones. Yang Kai turned to Guizian and asked, How do you divide the benefits from the work you've done? Guizian replied, All the benefits are assessed together and then divided according to how much effort each person put in. But generally speaking, the head will take more than half. Yang Kai nodded. More than half was reasonable, but he obviously wasn't going to follow suit. Pass down the order. All Origin Magnet Divine Stones below the 5th grade can be kept. There's no need to hand them over. I only want 5th grade and above Origin Magnet Divine Stones. If anyone dares to hide them, kill them without mercy. Guizian's expression turned serious when he heard this. Sixth head, are you serious? Although Yang Kai only wanted 5th grade and above magnetic divine stones, which sounded a bit like robbery at first glance, it had to be known that after searching here for so long, they had yet to find a single 5th grade divine stone. However, they had already found a few 3rd grade divine stones. In other words, Yang Kai was risking returning empty-handed. On the other hand, as long as the 30 people found 5th grade and below origin magnet divine stones, they could keep them for themselves. From another point of view, this was very beneficial to the 30 people. After all, if Yang Kai imitated what the poison matriarch did in the past, even if they really found 5th grade divine stones, they wouldn't have a share. Yang Kai said, "I told you to pass down the order, so do it. Don't talk nonsense." Guazian hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Yes." The order was quickly passed down, and the 30 or so people were all extremely excited. They worked even harder to search, and even Guazian went into a hole and disappeared without a trace. Yuhi turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "What do you want 5th grade divine stones for?" In this vast universe, only she knew that Yang Kai had condensed 7th grade divine stones, so she was a little puzzled at this moment. "If I want them, then I'll take them," Yang Kai casually replied. 5th grade divine stones were useless to him, but there would be a day when a lot of his friends and family in the star boundary would come out of this universe. When that time came, they would definitely need them. Yang Kai's own strength was very high, so he naturally didn't care about those low-grade divine stones. 5th grade divine stones were barely the threshold to enter his eyes. There was no harm in making plans for the future. What's more, even if he didn't use them, the value of 5th grade divine stones was still there. Turning his head to look at the mountain to the side, there was no one. Yang Kai flew to the mountain and raised his hand to release the earth dragon. His divine sense surged, and after communicating with it for a while, the earth dragon turned around and plunged into the ground, quickly drilling a large hole. The earth dragon was an exotic beast that lived underground. Digging a hole was a piece of cake for it. Rumbling noises came from the hole, and they soon went far away. The solid rocks could not withstand the corrosive power of the earth dragon's venom. Just this earth dragon alone was equivalent to the efficiency of hundreds of people. Yang Kai didn't stay idle either. He ordered Yuhi to stay in place while he followed the earth dragon and drilled into the ground, releasing his divine sense to search. After a while, he had a harvest. A 3rd grade divine essence magnet stone was in his bag. With the earth dragon leading the way, Yang Kai easily penetrated 1,000 meters into the ground. No one had set foot in the great cosmological realm for thousands of years. So many rare treasures had been born here. The number of divine essence magnet stones in this divine essence magnet mountain was also quite large, and the deeper one went, the denser they became. In just half an hour, Yang Kai had already found 5 or 6 pieces of divine essence magnet stone, but unfortunately their quality was not very high. The highest was only 3rd grade, and there were even some 1st grade and 2nd grade ones. Not being picky, Yang Kai put them away into his space ring. Although these divine essence magnet stones were not of much use, they could still be sold for some heaven-opening pills. Now that he had run out of heaven-opening pills, and it was Yuhi who had paid for the herbs in the star market, Yang Kai felt a little apologetic. As the earth dragon continued to explore, Yuhi's divine sense suddenly rang in his ears. "Come out quickly! Something's happened!" Yang Kai frowned when he heard this, and his figure suddenly came to a stop as he followed the earth dragon. His figure flickered as he pushed his space principles and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, Yang Kai had arrived at the mountain peak from before. Looking down, Yang Kai frowned slightly as he saw that below, led by Yuhi and Guazian, his subordinates had gathered, but at this moment they were surrounded by another group of people. The number of people in this group was not small, at least 300 to 400, almost 10 times the number of people on his side. The auras of the leaders were even more powerful, so it was obvious at a glance that they were not pushovers. The two groups of people were facing each other, and the atmosphere was tense. Yang Kai could not help frowning. It seemed that some kind of conflict had occurred, but he had been following the Earth Dragon to search for divine essence magnet stones on another mountain peak before, so he did not know what was going on here. With a flicker, Yang Kai arrived beside you. He glanced at the other side's people before asking, "What's wrong?" He smiled bitterly and flipped her hand, summoning a fist-sized divine essence magnet stone. However, although this divine essence magnet stone still had a pitch-black luster, there were some unpredictable colors flowing on its surface. A strange force lingered around this divine essence magnet stone, no different from the divine essence magnet Yang Kai had felt before. Yang Kai raised his brow and asked, "What grade is it?" He could tell at a glance that this divine essence magnet stone was different from the others. It was on a completely different level from the third-rank divine stones he had found before. Although this divine stone was much smaller, its quality was extremely high. "Fifth rank," he replied. "My subordinate found this thing and shouted out in excitement, leading them here." Saying so, she turned her head and glanced at a thin man beside her. This fifth-rank divine stone was obviously found by this man. At this moment, the man's face was filled with guilt as he secretly blamed himself for being too careless. He was simply too excited at the time and could not control himself. After all, this was the first time he had ever seen a fifth-rank material. So it was because he was greedy. Yang Kai understood and reached out to take the fifth-rank divine stone, stuffing it directly into his space ring before patting the thin man on the shoulder and praising, "Well done! I'll remember your contribution." The man was startled when he heard this and looked up at Yang Kai, his face filled with excitement. He had thought that the sixth young master would scold him for acting rashly, but unexpectedly, not only was he not reprimanded, he was even praised. This new sixth young master seemed to be a little different at this moment. One of the people on the other side stepped forward and shouted, "It's you, you little bastard!" As he spoke, he gnashed his teeth, as if there was some kind of irreconcilable hatred between him and Yang Kai. Yang Kai raised his eyes and found that this person was somewhat familiar. Obviously, he had seen him somewhere before. After taking a closer look, he could not help grinning. "We meet again." This guy was none other than Bi Jian, whom Yang Kai had met a few months ago on Crouching Dragon Mountain. Chapter 4011. Since Bi Jian was here, there was no need to think about the background of the people gathered here. They were definitely from the Thunderlight sect. A few months ago, in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian had led the Thunderlight sect's group to collect a lot of dragon blood flowers. However, they were intimidated by the might of Yang Kai's Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon, so they had no choice but to leave behind all their gains and retreat. At that time, Bi Jian did not have many subordinates he could use. Dealing with a Scarlet Flood Dragon was already a difficult task, and with the addition of an Earth Dragon, he could only grit his teeth and admit defeat. Every time he thought about it over the past few months, he would be filled with hatred and secretly vowed to take revenge when he saw Yang Kai again. However, the great cosmological realm was not small, and he did not know where Yang Kai was, so there was naturally no way to take revenge. He did not expect to meet him in Origin Magnet Mountain today. Naturally, when enemies met, their eyes would turn red. After recognizing Yang Kai, Bi Jian sneered, "Brat, to think you would have such a day. I told you long ago to leave some leeway when doing things. I wanted to see you again in the future, but you insisted on killing me. Let's see if you die today." That day in Crouching Dragon Mountain, Bi Jian admitted that his strength was inferior and had proposed to leave half of the dragon blood flowers behind, but Yang Kai did not agree. In the end, Bi Jian had no choice but to leave everything behind in order to escape unscathed. Now that he met Yang Kai in Origin Magnet Mountain, he naturally wanted to vent the hatred in his heart and repay the humiliation of that day. Yang Kai chuckled. "Whether I die or not depends on whether you have the ability." "You know him?" an elderly man beside Bi Jian asked. He could also see that there should be some grudges between Bi Jian and Yang Kai. Bi Jian sneered. "Brother Zhu." Do you remember Crouching Dragon Mountain I told you about before? Old Man Zhu raised his eyebrows. It's him. It's him. Bi Jian gritted his teeth. At that time he controlled 2 powerful exotic beasts, so this king had no choice but to temporarily avoid them. I have been searching for him for the past few months, but unfortunately I did not find him. I did not expect to meet him here. Old Man Zhu nodded slightly. Since that is the case, there is no need to be polite. Raising his eyes to look at Yang Kai, he said, "Little brat, I heard that you obtained a lot of dragon blood flowers from Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obediently hand over those dragon blood flowers and the grade 5 divine stone you just obtained. Perhaps you can still live. Otherwise, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death. Oh, dragon blood flowers to be, which heaven-opening heaven realm cultivator would not to covet them. Once one's strength reached the heaven-opening realm, besides slowly increasing one's grade, heaven-opening realm experts would focus on cultivating their physical body. The dragon blood flower was a treasure needed to cultivate one's physical body. If he could obtain those dragon blood flowers, Old Man Zhu was confident he could raise the quality of his physical body by several levels. At that time, even if his grade didn't increase, his strength would greatly increase. As for the 5th rank divine stone, he naturally couldn't let it go either. A 5th rank divine stone was worth at least 1,500,000 heaven-opening pills. Master Zhu, Lord Yang is my Crimson Star's 6th manager. For you to be so aggressive, do you want to declare war on my Crimson Star? Guozian took a step forward and said firmly. Bi Jian and the old man surnamed Zhu were both taken aback by these words. Old Man Zhu sized up Guozian and suddenly asked, "You are from Crimson Star?" Whether it was Thunder Light Sect or Crimson Star, both had dominated Star City for hundreds or thousands of years and had many dealings with each other. As Crimson Star's great commander, Guozian was naturally not a nobody. Old Man Zhu had seen him a few times before, but he had not paid much attention to him. Hearing him say this, Old Man Zhu came to a realization. Guozian quickly said yes. Bi Jian was even more stunned. Isn't Crimson Star's 6th manager the poison matriarch? When did it become this boy? Guozian said, "The poison matriarch has fallen. This is my Crimson Star's new 6th manager." Bi Jian and Old Man Zhu looked at each other in dismay when they heard this, unable to believe that the poison matriarch had actually died. That woman was a poison master, and even the 2 of them did not dare provoke her lightly. They did not know how the poison matriarch had died and who killed her. However, Guozian was a great commander of Crimson Star. Since he had said so, it was definitely not wrong. Bi Jian snorted and said, "Your Crimson Star is really getting worse and worse. You actually appointed someone from the Emperor realm as your 6th manager? Is there no one else in Crimson Star that you can use?" Old Man Zhu also snorted. "So what if it is Crimson Star? It's not like my Thunderlight sect has never fought with your Crimson Star before. Who is afraid of who?" Guozian's face sank. "Are you 2 not going to give me face?" Old Man Zhu shouted angrily, "What face do you have? Enough nonsense. If you don't want to die, hurry up and hand over that thing." Bi Jian raised his hand and said calmly, "Guozian, I'll show you the way. Do you want to listen or not?" Guozian frowned and said, "Master Bi Jian, if you have something to say, just say it." Bi Jian grinned at Yang Kai and pointed at him, saying he's dead for sure today. No one can save him. If you don't want to die, surrender obediently and join my Thunderlight sect. You may live. Yang Kai only had 30 people around him, but Thunderlight sect had dispatched 300 people this time. With a tenfold difference in numbers, it was almost a crushing situation in the great cosmological realm. Even if Yang Kai had the ability to reach the heavens, he could forget about escaping safely. However, it was not bad to admire his despair before killing him. Bi Jian was not worried about the choice of Crimson Star and the others. If they surrendered, They would naturally follow their wishes. If they were stubborn, he would just kill them all. At the moment of life and death, there would always be someone who would make a wise choice. I will only count to 3. Those who do not come forward after 3 breaths will be killed without mercy. Bi Jian raised his hand high and looked at Yang Kai triumphantly. Dragging out his last word, he shouted, 1. With this shout, the 30 people behind Yang Kai suddenly became restless, all of them panicking and wearing ugly expressions. 2. Bi Jian shouted again, and his raised fingers became 2. The 300 people of Thunder Light sect secretly urged their strength, as if they were ready to kill the enemy at any time. The silent pressure made most of Crimson Star's people pale. In just a short moment, there were people who could not bear the threat of death and quickly jumped out from behind Yang Kai, shouting, I surrender, don't kill me. With 1 person, 2 more followed, and in an instant, 7 or 8 people rushed out. Guazian's eyes were filled with anger as he cursed. A bunch of idiots. My Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect have been fighting for many years, and the blood feud between us is irreconcilable. Even if you surrender, what kind of good days will you have in the future? It is better to follow the 2 masters and open a bloody path. Even if you die here, don't bring shame to my Crimson Star's name. As soon as these words came out, the people who were still a little restless immediately extinguished their thoughts. What Guazian said was right. Crimson Star and Thunderlight sect had been fighting for many years, and the hatred between them was irreconcilable. At this time, even if they could keep their lives, they would suffer a fate worse than death in the future, so they might as well give it a try. However, not everyone thought so. After the 7 or 8 people left, nearly 10 people rushed to Thunderlight sect's side. Yang Kai did not have many people under his command, and now that nearly 20 people had run away, only a dozen or so people remained behind him, forming a sharp contrast with the hundreds of people from Thunderlight sect. Guazian's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at the defectors, wishing he could rush up and tear them to pieces. But now that he could not even protect himself, how could he spare the energy to kill these traitors? Bi Jian laughed loudly and proudly declared, Crimson Star, you're nothing but trash. This king casually threatened you, and you all turned into a mass of scattered sand. How could you accomplish anything? The people from Thunderlight sect also burst into laughter. Bi Jian's expression suddenly became cold as he snorted. This king hates defectors the most. They have no sense of responsibility at all. What use is there in keeping such people? Cut them all down. As soon as these words fell, the faces of the dozen or so cultivator who had rushed to Thunderlight sect's side changed greatly. But before they could beg for mercy, they were enveloped by an overwhelming number of artifacts and secret techniques. Not even a scream could be heard as the dozen or so people died on the spot. The smell of blood soared into the sky as more than a dozen mutilated corpses were strewn across the mountain, the aftermath of the energy slowly spreading out. The dozen or so people standing behind Yang Kai watched in horror, secretly rejoicing that they had not rushed over just now. Otherwise, the ones lying on the ground would have been their own corpses. But now their lives were still in the hands of others, and facing an enemy dozens of times their number. Their chances of survival were slim. Guazian glared at him and said, You went back on your word. Bi Jian chuckled, So what if I did? Guazian ground his teeth. Although he hated those defectors and wished he could personally kill them to vent his anger, seeing them being killed by Thunderlight sect like this, he could not help feeling sad and angry. Secretly regretting it, if he had known this would happen, he would have sent a message to the other masters and asked them to bring more people over. Now that he only had a dozen or so people on his side, surrounded by hundreds of enemy forces, he was afraid that today would be a disaster. Thinking of this, Guazian approached Yang Kai and said in a low voice, 2 masters, when the battle starts, leave immediately. This humble one will be responsible for bringing up the rear. I only hope that if there is a chance in the future, you will avenge my brothers. Yang Kai turned to look at him and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "When it comes to taking revenge, I have never liked to delay it." Guazian was stunned. "Sixth Master," Yang Kai smiled at him, "you are very good." Regardless of the reason why Guazian hadn't defected, just based on the words he had just said and his promise to bring up the rear for Yang Kai would definitely ensure his safety. Previously, he only thought that Guazian was a taciturn person, but now he knew that his character was not bad. It seemed that Qi Xing had assigned him a very good commander. He pursed her lips and chuckled. "You have not seen our sixth master's ability. Today is a good opportunity to broaden your horizons." Guazian was confused and looked at the two masters in a daze. They were clearly surrounded by hundreds of people and their lives were hanging by a thread, but they were still able to talk and laugh like this, full of confidence. Although he did not know where their confidence came from, Guazian's heroic spirit was aroused, and he quickly said, "Two masters, please give the order. Even if it is a mountain of swords or a sea of flames, this humble one will go." Asterisk pa pa pa. Asterisk B. Jian clapped his hands and chuckled. What a good show of filial piety, truly touching. His face suddenly sank, and he said in a cold voice, "But this is meaningless. Today you will all die here." Chapter 40:12. Who will die and who will live has yet to be determined. Don't boast so early. Yang Kai grinned sinisterly as he shook the 6 directions Rui pouch. With a boom, a colossal creature appeared. The crimson flood dragon's roar shook the heavens as a scorching aura lingered around its 30-meter-long body. The crimson scales that covered its body were incomparably sturdy. It raised its house-sized head and looked down at the world. Feeling the might of this vicious creature, everyone from Thunderlight's sect turned pale with fright, especially those who had followed Bijian and fought with the crimson flood dragon in crouching Dragon Mountain. Their faces turned pale. Last time, they had quite a number of people and had fought a great battle with the crimson flood dragon under Bijian's lead. However, in the end, they were all covered in dust and grime. If it weren't for Bijian's prompt decision to retreat quickly, many people would have died that day. Learning from their mistakes, how could they not be afraid when they saw the crimson flood dragon again? "It's this damn thing again." Bijian's face darkened. He never would have thought that the crimson flood dragon would actually follow by Yang Kai's side. He hadn't seen the crimson flood dragon and the earth dragon before, and thought that the two mutated beasts had abandoned Yang Kai. Now, he knew that Yang Kai could summon them at will. Old Man Zhu's eyes lit up as he stared at the 6 directions Rui pouch in Yang Kai's hand and greedily said, "Good treasure!" He could tell at a glance that this pouch was a space artifact that could hold living things. Otherwise, how could the crimson flood dragon be summoned so easily? Yang Kai stared deeply at him and grinned. He waved his hand and said, "Kill them all." A dragon's roar shook the heavens as the crimson flood dragon rushed out like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It opened its huge mouth and spat out raging flames that attacked the people from Thunderlight sect. The flames that were scorching hot enough to burn all things instantly swept through the entire area. There were too many people from Thunderlight sect, more than 300 of them. There were people everywhere, so the crimson flood dragon didn't need to choose anything to attack. It only needed to spit out flames. When the crimson flood dragon moved, Thunderlight sect was shocked. Bijian sternly shouted, "Spread out! Be careful of this beast!" Even though his shout wasn't too late, there were still people who couldn't avoid it in time. The main reason was that the appearance of the scarlet flood dragon was too sudden, and no one was prepared for it. The scorching flames instantly enveloped 7 or 8 people. Pain screams rang out, and those people turned into 7 or 8 balls of fire. This was not the end. While the crimson flood dragon spat out fire, its enormous body coiled and coiled. With a rumbling sound, it instantly broke apart the Thunderlight's formation, separating several hundred people. A strong and powerful tail swept out, bringing with it a terrifying and irresistible force, sweeping towards the Thunderlight sex members. Those who stood in its way died upon contact, or were injured upon contact. When the Scarlet Flood Dragon attacked, everyone from Thunderlight was flustered. However, after merely 3 breaths of time, there were attacks that covered the sky and covered the earth that flew towards the Scarlet Jiao. Having a large body had its disadvantages, and the attacks it received were also many. Those destructive attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing sparks to fly and scales to fall off. In an instant, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was riddled with wounds. The Scarlet Flood Dragon cried out in pain. Not only did the pain of being attacked not cause it to retreat, but it instead stimulated its vicious beast's brutality. Forcibly enduring the various attacks, it rushed in front of a group of Thunderlight sex disciples and spat out flames. Pain screams rang out again, and the dozen or so Thunderlight sex disciples in front all turned into balls of fire, rolling on the ground. In the midst of this chaos, Yang Kai also brazenly attacked. Under the urging of space principles, the space within a radius of 1,000 feet became as viscous as a swamp, making it difficult for all the enemies here to move or circulate the energy in their bodies. With a raise of his hand, pitch-black moon blades cut through the void and shot out in all directions. Those who stood in his way were all cut in half at the waist. The smell of blood filled the air, and severed limbs and flesh flew everywhere. The small mountain top suddenly became like purgatory. Guazian was stunned, and so were the dozen or so people from Qixing. Only you, he seemed to have expected this, her eyes fixed on Yang Kai's movements. But there was also a strange light in her beautiful eyes. For Qixing and the other dozen or so people, what they saw today was really hard to believe. Although they had long heard from different sources that this new 6th manager had killed Poison Lady and gone Hong by himself and taken the position of 6th manager, after all, they had not seen the battle with their own eyes. What's more, on that day, Qixing and the other managers were suppressed by Yang Kai to the point of being unable to breathe. Therefore, except for a few people, no one knew just how terrifying Yang Kai was. Until now, Guazian had watched the cultivator belonging to Lei Guang fall like straw in front of Yang Kai. No one was able to block the dark, crescent moon-like attack. Even if some people were able to stimulate their protective strength, they would still be easily broken through and die. Only now did Guazian realize just how terrifying this new 6th manager was. This crescent moon-like attack contained extremely mysterious power fluctuations that were unfathomable and definitely not something an ordinary person could comprehend. In just 10 breaths of time, more than 30 people had fallen at the hands of Yang Kai, all of them dying extremely miserable deaths. This kind of battle record was even more ferocious than Qi Jiao's. It turns out this new 6th manager is so powerful. Guazian stared at this scene in a daze, the blood in his chest surging up, causing his mouth to go dry. Raising his hand, he summoned out a long stick-shaped artifact and rushed forward in quick steps. He grabbed him back and stared at him. "What are you doing?" "Helping." Guazian replied without hesitation. He sneered. "What can you do to help? If you really rush over, he will have to take care of you. Don't cause trouble and just obediently stay behind me." Saying so, she grabbed Guazian's collar and threw him back. Guazian was speechless, but thinking about it, he knew that the 7th manager was right. Although he was strong, this was the great cosmological boundary after all. He couldn't display the strength of a heaven-opening realm master. So, in this chaotic situation, he really couldn't help much. If he really rushed over, he would only cause more trouble. Although he was unwilling, he could only endure. He chuckled. "If someone really needs to help, it should be me. It's not your turn yet. Just watch quietly." In fact, she didn't know to what extent Yang Kai could reach. But she knew that Yang Kai possessed the space principles and could always run away if he couldn't win. So she wasn't too worried about Yang Kai's safety. As the two spoke, nearly 30 people fell to the ground, either killed by scarlet flood dragons or cut down by moon blades. None of them were injured, all of them dying on the spot. Since the start of the battle, only a few dozen breaths had passed, yet more than 50 to 60 people from Thunderlight sect had fallen. Even though Thunderlight sect had a large number of people, they couldn't withstand such a terrifying consumption. Old Man Zhu's eyes widened in anger, while Bijian's heart burned with anxiety. Neither of them had expected Yang Kai to be so fierce. They had thought that they could rely on their absolute advantage in numbers to defeat him, but who knew that they would be slaughtered like falling flowers? Was this still the Emperor Realm? If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. But the truth was right in front of them. One man and one scarlet flood dragon had actually caused Thunderlight sect's several hundred people to panic. What are you all afraid of? He's only one person. Fight back, you idiots! Bijian shouted angrily. Old Man Zhu also began to shout. Under the organization of the two, Thunderlight sect's people finally managed to stabilize the situation. Previously, they had been caught off guard by the Scarlet Flood Dragon's shocking appearance, and then they had been slaughtered by Yang Kai, causing rivers of blood to flow. Thunderlight sect's people were truly frightened, but now that they heard Bijian and Old Man Zhu's shouts, they finally reacted. Their opponent was only one person, so no matter how strong he was, could 2 fists be a match for 4 hands? After paying the painful price of over 100 casualties, Thunderlight sect's people managed to stabilize the situation. The small teams quickly gathered together and worked together. Rumbling sounds rang out, and on the small mountaintop, the yuan qi of heaven and earth became chaotic. The violent energy caused the void to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. Countless attacks landed on the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body, causing it to continuously roar in anger. Its huge body tumbled, its scales falling off, and its entire body was covered in blood. Not only was the Scarlet Flood Dragon besieged, but Yang Kai was also unable to dodge. Attacks that blotted out the sky and covered the earth came from all directions. Yang Kai simply could not dodge. He also did not have any thoughts of dodging. His body shook, and when the Tao seal in his body blossomed with light, a thick and solid earth elemental power erupted. Around him, transparent rhombus-shaped shields enveloped him, leaving not the slightest gap. The rhombus-shaped shields were filled with the majesty of a giant dragon, and they were constantly rotating, changing unpredictably. Dragon Shield. When he absorbed the Earth Dragon's Dragon Pearl in Crouching Dragon Mountain and condensed the Earth elemental power, he comprehended the secret technique from the Dragon Pearl. This technique should be the Earth Dragon's innate dragon technique, and it was hidden in the Dragon Pearl. If it were anyone else, even if they obtained the Dragon Pearl, they might not necessarily be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. At most, they would be able to condense the earth elemental power. However, Yang Kai had blood flowing in his body, which came from the same source as the Earth Dragon, so it was natural that he would be able to comprehend the Dragon Shield secret technique. This was the first time Yang Kai used this technique against an enemy. He didn't know what kind of effect it would have, so he secretly activated his space principles, preparing to exile himself at any moment. An instant after the Dragon Shield secret technique was used, there was a series of rumbling sounds as a barrage of attacks enveloped Yang Kai. In an instant, there was a brilliant flash of light, and Yang Kai's figure disappeared from everyone's field of vision. Bijian sinisterly laughed. "Let's see if you can still survive this time." His heart was filled with joy. Yang Kai's previous performance had been too shocking. He had never seen such a savage person from the Emperor Realm before. If such a person was allowed to mature, who in this world could be his opponent? At that time, the first person he would kill would probably be Bijian. However, no matter how talented a genius was, they still needed time and space to grow. If they died midway, it wouldn't be a big deal. With over 100 attacks landing on his body, Bijian didn't believe that Yang Kai would be able to survive. Even a heaven-opening realm cultivator would have to avoid such an attack, let alone Yang Kai from the Emperor Realm. Sixth Mistress. Guazian cried out in alarm. Yu He's expression was extremely gloomy, although she forced herself to remain calm. Her tightly clenched fists revealed the nervousness in her heart. Chapter 40:13. How could he not be nervous? There were too many people from Thunderlight sect, so the number of attacks they sent out was just as great. The power of the secret techniques and artifacts they sent out was something no one could face head-on. Yang Kai's figure was completely submerged. The aftermath gradually subsided, and under everyone's watchful eyes, a heroic figure stood in place, completely unscathed, not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Bi Jian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, while old man Zhu cried out in alarm, "Impossible!" He breathed a sigh of relief as she clutched her towering chest. Just now, she had been so nervous that her heart had almost jumped out of her chest. The people from Thunderlight sect who attacked were also dumbfounded. They all thought that Yang Kai would die without a doubt under such an attack, but who knew that not only was he not dead, there wasn't even the slightest injury on his body. How did he do it? Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. The dragon shield technique really lived up to his expectations and was incomparably sturdy. Although it couldn't block all the attacks, the effect was beyond his expectations. After all, this was the Earth Dragon's natal secret technique, and it was stimulated by the Earth attribute condensed from the dragon bead. So it was truly extraordinary. Of the hundreds of attacks, at least half were blocked before the dragon shield around him shattered. The moment the dragon shield shattered, Yang Kai immediately banished himself into the void to avoid the remaining attacks. If not for this, how could he have remained unscathed? The chaotic power and dazzling light concealed his movements, causing everyone to mistakenly think that this was all the work of the dragon shield. Even He thought so. Many people from Thunderlight sect showed looks of despair. If the dragon shield secret technique was so powerful, who could have hurt Yang Kai? Bi Jian's eyelids twitched violently as he ground his teeth, so hard they almost shattered. Looking up, he happened to meet Yang Kai's playful eyes. Instinctively, his heart skipped a beat as a feeling of extreme danger enveloped his body. Without even thinking about it, Bi Jian hurriedly retreated. "Where do you think you're going?" Yang Kai shouted as he raised his hand and summoned the blue dragon spear, thrusting it forward bravely. A dragon's roar resounded as the spear swept through the air, stirring up a rain of blood. Anyone who blocked the spear's path was killed on the spot. Along the way, more than a dozen Thunderlight sect disciples could not dodge in time and exploded into smithereens. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was infinitely shortened. The black dragon spear rapidly enlarged in Bi Jian's vision, wrapped in the aura of death. Bi Jian was scared out of his wits. He felt a chill from head to toe. He shouted, "Brother Zhu, save me!" At the same time, the long sword in his hand danced, turning into a sky full of sword light that enveloped Yang Kai. At this critical moment of life and death, Bi Jian also erupted with his full strength. As the long sword in his hand danced, he raised his hand and summoned out a flag-like artifact. This artifact exploded in the air and turned into a white light that enveloped him. This flag-like artifact was a one-time consumable defensive artifact, and its value was definitely not cheap. Old man Zhu heard Bi Jian shout and turned his head to see Yang Kai stabbing with his spear, forcing Bi Jian to continuously retreat. Old man Zhu couldn't help but shout, "Impudent Junior!" As he finished speaking, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's back. As the fist flew out, the wind and clouds surged, and the huge fist shadow struck Kai Yang's back. Yang Kai was suddenly struck and staggered, but he didn't stop moving forward. Under the force of his attack, Bi Jian's sword light was shattered. The black dragon spear continued forward without slowing down, directly piercing the white light covering Bi Jian's body. The all-encompassing black dragon spear was actually unable to break through this lustrous white barrier. That layer of barrier looked incomparably weak, but it was extremely resilient. After being struck by the black dragon's spear, it fiercely caved in, but at the critical moment it blocked this killing blow. Bi Jian's eyes were filled with fear as he broke out in a cold sweat. At this critical moment of life and death, the ferocious nature hidden deep in his heart was aroused. Instead of retreating, he thrust his sword towards Yang Kai's eyes, the tip of his sword pulsing with sword light. Obviously, it contained a great deal of killing power. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Break!" The Tao seal in Yang Kai's body released a brilliant light, and a violent fire attribute energy poured into the black dragon spear. The originally simple and unadorned black dragon spear instantly became incomparably red, like a piece of burning iron. With a loud bang, the white light covering Bi Jian suddenly broke apart, and the black dragon spear pierced into his shoulder. At the same time, Bi Jian's sword slashed across Yang Kai's brow. Golden dragon blood splashed out, and Yang Kai's vision instantly blurred. Bi Jian staggered backwards, his face filled with resentment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's spear exploding with power, causing his movements to deviate slightly, this sword strike wouldn't have just injured Yang Kai's brow. It would have directly pierced his eyes. However, such an opportunity couldn't be missed, and it would be difficult to obtain another one. In this momentary confrontation, both of them were injured, and the scene could only be described as tragic. Not giving Kai Yang a chance to catch his breath, the old man, surnamed Zhu, had already charged in from behind. Who knows when, but the old man had raised 2 axes in his hands. Brandishing them, he chopped down towards Kai Yang. Yang Kai turned around and thrust his spear towards the axes, causing an irresistible force to erupt. Old man Zhu's eyes bulged as his axes flew out of his hands, and he couldn't stop himself from retreating. Old man Zhu was shocked. This young man is so strong. Old man Zhu had a 4th-order heaven opening cultivation, so he was able to retreat unscathed from Yang Kai's attack. But the Thunderlight sect members who followed him weren't so lucky. The azure dragon spear thrust out again and again, no matter what Emperor Realm Master they were, or what kind of power they condensed. The spear swept through and killed more than a dozen people on the spot. Asterisk Kong Long Long. Asterisk another round of attacks flew towards Yang Kai from all directions. But this time, before the attacks could reach him, Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he disappeared from where he stood. All of the attacks hit nothing but air. Teleporting, Yang Kai appeared in front of Bi Jian and, under Bi Jian's horrified gaze, thrust his spear straight at him. Bi Jian's face was ashen. Just now, he had been able to block Yang Kai's spear completely by relying on the power of his artifact. How could he use it now? Hastily, Bi Jian madly pushed his strength to resist. But as soon as he did, he immediately discovered an abnormality in his body. He didn't know when it had started, but a violent heat had appeared in his body, one that seemed capable of burning everything in the world. This heat flowed through his meridians and into his physique, wantonly incinerating everything. In that instant, Bi Jian realized that there was something strange about the spear that Yang Kai had used to injure him. But what was the use of figuring it out now? The heat that was enough to make his blood boil swept through his entire body, making it impossible for him to circulate his strength with all his heart. With a flash of the spear, the azure dragon spear pierced through Bi Jian's head, entering from the forehead and coming out from the back of his head. Bi Jian's eyes instantly widened as his body froze on the spot. Even now, he still couldn't believe that he, a 4th-grade heaven splitter, would die at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. His heart was filled with unwillingness, but he was powerless to reverse the situation, leaving only deep regret. If you can still reincarnate, remember to open your eyes and see clearly who you can provoke and who you can't. Yang Kai looked at him coldly. With a shake of the azure dragon spear in his hand, Bi Jian's head immediately exploded. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before crashing to the ground. Bi Jian's master had been killed, died at the hands of someone from the Emperor realm. All the Thunderlight Sect disciples who saw this scene were horrified. They were all stunned on the spot, not daring to act rashly. They had all seen Yang Kai's madness when he killed people just now, so how could they dare to make any moves at this time? In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area within a radius of 300 meters was completely silent. 300 meters away, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's 90-meter-long body moved back and forth, roaring incessantly as it tangled with another group of Thunderlight sect disciples. Although the Scarlet Flood Dragon was a great void realm fierce beast with extraordinary strength and had killed many people in the battle, it was still a strange beast after all. At this moment, it was already showing signs of decline. Its entire body was dripping with blood, and countless pieces of its scarlet scales had fallen off. The most terrifying wound was that it had almost been cut in half at the waist. It was surrounded by hundreds of people at all times. Attacks after attacks were continuously thrown at it, constantly wearing down its strength. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was in danger. It roared incessantly. Yang Kai looked up and snorted coldly. In a flash, he stood on top of the Scarlet Flood Dragon's head that was as large as a house. Using the black dragon's spear to his side, his hands rapidly formed seals. As the seals changed, a mysterious force lingered around Yang Kai's body. A low chant slowly came out. Flowing time, Great Emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream. When the palm came down, time seemed to freeze at this moment. Everyone's thoughts paused for a moment. Even Yu He and the others who were watching from afar were a little confused at this moment. By the time they came back to their senses, that palm had already come crashing down. Yang Kai's palm was aimed at the densest part of the crowd. The flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle like seal enveloped nearly 20 people. Under the erosion of the principles of time, those 20 people's hair instantly turned white and fell off. Their flesh and blood dried up, and their vitality declined. The Scarlet Flood Dragon took advantage of the situation and swept out with its divine dragon tail. More than 20 people who didn't understand what was going on exploded into a bloody mist, not even their bones remaining. Seeing this scene, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he held in grief in his heart. One man and one flood dragon. How could they be so fierce? Thunderlight Sect's 300 people were killed without any strength to fight back. If he hadn't personally experienced it, he wouldn't have believed it. Undefeatable, undefeatable. Thunderlight Sect had come aggressively this time, but not only had they lost over 100 people, even a master like Bijian had died on the spot. It could be said that their losses were extremely heavy. Gritting his teeth, Old Man Zhu turned to look at Yu He and the others who had been watching the battle not far away. He raised his arm and shouted, "Follow me!" They couldn't beat Yang Kai and that beast, but could they not do anything to Qi Xing and the others? As long as they could take down these people, Thunderlight Sect wouldn't lose too badly this time. At that time, they would be able to negotiate terms with Yang Kai. At the very least, the remaining people would be able to escape unscathed. With a single order, several dozen people gathered around Old Man Zhu. With Old Man Zhu in the lead, they rushed towards Yu He and the others. Qi Xing's dozen people were still immersed in the shock of what they had seen today, unable to recover for a long time. All of them had thought that they would definitely die today, but who would have thought that the sixth young master would be so powerful? Chapter 4014. Seeing this, Qi Xing's dozen or so Qi Xing disciples were pleasantly surprised and excited, each of their faces filled with pride as they rejoiced that they had not defected before. Otherwise, they would not have been able to witness such a great battle. When they turned their heads, they saw Old Man Zhu leading several dozen people to attack them. They immediately tensed up. For the sixth elder to be able to kill hundreds of people, that was because of his ability, but did not mean that Lei Guang was a soft persimmon that could be easily pinched. They had fought with Lei Guang countless times, and both sides had suffered losses, so they naturally knew how difficult and powerful the other side was. now that several dozen people had rushed over, including a master like Old Man Zhu. How could they be their opponent? All eyes turned towards you, he and Guazian, waiting for them to give orders. Guazian gripped the long staff artifact in his hand, his blood boiling as an eager look appeared on his face. After witnessing the might of the sixth young master with his own eyes, he could not wait to charge forward and disregard his own life and death. Yuhi's expression was extremely solemn as she stepped forward and shouted, "Don't act rashly!" Saying so, she summoned her small flower umbrella artifact and gently twisted its handle, causing it to begin rotating. As this small flower umbrella spun, its surface suddenly expanded, instantly enveloping the dozen or so people on her side. At the same time, a silk-like object hung down from the edge of the umbrella, transforming into an invisible barrier. Old Man Zhu, who was at the front, gritted his teeth and roared as he swung the axe in his hand downwards. The several dozen people behind him also did not hesitate to use their respective artifacts and secret techniques to attack. In an instant, the protective barrier around Qi Xing's group began to ripple, as if a stone had been thrown into a calm lake. The ripples spread out and turned into layers of ripples. He quickly formed a seal with her hands and poured her strength into the small flower umbrella. But even with her fifth order splitting the heaven's foundation, she could not maintain this barrier for long. In just 10 breaths, the small flower umbrella began to flicker wildly, its color dimming, and the barrier around Qi Xing's group was also on the verge of collapse. It would not be long before this layer of protection was completely broken. At that time, apart from you, he and Guazian, who might be able to escape with their lives, the remaining dozen or so Scarlet Star disciples, would definitely die without a complete corpse. After struggling to hold on for another 3 breaths, Yuhi could no longer hold on and shouted, "Eldest young master, if you don't come to help, I'll die." "He's here." Yang Kai stepped out from Qi Jiao's head and arrived above Old Man Zhu's head, his space principle surging as he swung the azure dragon spear downwards. At the tip of the spear, a fist-sized black sphere that contained an aura of absolute annihilation. Feeling the destructive power to kill Old Man Zhu's face changed greatly, raising his hands to meet the spear's attack. With a loud bang, the black ball on the tip of the azure dragon spear suddenly expanded and instantly covered an area of a few hundred feet. Then it disappeared in a flash. In this instant, everything within the range of a few hundred feet, including the void, disappeared, leaving only a black hole that transmitted the aura of primal chaos. The black hole wriggled and slowly repaired itself under the effect of the world principles. As for the dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples within a radius of several tens of zhang, they actually disappeared without a trace, without even letting out a miserable shriek. 1,000 feet away, Old Man Zhu's eyelids twitched wildly as he stared at the black hole in horror. Just now, he had escaped quickly when he saw the situation turn bad, otherwise he would have been seriously injured or killed by Yang Kai's attack. Lowering his head, he saw that his 2 broad axes had been beaten until their brilliance had dimmed, and their vitality had been greatly damaged. After the first spear attack, Yang Kai fired 2 more spears, killing a dozen or so Thunderlight sect disciples. The remaining people immediately scattered like birds and beasts, saving he and the others from danger. Turning his head to look over, the Scarlet Flood Dragon had also stabilized the situation. He had helped it over there for a while just now and had reduced a lot of pressure for it. At this moment, it was filled with rage, shaking its head and wagging its tail as it chased after the Thunderlight sect disciples around it, completely ignoring its own terrible injuries. After all, it was a vicious beast, so it had almost lost what little rationality it had. Yang Kai gripped his spear and looked up at Old Man Zhu, pointing his spear forward and grinning at him. "Old dog, die!" Old Man Zhu was terrified. At their peak, the 2 of them had led hundreds of disciples, but they had still been defeated by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao. Now that half of them had been killed or injured, how could they have the courage to fight again? In his heart, he cursed Bi Jian. He didn't know where he had offended this death god, but he was actually so terrifying. With this person overseeing Crimson Star, what could Thunderlight sect use to compete? His thoughts changed, but his figure did not stop. A bloody mist burst from his body as he turned into a bloody light and fled into the distance. Seeing that the situation was not good, he directly fled, not even caring about the 100 or so remaining subordinates. With Old Man Zhu fleeing, how could his subordinates still have the heart to fight? They all abandoned their opponents and scattered like birds and beasts. Staring at the fleeing blood-red light, Yang Kai grinned and muttered, "Running away? Do you think you can escape?" Turning his spear, he activated his space principles and chased after him. However, at that moment, a sudden change occurred. A sorrowful cry suddenly came from the depths of the earth, followed by a series of tremors as a ray of light suddenly shot up from a nearby mountain. This light was twisted and unpredictable as it soared into the sky, piercing a hole in the heavens, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. Following this ray of light was a huge body about 300 meters long. Surprisingly, it was the Earth Dragon Yang Kai had released before. The Earth Dragon had been searching for Divine Essence magnet stones at the foot of the mountain next door and had not been summoned by Yang Kai during this battle, but now it had rushed out on its own. However, the Earth Dragon seemed to have encountered something and was now covered in wounds. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed out with the ray of light, spraying blood into the sky as it let out a sorrowful cry. Yang Kai's eyes shrank, and he couldn't help turning his head to look. He no longer had the energy to look for trouble with Old Man Zhu. Suddenly, a series of whooshing sounds rang out as artifacts flew out from the ground, as if an invisible hand was grabbing them and throwing them into the ray of light. These artifacts belonged to the people from Thunderlight Sect who had been killed by Yang Kai and Qi Jiao before. After these people died, their artifacts were naturally scattered on the ground, untouched by anyone. Not only were these ownerless artifacts affected, but even the artifacts in the hands of those who were still alive were also being pulled into the ray of light by an invisible force. Yang Kai could clearly see that many of the fleeing Thunderlight Sect cultivators had their artifacts sucked away in a moment of carelessness. They could only watch helplessly as their artifacts were sucked away. No matter how hard they tried, they were unable to recall their artifacts. On Qi Xing's side, the long staff in Guazian's hand also shook violently, scaring Guazian so much that he hurriedly put it away, an inexplicable look on his face. All the artifacts that were sucked into the ray of light dimmed in just a few breaths and lost their spirituality, turning into scrap iron. Divine essence fused light. "You," he cried out as her beautiful eyes stared at the ray of light soaring into the sky. In a moment of carelessness, her little flower umbrella, which had been damaged by Yuan Qi, was restored to its original form and shot towards the divine essence-fused light. He was shocked and cried out in grief, "My umbrella!" Reaching out to grab it, he quickly tried to recall it with her divine sense, but her little flower umbrella was no longer under her control, so it was too late for her to chase after it. Seeing her little flower umbrella about to be sucked away by the divine essence-fused light, just like those artifacts, Yuhi's eyes turned red. This little flower umbrella was of extraordinary significance to her. It was given to her by a very important person in her life, and she had always regarded it as a precious treasure. Today, she had used it and damaged it, but now that she was in danger of losing it, her beautiful face suddenly paled. A figure flashed in her field of vision, and a big hand grabbed her little flower umbrella, preventing it from being sucked away by the divine essence-fused light. He was pleasantly surprised as she stared at this figure with her beautiful eyes, her heartfelt gratitude overflowing from her heart. Midair, Yang Kai clenched his little flower umbrella and frowned slightly. Although he had teleported to stop this artifact at the critical moment, he could clearly feel an incredible suction force coming from the divine essence-fused light, trying to suck away the little flower umbrella in his hand. This divine essence-fused light was really strange. His figure flickered as he arrived beside you, and handed her little flower umbrella. He received it with a smile and curtsied. "Many thanks, young master." Not daring to examine it carefully, she quickly put away her little flower umbrella. Guazian stared blankly at the blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand and asked, "Sixth young master, why is your artifact unharmed?" Even Yuhi's little flower umbrella had almost been sucked away, yet the blue dragon spear in Yang Kai's hand was completely unaffected. How can a pile of scrap metal compare to this king's artifact? Yang Kai snorted. Although he said so after Guazian's reminder, he discovered that his blue dragon spear was indeed not affected by the divine essence-fused light. It seemed that although the divine essence-fused light was amazing, it wasn't omnipotent. At the very least, an artifact on the level of the blue dragon spear could ignore the power of the divine essence-fused light. Guazian, Qixing, and the others heard this, and were surprised to find that this sixth young master really didn't give them any face. But thinking about his majestic appearance just now, he did indeed have the qualifications to do so. Everyone from Thunderlight sect had fled, leaving only more than 100 incomplete corpses on the mountain. The rich smell of blood and the ground was filled with minced meat and broken limbs, demonstrating the fierce cruelty of the previous battle. Yang Kai ordered, "Clean up the battlefield." Guazian cupped his fists and said yes. This time he sincerely obeyed. When he had been assigned to work under Yang Kai before, Guazian had only been following orders and didn't have much of an opinion of the sixth young master. After all, the other party was just from the Emperor realm, while Guazian was already a second-order heaven-splitting master. So how could he be inferior to Yang Kai in the outside world? However, with orders from above, Guazian had no choice but to obey. No matter how he acted on the surface, Guazian was still a little unconvinced by Yang Kai. Chapter 40:15. But in today's battle, after witnessing Yang Kai's display of power, killing Bijian as if he were slaughtering pigs and dogs, and even forcing old man Zhu to retreat with a single strike, he couldn't help but sigh. How lucky was he to be able to follow such a powerful master? Not only him, but the dozen or so surviving disciples of Qixing also felt the same way. All of them stared at Yang Kai with eyes full of reverence. The scarlet flood dragon had chased after the Thunderlight sect and disappeared. Yang Kai couldn't summon it back, but he wasn't worried about its safety. Although it was seriously injured, it was still a monster beast after all, so its ability to recover was incredibly strong. As long as it could vent its anger, it should return. The dozen or so people began to clean up the battlefield, collecting the space rings of the Thunderlight sect's disciples. Yang Kai, on the other hand, stared at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky. The artifacts that had been taken away by this divine essence-fused light had all been reduced to dust at this moment, demonstrating just how terrifying this divine essence-fused light was. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this divine essence-fused light was identical to the power transmitted from the divine essence-fused stones, but it was much denser and more condensed. The earth dragon swayed its huge body and flew towards Yang Kai, landing in front of him, its huge mandibles wriggling about. Its entire body was covered with bloody wounds, as if it had been slashed thousands of times. There was not a single place that was unscathed, and several places had almost been cut in half, exposing the squirming internal organs inside. Even the scarlet flood dragon wouldn't have been able to withstand such injuries. Compared to the injuries inflicted by the Thunderlight sect's disciples, its injuries were much more serious. But as an earth dragon, its vitality was extremely tenacious. Even an ordinary earth dragon might be able to survive after being cut in half, let alone such a fierce beast. Therefore, although its injuries were more serious than the scarlet flood dragon's, its life was not in danger. However, the divine sense fluctuations it transmitted were full of grievance, like a child who had been beaten outside and had come back to complain. Yang Kai was both angry and amused, knowing that this guy had been drilling a hole in a nearby mountain and had drilled deep enough to draw out the divine essence-fused light. In a moment of carelessness, it had been injured by the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a fate. He casually threw a few healing pills and 2 dragon blood pills into its wriggling mouth. Only then did the earth dragon shut up. This origin magnet mountain actually has such abundant origin magnet divine light. Young master, there must be high-quality origin magnet divine stones underground. He said from the side. Yang Kai frowned and looked at her with disgust. Can you be more normal? The way she kept calling him young master made him feel very uncomfortable. He completely did not know what was wrong with Yuhi. A dignified, 5th-stage sky splitter was willing to lower himself. He faintly glanced at him and said with her beautiful eyes, once a young master, forever a young master. Yang Kai was speechless, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He pondered for a moment and said, What grade do you think this divine essence-fused light is? He answered without even thinking, 6th grade. Yang Kai gently nodded, feeling the same as he did. He sighed inwardly. If the grade of this divine essence-fused light was a bit higher, he could have activated his Tao seal to absorb it, taking the opportunity to condense metal attribute strength. After condensing earth attribute strength, it just happened to be metal attribute strength's turn. Unfortunately, this divine essence-fused light was still lacking, causing Yang Kai to sigh. But then again, precious treasures above the 7th grade were extremely rare. Being able to obtain the immortal tree, golden crow true fire, and dragon bead was already a stroke of good fortune. So how could it be so easy to find treasures above the 7th grade? All of this required opportunity and time. Young master, aren't you going to condense it? He asked. You know my ambition, so why ask when you already know the answer? Yang Kai lightly snorted. He sighed in her heart. She couldn't wait for Yang Kai to condense this 6th grade divine essence-fused light. This way, Yang Kai's foundation would be completely established, and he would only be able to break through to the 6th stage, splitting heaven in the future. Looking at the divine essence-fused light soaring into the sky, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Although this thing couldn't help him condense metal attribute strength, if he had a suitable cultivation method, he could use it to cultivate a divine technique. Yang Kai had also witnessed the terrifying power of this divine essence-fused light with his own eyes. Even a great beast like the Earth Dragon couldn't withstand its destructive power, and many of its artifacts had been directly taken away. If he could really use this divine essence-fused light to cultivate a divine technique, its power would be extraordinary. Unfortunately for him, even the cleverest housewife couldn't cook without rice. Without cultivating the corresponding cultivation art, he couldn't use the divine essence-fused light to cultivate. Can you use this thing? Yang Kai asked. He shook her head. I can't. Obviously, she knew what Yang Kai was asking, so she quickly said, but you can find a way to collect it first and make plans later. Yang Kai nodded lightly. That's all I can do. Saying so, Yang Kai's figure flickered and he rushed over, arriving at the top of the mountain in the blink of an eye. The hole dug by the Earth Dragon wasn't small, but the divine essence-fused light rushing out from the ground showed no signs of stopping, showing just how abundant this divine essence-fused light was. Yang Kai shook the good fortune bag, causing it to immediately expand and cover the hole tightly. The divine essence-fused light, soaring into the sky, disappeared in an instant and continued to pour into the good fortune bag. After observing for a while, Yang Kai relaxed and stood in place, waiting silently. He didn't know if the good fortune bag could withstand the power of the divine essence-fused light. What he did just now was just a test, but now it seemed that it would work. The good fortune bag could be big or small, and its internal space was extremely mysterious. Even the Earth Dragon could be stored inside, so collecting some divine essence-fused light was naturally not a problem. Guazian flew over, handed over a large pile of space rings, and said, 6th young master, this is everything we have. Yang Kai nodded lightly. collected all the space rings, and threw them into the small sealed world. He didn't have time to check them, so he would have to wait until he returned to Star City. Gwazian glanced at the good fortune bag covering the hole and whispered, "Sixth Master, do you want to send a message back?" "Why should we send a message back?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Gwazian said, "The changes here will definitely attract a lot of people to investigate. Although Sixth Master's strength is unparalleled, there are too many people gathered in this divine essence-fused mountain. I'm afraid." "You're afraid that 2 fists won't be enough to fight 4 hands?" Gwazian said, "That's just one reason. In addition, since there is divine essence-fused light here, there must be a lot of high-quality divine essence-fused stones at the foot of the mountain. We have too few people, so I'm afraid we will be at a disadvantage if we compete with others." Yang Kai said, "This place is tens of thousands of kilometers away from Star City. It will be too late by the time you send a message back." Gwazian thought about it and agreed. By the time he sent a message back and Qi Xing sent reinforcements, the matter here would have already been settled. Since that was the case, there was no need to waste the effort. Cupping his fists, he said, "Sixth Master, if something really happens, you don't have to worry about us. This humble one will take good care of his subordinates." Yang Kai nodded. While the two were talking, many people were quickly approaching from afar. Obviously, they were alarmed by the divine essence-fused light and came to investigate. The first to arrive here was a group of more than a dozen people, led by a burly bald man with a fierce face and a fiendish appearance. Landing on the ground, he glanced at Yang Kai and Gwazian, his eyes lingering on his beautiful figure for a moment before a greedy light flashed across his eyes. He wiped his mouth and said, "Boy, did you see the divine essence-fused light here?" Yang Kai calmly said, "I didn't see it." The burly man shouted angrily, "Nonsense! The divine essence-fused light is so obvious. How could you not see it? Are you blind?" Gwazian led Qi Xing's group of more than a dozen people to stand behind Yang Kai, looking at the burly bald man with pity. If this guy knew that this Sixth Master had just killed hundreds of Thunderlight Sex people, he probably wouldn't be so aggressive. A cultivator suddenly approached the burly bald man and whispered something to him before turning his eyes towards the 6-unity wish pouch. The burly bald man turned his head and stared at the 6-unity wish pouch before raising his finger and saying, "Boy, is this yours? Take it away. This father wants to check it." "You think I'll take it away just because you said so? Who do you think you are?" Yang Kai sneered. The burly bald man's expression became fierce when he heard this. "Boy, while this father is still talking to you, you better cooperate obediently, otherwise what?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and raised his hand, summoning the Earth Dragon, who was healing on the other mountain peak, to crawl over at an incredible speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. The short period of healing did not make its injuries much better, and it still looked very miserable. However, the Earth Dragon's fierce aura was still rushing towards them, and its squirming mouth was dripping with mucus. Its 300-meter-long body gave off a huge deterrent force. The burly bald man was instantly silenced, gulping as he stared at the Earth Dragon in a daze, his body involuntarily retreating, and the dozen people around him also looked terrified. "Scram or die." Yang Kai glared at them coldly. The burly bald man's face suddenly showed a look of humiliation, but he did not dare act up due to the Earth Dragon's aura, not to mention how uncomfortable it was. Fortunately, at this moment, groups of cultivators flew over from all directions and landed nearby. In the blink of an eye, a dozen groups of several hundred people had gathered on this small mountain peak, and as time passed, even more cultivators were rushing over. The newcomers frowned. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light would attract people nearby to investigate, there were too many people here, and from time to time, some of them were secretly communicating with each other. The burly bald man suddenly shouted, "There is divine essence-fused light under that bag. What are you waiting for?" While speaking, he hurriedly retreated, wanting to hide in the crowd. But how could Yang Kai give him this opportunity? Staring at him, he sneered, "Kill him!" The earth dragon behind him shot out like an arrow, its huge mouth aimed at the burly bald man. The burly bald man cried out in alarm, and then his vision went dark. When the earth dragon straightened up again, the burly bald man was nowhere to be seen. Not only him, but the dozen people around him also disappeared in an instant, leaving only a miserable scream coming from the earth dragon's chest and abdomen. Chapter 40:16. Everyone around was terrified when they saw this, and some even quietly retreated a few steps, trying to get as far away from the earth dragon as possible. In the great cosmological realm, heaven-opening realm cultivators could not exert too much power. This kind of ferocious beast was really difficult to deal with, and no one was willing to face it head-on. An old man looked at Yang Kai and frowned slightly. That person only said one sentence, and little friend is so ruthless. Isn't it too much? The old man's aura was steady and condensed, and his expression was dignified. He was obviously a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and there were many people behind him, about 30 of them. Someone recognized the old man and whispered, "It's the leader of the Orchid Flower Association, Hui." Hundreds of thousands of people were swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss and entered the great cosmological realm. Other than the Thunderlight sect, the Crimson Star sect, and the Sword Pavilion sect, the scattered cultivators also knew the principle of huddling together for warmth. Thus, various large and small organizations were born. For example, Ding Yi raised his arms at the right time and established Ditian. Another example was the Orchid Association, which was also established in the great cosmological realm. Most of the forces did not have a heaven-opening realm cultivator. After all, heaven-opening realm cultivators were not cabbages that could be seen everywhere. Only a few forces had heaven-opening realm cultivators, although there were not many people in the Orchid Flower Association. Hui himself was a third-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. His strength was not ordinary, and he could naturally convince everyone. "Elder, who is right? This kid treats human lives like grass. He doesn't look like a good person," another young man said, looking at Yang Kai with an unfriendly gaze. The leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, Liao Yibai. Someone revealed the identity of the young man. Liao Yi and Bai Wei held their heads high with pride on their faces. "Young man, I advise you to take this bag away. Otherwise, it won't be easy to deal with if you offend everyone," another leader of a force said. With these 3 people speaking, the rest of the people were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Everyone had rushed over to check the situation after seeing the divine metamagnet light. But when they arrived, they did not see the divine metamagnet light. Originally, they were a little puzzled, but the shout of the bald man before his death reminded everyone. Although they didn't know what was so mysterious about the pouch, it was the most suspicious item in the entire mountain. It must have blocked the divine essence-fused light. How could they be willing to accept this? For a moment, the crowd of heroes was enraged. Even though the Earth Dragon killed more than a dozen of the bald man's men, they still hurled insults at Yang Kai. Liao Yibai stared at the 6 directions Rui pouch greedily. A pouch that could block the origin magnet divine light was definitely extraordinary. Furthermore, this pouch could actually store the origin magnet divine light. If he could snatch this pouch, then this trip to the origin magnet mountain would not be in vain. With this thought in mind, Liao Yibai shouted angrily, "Brat, are you going to take this bag or not?" The noisy voices lingered in his ears, but Yang Kai remained calm. The threats were like a breeze in his ears. Hearing this, he turned his head and glanced at Liao Yibai. "So what if I take it? And so what if I don't?" Liao Yibai snorted coldly and said, "If you take it away, then everything will be fine. If you don't, then you will have to bear the consequences." Yang Kai grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I'll wait and see." Liao Yibai was displeased. He turned to look at Hui and said, "Old Hu, what do you say?" Hu Yi said solemnly, "Since this brat is so stubborn, then let's see what happens to him when he offends everyone." Liao Yibai laughed loudly. "That's exactly what I wanted. A mere the Emperor realm dares to spout nonsense here. He really doesn't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. Does he really think he can do whatever he wants by relying on a beast? We might as well join forces to take down this beast first, then carefully teach him how to behave." "Agreed." Hui nodded. Liao Yibai shook his hand and summoned a long spear. He pointed it at the earth dragon and shouted, "Kill!" After saying this, he was the first to rush out and thrust his spear at the earth dragon. Although this spear was not as powerful as Yang Kai's black dragon spear, it was still extremely extraordinary. Following closely behind him, the members of the mysterious Cloud Society also rushed forward. As soon as he made his move, he immediately attracted the attacks of the 100 cultivators present, which rumbled as they attacked the earth dragon. In particular, the attacks of the heaven-opening realm cultivators were the most ferocious. However, not everyone was attacking. Most of the cultivators present still maintained a wait-and-see attitude. After all, they had no enmity with Yonkai before, so they were not willing to offend him so easily. The earth dragon was already injured by the divine essence-fused light and was in a miserable state. Now that it was hit by countless attacks, blood immediately splattered everywhere. Due to the pain, it spat out blood in all directions. Many cultivators were caught off guard and were affected by the mucus. They immediately let out miserable cries and hurriedly retreated. But it was too late. The mucus had an extremely strong corrosive power, and it instantly melted their flesh, revealing their white bones. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen people had died. Hu Yi, Liao Yibai, and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators were all shocked. They had originally thought that the earth dragon was a pushover when they saw that it was riddled with wounds. But who would have thought that it would be so slippery? Many of the attacks that landed on its body did not hurt it at all. On the contrary, it was their own side that had suffered quite a few casualties. They really did not know how it had come to be so heavily injured. However, since they had already made their move, there was naturally no way for them to show mercy. The deaths of over a dozen people did not make the others retreat. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Seeing this, Yuhi could not bear to watch and was about to make her move. Guizian and the others were also filled with righteous indignation. They all secretly circulated their strength, waiting for Yang Kai to give the order to charge forward. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop them, saying softly, "This guy won't die so easily." With that, the earth dragon shook its head and swung its tail, plunging into the ground. It directly drilled a large hole in the ground and disappeared without a trace. If it was at its peak, it would still be able to hold on for a while against the attacks of over 100 people. But now that it was heavily injured, how could it be a match for them? However, if it could not win, it would naturally flee. The earth dragon's instinct was to drill holes, and this caused everyone's attacks to miss, causing over a dozen people to die for nothing. Looking at the large hole in the ground, no one dared to chase after it, and they could not help but be stunned. A figure flickered in the crowd, and it turned out to be Liao Yibai, pouncing towards the 6 Harmonies wish pouch. He grabbed the spear in one hand and the wish pouch in the other, an excited expression on his face. Seeing that the wish pouch was constantly vibrating, it was clear that it had already collected quite a bit of divine origin magnetism light. Liao Yibai secretly made up his mind to steal this pouch and immediately flee. He could not be bothered with the rest. This pouch was a treasure, and so was the divine origin magnetism light he had collected. Although his actions were quick, they could not escape the observation of the heaven-opening realm cultivators. Seeing this, they all cursed at this guy for being so quick to act. They all used their secret techniques and movement skills to follow behind Liao Yibai. In front of the wish pouch, the void trembled as a figure appeared like a ghost. Liao Yibai, who was at the very front, looked up and saw that it was that stubborn brat from the Emperor realm. He immediately roared, Those who block me will die." As soon as he said this, he raised his spear and stabbed out with peerless might. If it really was just an ordinary cultivator from the Emperor realm, facing such a spear, they would have no choice but to dodge. But Yang Kai clearly had no intention of dodging. "You use a spear? We're on the same side." Yang Kai smiled at Liao Yibai and reached out with his hand, grabbing the black dragon spear. He casually flicked the spear and also stabbed out. This attack was extremely simple without any fancy moves. Seeing this, Liao Yibai was furious. A mere cultivator from the Emperor realm dared to overestimate himself. From another point of view, this guy did not put him in his eyes at all. Otherwise, how could he so boldly stab out with his spear? In his fury, Liao Yibai's strength surged and poured into his spear, wanting to kill Yang Kai on the spot. In the blink of an eye, the two spears collided and a violent force swept out. Liao Yibai, who was originally full of confidence, widened his eyes and his pupils were instantly filled with shock. With a series of cracking sounds under everyone's gaze, the spear in Liao Yibai's hand shattered inch by inch, sending fragments flying everywhere. Immediately after, Liao Yibai's charging figure suddenly froze in midair as he felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Looking down, Liao Yibai saw a spear piercing through his chest all the way to his back. Every beat of his heart made him feel like he was convulsing. Unable to help gulping, Liao Yibai looked up at Yang Kai, his eyes filled with disbelief. "You're not good enough." Yang Kai's nostrils flared as he looked at him with an arrogant expression. Liao Yibai opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, but how could Yang Kai give him a chance? With a shake of the black dragon spear, a powerful force swept out, and with a bang, Liao Yibai's body exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Yang Kai raised his hand and took Liao Yibai's space ring into his hand, putting it away without even looking at it. Everyone was silent. Everyone stared dumbstruck at Yang Kai, unable to return to their senses for a long time. Those heaven opening masters who had followed behind Liao Yibai and were preparing to snatch the Rui bag felt a chill run down their spines as they froze in place. How could they dare step forward? None of them dared to believe what they had just seen. A heaven-opening master had been blown apart by the Emperor Realm's spear? Even his artifact had not been preserved. Was this young man really from the Emperor Realm? He couldn't be a high-grade heaven opening in disguise, right? But under the perception of his divine sense, Yang Kai truly did not have the aura of a heaven-opening master. Instead, the traces of the Emperor Realm were extremely obvious. Guizian sneered inwardly. A group of motley crew wanting to become enemies with the sixth manager? They were truly overestimating themselves. Previously, several hundred people from Thunderlight sect had joined forces and still been scared witless. Even Bi Jian, a fourth-grade heaven opening master, had died on the spot, let alone these pieces of trash. It was undeniable that before today he had never imagined that someone from the Emperor Realm could possess such terrifying combat strength. Everything he had seen today had completely overturned his understanding, but the hot-bloodedness in his heart told him that compared to Yang Kai and Poison Lady, he was more willing to serve under Yang Kai. Being able to follow such a leader was not an opportunity that just anyone could have. Hu Yi's eyes twitched as he stared at Yang Kai and then at the black dragon spear in his hand, asking in a hoarse voice, "What did you do?" In that instant of confrontation just now, none of them had been able to clearly see what had happened. They had only seen Liao Yibai, who had been charging at the front, suddenly stop and then explode. Everything had happened too quickly. Chapter 4017. I just killed a piece of trash. Yang Kai grabbed the spear with one hand, giving off the aura of a single man holding back 10,000 enemies, coldly sweeping his eyes forward. Who wants to die? No one dared to move. With Liao Yibai's example, he had been killed in a single exchange, so who among the remaining heaven-opening cultivators dared to act rashly? At the very least, No one dared to casually provoke this spear-wielding youth before figuring out his true strength. They all felt very sullen in their hearts. This despicable, great cosmological realm. This despicable, great cosmological fog. If not for this, how could a mere the Emperor realm be placed in their eyes? They would still be able to casually crush it. The members of the Orchid Association were both angry and sorrowful. Their leader had been killed in front of them and called trash, but they did not even have the strength to take revenge. There were hundreds of people on the mountain, but at this moment it was completely silent. Only the sound of the Rui 6 directions pouch could be heard. Yan Kai could sense that the divine origin magnet light pouring out of the ground was pouring into the Rui pouch, filling up the space inside. At this moment, it was almost half full. Yan Kai did not know if it could fill up the Rui pouch, but he was looking forward to it. In this strange silence, with a loud bang, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the ground. The earth dragon that had drilled into the ground before suddenly stuck its head out, its mouth wriggling as it swallowed a few unaware cultivators into its belly before retracting back in like lightning. This guy had been beaten up miserably by this group of people and had hidden underground, but now it had come out to stir up trouble. It was clearly holding grudge. Everyone was shocked and used their movement techniques to rush into the sky. The few heaven-splitting cultivators looked at each other in dismay, their divine senses shuttling back and forth. Even though they knew that there was divine origin magnet light under the pouch, there was nothing they could do. They could only watch helplessly, feeling depressed. Yang Kai suddenly raised his eyes and looked at the distant sky. There was a dense sword light coming from the west. The leading sword lights were imposing as they pierced through the heavens and earth. Hundreds of li away, the sword intent had already swept through the universe. Sensing this awe-inspiring sword intent, everyone couldn't help but look over. After seeing the situation, the eyes of Hu-Yi and the other heaven opening experts all lit up. Sword Pavilion's people are here. Guazian's expression changed as he hurriedly whispered to Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and nodded slightly. Originally, there were 3 major forces in the Star City. One was the Thunderlight sect, the second was the Crimson Star sect, and the third was the Sword Pavilion. In terms of numbers, Jiang'a had the least number of people, while Lei Guang and Qi Xing were almost the same. However, in terms of strength, Jiang'a, who had the least number of people, was the strongest. Previously, in the Star Market, Jiang'a controlled almost half of the shops, and the remaining half was divided between Qi Xing and Lei Guang. This showed the strength of Jiang'a. The 3 major forces of Star City had been fighting with each other all year round. Thus, Guazian immediately recognized the identities of those people when he saw the sword lights that covered the sky. The people of Jiang'a all cultivated the sword, and their killing intent was strong. Their battle techniques were unparalleled, and they were famous in the Star Market. Unless they had no other choice, no one was willing to clash with the people of Jiang'a. Yang Kai had forced his way into Qi Xing and had fought with the people of Lei Guang before, but he had never had any conflicts or interactions with the people of Jiang'a. However, news of Yuan-Ci Mountain had spread far and wide, so it was natural that the people of Jiang'a would come to investigate. After all, people from Qi Xing and Lei Guang had come. Hu-Yi and the other heaven-opening experts discussed something, and all of them went to greet the people of Jiang'a. As the sword lights flashed, a number of figures appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Leading them was a big man with red hair and beard. He was bare-chested and had a dignified expression. Behind him was a woman in palace robes and a young man. The 3 of them all had the aura of the heaven-opening realm, and they were clearly heaven-opening experts. Their sword intent soared to the heavens, and the red-haired man in the lead was the most obvious. Just by standing there, he seemed like a peerless divine sword that had been born. The woman in palace robes was nothing special, but she was extremely beautiful. Her chest was high, her skin was white, her eyes were bright, and her teeth were white. Her hair was casually tied into a woman's bun. On the other hand, The young man's eyes shone like fire, and he carried a blue sword on his back. His robes fluttered in the wind, making him look very handsome. Guazian was afraid that Yang Kai didn't know how powerful these three people were, and hurriedly said, "Sixth head, those three are the leaders of Jiang'e. The red-haired man is Zhong Fan, a fifth-stage heaven opening cultivator. The woman is Lu Shui, a fourth-stage heaven opening cultivator. And the young man is Luo Qinyan, also a fourth-stage heaven opening cultivator." Yang Kai nodded slightly, indicating that he had heard, but he was a little surprised in his heart. Zhong Fan was actually a fifth-stage heaven opening cultivator, so wouldn't he be on par with Qi Xing's first head? Yang Kai didn't know what rank Zhong Fan was in Jiang'e. A fifth-stage heaven opening cultivator was already considered a tyrant in the 3,000 worlds. It was enough to occupy a part of the spirit province and establish a sect. Even in the blessed enclave, such a person would have a seat. Hu Yi and the others greeted them and said something to Zhong Fan. From time to time, Zhong Fan would look towards Yang Kai with fiery eyes full of aggression. After a while, Zhong Fan nodded slightly and flew towards the mountain top, followed by the people of Jiang'e. There weren't many people from Jiang'e this time, only a few dozen, but when these people gathered together, they gave off a silent pressure. The sword intent lingering around them made everyone on the mountain top involuntarily stay away from them, lest they be injured by the sword intent. Is there really divine essence-fused light under this bag? Zhong Fan glanced at Yang Kai and didn't take it seriously, turning his head to look at the wish pouch. He stepped forward and said, "No one saw it, but the divine essence-fused light did appear here. So this bag is the most suspicious. Since you think it's suspicious, why don't you take it away and investigate?" Zhong Fan's question embarrassed Hu Yi and the others, who didn't want to take it away to investigate. However, Liao Yibai, the leader of the mysterious Cloud Association, had died tragically on the spot, so who would want to follow in his footsteps? If it weren't for Jiang'e's sword lights, they wouldn't know what to do now. Seeing that no one answered, Zhong Fan knew that they had suffered a loss. After all, the bloodstains and dismembered corpses on the ground had explained everything, so he couldn't help but snort lightly. Qian Qingyan looked at the wish pouch with shining eyes and chuckled. "This pouch is a treasure!" He turned to look at Yang Kai and said with a warm expression, "Friend, your pouch!" Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes." "This pouch is good. Are you willing to part with it?" Qian Qingyan asked. "Not for sale." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "Don't refuse so quickly. Listen to the price before deciding. No matter what price you offer, this pouch is not for sale." Qian Qingyan shrugged and said, "Since that's the case, then forget it. I hope you won't regret it later." Just as he finished speaking, Qian Qingyan turned into a sword light and pounced at the wish pouch like a bolt of lightning. Courting death. Yang Kai was furious. Under the urging of the space principles, the space within a radius of 300 meters around him instantly became incomparably viscous. Qian Qingyan's surprised voice came from the sword light. Obviously, he didn't expect Yang Kai to be so amazing. The change in space actually made it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had already thrust his spear straight at the sword light. With a sword cry, the sword on Qian Qingyan's back was unsheathed. In an instant, sword chi filled the air and sword intent soared into the sky. No one was able to clearly see what had happened. All they heard was a series of ding-ding, dang-dang-dang sounds as sparks flew in all directions. Qian Qingyan was sent flying back while Yang Kai held his spear in front of the scepter bag, his face filled with anger. This exchange was so quick that it was dazzling, and no one knew who won or lost. However, judging from the expressions of Yang Kai and Luo Qinyan should have suffered a small loss. At this moment, he lowered his head and stared at his sword, and a trace of pain flashed in the depths of his eyes. The sword's brilliance was dim, and it was obviously damaged in the exchange just now. Zhong Fan's pupils constricted. Lu Shui was indescribably surprised, and Hu Yi and the others were ashen. Even Qian Qingyin, who was at the 4th stage of the Split the Heavens, was unable to do anything to Yang Kai, and even suffered a small loss. Liao Yibai, who was at the 3rd stage of the Split the Heavens, didn't die in vain. "Kid, you dared to damage the spirit of my sword." Qian Qingyin suddenly raised his head and revealed a savage expression. That short exchange had actually caused the spirit of his sword to suffer damage. Even though it wasn't too serious, it was sufficient to make his heart ache, and it would at least take a few months of recuperation before it could recover. "You dare to be arrogant with trash? I'll kill you if you dare come over again." Yang Kai placed the black dragon spear forward and spoke with a ghastly voice. Earlier, this fellow had a dignified appearance, yet he truly never expected that this fellow would launch a surprise attack and almost seize the wish pouch. Even though the wish pouch was refined by him and wasn't impossible to seize back, if it really happened, then it would definitely spoil his grand plan of obtaining the origin disruption divine light. "Junior, you have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant." Zhong Fan's expression darkened as he took a step forward, releasing an imposing aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas, as he said in a cold voice. "But by doing this, are you trying to make an enemy of my sword pavilion?" Yang Kai acted as if he hadn't heard a single word and simply turned a deaf ear to him as he said coldly, "This king is Qi Xing's 6th manager, and you are just a leader of Sword Pavilion. In terms of status, we are on equal footing, so don't call me a junior. Moreover, even if I become an enemy of your Sword Pavilion, so what?" As soon as these words came out, the audience burst into an uproar. Hu Yi and the others stared at Yang Kai with dumbfounded expressions, all of them thinking that this person had gone mad. A mere Emperor Realm Master dared to act so arrogantly in front of Zhong Fan? Did he not know how to write the word death? Zhong Fan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and was even more proficient in the sword Dao. The number of people he had killed in his life was probably more than what this kid had ever seen. Yet he still had the guts to provoke him like this. Qian Qingyin couldn't be bothered to get angry anymore and turned to look at Lu Shui. "Is this boy stupid?" Lu Shui's expression was cold, but her voice was very gentle. "Or he has something to rely on." "Good," Zhong Fan shouted. "It's been a long time since I've seen such a courageous boy. In that case, this king will teach you the consequences of becoming an enemy of my sword pavilion." Chapter 4018. As soon as Zhong Fan finished speaking, a blazing flame suddenly engulfed his entire body. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique he was cultivating, but it was actually so blazing and violent. With a raise of his hand, a wide, long sword appeared in his hand. At first glance, this long sword looked somewhat similar to the Myriad's sword that Yang Kai had once used. They were both heavy swords that had no sharp edges and were extremely crafty. However, the grade of this sword was clearly much higher than the Myriad sword. As soon as the sword was drawn, Zhong Fan's entire aura suddenly changed. The blazing flames coiled around the sword like a spirit snake, causing the temperature of the entire mountain to rise sharply. Hu Yi and the others looked excited, and they were secretly delighted. Previously, they were frightened by Yang Kai's aura, and now that they saw Zhong Fan make a move, they were naturally looking forward to it. However, at this moment, a series of shouts suddenly came from afar. "Ditian, Ditian, your might is boundless." Following the orderly shouts, an overwhelming number of rays of light flew over from afar. As they flew, they shouted, as if they were afraid that no one would know that they were here. Everyone looked in that direction with strange expressions, and the tense atmosphere suddenly froze. However, after seeing the number of people, many people's expressions changed slightly. Even the 3 leaders of the Sword Pavilion couldn't help but shiver. There was no other reason. There were simply too many people coming down, covering the sky and covering the earth. At first glance, there were at least 700 to 800 people, or even over 1,000 people. There were only 1,000 people gathered on the mountain top, and the number of people coming down was almost the sum of all the people here. The leader was a young man with an arrogant expression. He carried a large blade with a ghost head on his shoulder, and his nose was pointed at the sky. Before he arrived, his voice had already come from afar. Di Tian is handling a matter. All unrelated people should retreat. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, and his expression was slightly strange. Ding Yi was truly a vengeful ghost that refused to disperse. He could be seen everywhere. It could be seen that this guy had been living quite well recently and had gathered a lot of people under him. His confidence had once again exploded. Ding Yi's words were a little too big, so naturally they were not pleasing to the eyes. Many people had unpleasant expressions, and Zhong Fan even snorted coldly. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 people from Di Tian's sect had already arrived. Ding Yi stopped in his tracks, and the 1,000 people from Di Tian's sect also stopped behind him. They neatly arranged themselves into several square formations, and at first glance, they seemed to be well trained. The 1,000 people behind them made Ding Yi stand out like a crane among chickens, giving off an extraordinary aura. However, there were no heaven-opening realm cultivators in their group. After all, Di Tian was established with Di Zun as the heavens, so they naturally wouldn't take in heaven-opening realm cultivators. Ding Yi took out his saber and poked it in the air in front of him. He looked down and said casually, "I heard that a heaven-opening realm cultivator is bullying the Emperor realm." If this were the outside world, how would he dare to spout such nonsense in front of a heaven-opening realm master? He would most likely have bowed his head and groveled. It was only in the special environment of the great cosmological realm that he could spout such arrogant words. He also enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, and the illusion of being in control of everything made him extremely infatuated. "Brothers, what do you think we should do?" Ding Yi shouted with his saber. Di Tian, your might is boundless." Di Tian's people shouted in unison. Ding Yi grinned. "That's right. Which friend down there is being bullied? Don't be afraid. Since I'm here, I'll ensure your safety." Zhong Fan turned his head and said, "Who's this guy?" The woman in palace attire, Lu Shui, stepped forward and whispered a few words to Zhong Fan. Zhong Fan nodded slightly. Only then did he know that this Di Tian had been in the limelight recently. He wandered around with the name of Di Zun as the heavens and attracted many people to join him. It was said that at its peak there were 5,000 people. It was unknown why only 1,000 people had come this time. As Zhong Fan spoke, Ding Yi also saw Yang Kai. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. "It's you. We meet again." Yang Kai grinned at him. Ding Yi's expression was strange as he hesitated. After killing his way out of the beast tide, Ding Yi had led his people to a mountain valley and happened to run into Yang Kai and the others who were resting there. They had some unpleasant experiences, and he had almost been killed by Yang Kai. After surviving with great difficulty, he had passed down an order that if they met Yang Kai in the future, they were not to clash with him. He had never expected to see this guy again today. Thinking of Yang Kai's burning palms and the miserable state of the people he had killed, even though it had been several months, Ding Yi couldn't help but feel apprehensive. However, he had led 1,000 people here today, so if he wanted to take revenge, it wasn't impossible. After pondering for a moment, Ding Yi seemed to have made up his mind and gritted his teeth. "Since there is a heaven-opening realm master here today, this Ding won't bicker with you about the enmity of that day. Come here quickly. Since this Ding said he would ensure your safety, he won't let you suffer any harm. In front of this Ding, a heaven-opening realm cultivator won't be able to bully an emperor." It was unknown what he had encountered in the past for him to treat a heaven-opening realm cultivator with such hatred, not even wanting to pursue the enmity he had with Yang Kai and instead wanting to protect him. Yang Kai's eyes flashed when he heard this, finding this fellow's foolishness to be somewhat cute. He smiled faintly and said, "No need. I'll stand here and see who dares to touch me." Ding Yi was stunned, but he immediately gave him a thumbs up. "You've got guts." This Ding admires people with guts like you the most. I'm definitely going to befriend you." Holding his blade in front of him, he glared at Zhong Fan and the other heaven-opening realm cultivators. "Scram, or I'll kill without mercy." These words were not small, but it was unknown whether these 1,000 people had the ability to do so. However, even though they were facing an enemy several dozen times their size, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion did not show the slightest fear, instead looking coldly at Di Tian's group. Zhong Fan sneered at Ding Yi. "A frog in a well dares to boast shamelessly? Who gave you the courage to act so arrogantly in front of us heaven-opening realm cultivators?" "So what if you're a heaven-opening realm cultivator?" Ding Yi did not put him in his eyes at all. "It's not like I haven't killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator recently. Even if my head is smashed, I'll still die." Zhong Fan's face sank. "Junior, are you determined to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, I'll kill you first." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly shouted, "Sword formation!" With a series of sheng-zheng sounds, the sound of swords being unsheathed rang out. The several dozen people from Sword Pavilion, with the 3 heaven-opening realm cultivators at the lead, suddenly linked their auras together. In an instant, the wind and clouds surged, and the sword intent was dense. Chi-chi-chi sounds rang out incessantly, and even the space around them became unstable. "Junior, die!" Zhong Fan roared angrily, his entire body transforming into a ray of sword light as he rushed forward. Following closely behind him, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion also used their secret techniques. In an instant, the several dozen people from Sword Pavilion set up a sword array, which transformed into a shocking sword that slashed towards Ding Yi. Ding Yi was shocked, and as he retreated, he waved his blade and shouted, "Kill!" The thousands of people behind him no longer hesitated, and they all used their secret techniques and secret treasures to attack the people from Sword Pavilion. With a series of rumbling sounds, the sky changed color, the earth shook, and the Yuan Qi was in chaos. The shocking sword flashed wildly, but its momentum did not decrease as it slashed into Di Tian's group. Miserable screams instantly rang out, and with just a single strike, more than 10 people from Di Tian were killed or injured, and they fell from the sky like dumplings. The sword danced, and there was no harm in it being held by a formless hand. It killed in and out of Di Tian's group, and no one could stop it. Ding Yi roared incessantly, but Di Tian's group was originally from the Emperor realm, and their strength was not too high. With the help of the array, how could they be a match for Di Tian's group, even though they had the advantage in numbers? People were constantly being killed on the spot, and blood splattered everywhere. Ding Yi's eyes turned red as he watched. He was not careless, and he took the lead, not fearing death. However, the difference in strength was not something that could be made up for by numbers. It was impossible to defeat Sword Pavilion's sword array without sacrificing a few hundred people, and Di Tian's group did not know if they could hold on until then. "Aren't you going to help? He has provoked such a strong enemy for you." He moved closer to Yang Kai and asked. Yang Kai looked at the battle in the sky, then looked at Hu Yi and the others who were ready to make a move, and said, "I can't leave." If he left, he would not be able to keep the wish pouch. He curled her lips and said, "What a heartless man." Yang Kai sneered. Ding Yi has his own plans. Did he really think that he was just standing up for me? If he could defeat Sword Pavilion's group, Di Tian's name would definitely spread far and wide. When that time came, would he be afraid that no one would want to join him? However, even so, Ding Yi had indeed helped him a little this time. Otherwise, he would definitely have to go against Sword Pavilion's group. Looking at the power of the sword array, it would take some effort for him to take it down. Hence, Yang Kai did not intend to watch from the sidelines. It was just that the time was not right. The battle continued. When everyone saw how powerful Sword Pavilion's group was, they could not help but be dazed. With such a powerful sword array, who could be a match for Sword Pavilion? In just half a cup of tea's time, Di Tian had already suffered more than 100 casualties. On the other hand, Sword Pavilion's group was completely unscathed. The shocking sword array was still powerful, and it swept through Di Tian's group. Those from the Emperor realm who came into contact with it were either injured or killed. Ding Yi ran around and shouted and finally stabilized the situation, reducing Di Tian's losses. The battle began. No matter what the reason was, both sides were in a killing frenzy. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. After another incense stick's worth of time, Ding Yi grunted and retreated explosively. A 1-foot-long wound appeared on his chest, and he was almost killed on the spot. He hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to suppress his injury, but sword intent permeated the wound, causing him great pain. At this moment, Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Tell your people to put away the secret treasure." Ding Yi was stunned. He turned his head to look at Yang Kai and saw him staring at him from afar. Although he did not know what Yang Kai meant by this, Ding Yi only pondered for a moment before he shouted, "Put away the secret treasure!" After saying this, he took the lead and put away his ghost head saber. Although the leader had spoken, Di Tian's group still acted differently. From this, it could be seen how lax their discipline was. If Zhong Fan had said the same thing, Sword Pavilion's group would have immediately obeyed. However, Yang Kai did not care so much. He could sense that the space in the wish pouch was already filled with divine essence-fused light, and it would soon reach its limit. Chapter 4019. After sending a message to Ding Yi, Yang Kai raised his hand and laughed maniacally. "Here's a gift for all of you!" Saying so, Yang Kai put away the good wish bag. An unpredictable light soared into the sky as the divine essence-fused light reappeared. The distorted light tore a hole in the sky, allowing everyone within 1,000 kilometers to see it clearly. A cry of alarm suddenly rang out from the crowd. "Ah, my sword!" With a xiao sound, a sword flew straight towards the divine essence-fused light, while a shocked cultivator in the rear stared blankly, unable to understand how his artifact sword had suddenly flown out of his hand. "What happened? Who is it?" A series of chaotic cries rang out from the crowd as the faces of all the cultivator who had summoned their metal-related artifacts paled. A powerful suction force suddenly appeared from somewhere in the void, and the artifacts in their hands were all sucked away. The rest of the crowd also stared dumbfounded at the sky, watching as one artifact after another flew towards the divine essence-fused light at an incredible speed. After a brief moment of hesitation, the cultivator who had lost their artifacts hurriedly formed hand seals and sent out their divine senses in an attempt to recall their artifacts. How could they possibly recall them? The suction force of the divine essence-fused light was simply too powerful, and since they had already been sucked away, it was no different from throwing a meat bun at a dog. The cultivator who had first seen his sword fly into the divine essence-fused light did not have time to grieve as his face suddenly paled, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his expression suddenly becoming sluggish. The sword was connected to his divine sense, so after being washed away by the divine essence-fused light, it had lost a great deal of its spirituality, and even his divine sense had been damaged. It would take him at least a year or so to recover. Pu piu piu. Countless people coughed up blood as those who had tempered their artifacts with their divine sense were all injured at this moment. Only those cultivator who had not tempered their divine essence-fused light were unharmed, only losing their artifacts. But even so, their expressions were pained. "It's the divine essence-fused light." Someone exclaimed, "The divine essence-fused light has the power to absorb artifacts. Everyone be careful." Not everyone's artifacts had been taken away. Hu Yi and the other Heaven Opening Realm Masters were still desperately trying to resist the fluctuations of their artifacts. But when they heard this, their expressions became solemn, and they hurriedly put away their artifacts to avoid the misfortune of having their artifacts taken away. In a short time, all the artifacts that had been taken away dimmed and turned into piles of scrap metal, their spirituality completely gone. The divine essence-fused light can actually absorb secret treasures. Isn't Sword Pavilion in danger? Someone murmured. Hearing his words, everyone seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned their attention from the divine, essence-fused light to the battlefield. At first glance, he was dumbfounded. The sword formation that had been rampaging through D. Tion's group had been destroyed at some unknown point in time, and rays of sword light were flying towards the divine essence-fused light from Sword Pavilion's direction. No matter how the Sword Pavilion masters activated their divine essence-fused light, they were unable to take it back. Every member of Sword Pavilion cultivated the sword, and they even used secret techniques to temper their artifacts and swords. It could be said that the swords were closely linked to the lives of Sword Pavilion's disciples, and the majority of the abilities of Sword Pavilion's members rested on their swords. At this moment, with their swords taken away, the members of Sword Pavilion were like tigers that had their fangs pulled out. Moreover, they had even lost their swords that were linked to their lives, so there was naturally no way for them to use the sword formation. What's going on? Luo Qingyan was horrified. The sword in his hand had not been taken away. After all, he was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, and his foundation was not something that the Emperor realm could compare to. The moment he sensed that something was wrong, he had already tightened his grip on his sword. But at this moment, the sword in his hand was shaking uncontrollably, wanting to fly in a certain direction. He was completely focused on tangling with his sword. So how could he have the mind to kill his enemies? It's that divine essence-fused light. Lu Shui shouted, and her beautiful face was gloomy. What a vicious brat! Zhong Fan lowered his head and glared at Yang Kai, who was grinning wildly. Previously, Yang Kai had crazily shouted that he would give them a big gift, but no one had expected that gift to be a killing trap for Sword Pavilion. Just this move alone was enough to bury dozens of Sword Pavilion's elites here. In a flash, there was no time to think. Zhong Fan roared, "Follow me!" He was the first to put away his artifact, and a dense sword intent erupted from his body as he charged towards the weakest part of the group. However, they had relied on the might of the sword formation to kill their way in and out of the thousands of people in D. Tion's group. Now that the sword formation had been destroyed, how could it be so easy for them to leave? Asterisk poo piu piu. Asterisk a series of muffled sounds could be heard as the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When it rains, it pours. Unlike some people in the Emperor realm, it didn't matter if their artifacts were destroyed. They would only lose one artifact. The Sword Pavilion's disciples had refined their swords with a secret technique, and they were closely linked to their lives. Once their swords were destroyed, it would be a devastating blow to them. As the swords were sucked into the divine essence-fused light, their radiance dimmed, and the dozens of Sword Pavilion's disciples were greatly shaken. They were severely injured. Ding Yi was dumbfounded. Previously, when the Sword Pavilion's disciples had set up the sword formation, it was so majestic that thousands of people in D. Tion's group couldn't even fight back. The anger and grievance in Ding Yi's heart were indescribable. He had already thought of retreating, wondering if it was worth it to provoke these lunatics from Sword Pavilion. However, after Yang Kai transmitted a message to him, the situation suddenly changed. After sword lights flew out from the Sword Pavilion's disciples' hands, the invincible sword formation was destroyed by itself. Following that, the Sword Pavilion's disciples spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their faces were pale, and it was obvious that they were severely injured. There was no need to hesitate. Ding Yi pointed forward and grinned. "Kill him while he's down. Kill him." After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. His entire body was shrouded in golden light, and the boundless sharpness was terrifying. It was obvious that he had activated the metal elemental energy in his Dao Seal to increase his offensive power. Strictly speaking, although Ding Yi's cultivation wasn't very high, his strength was still considered decent in the Emperor realm. Just from the metal elemental energy alone, it could be seen that ordinary people in the Emperor realm weren't his match. Furthermore, he should have condensed the heaven-splitting force that was above the 4th grade or even the 5th grade. He probably had his own fortuitous encounters after spending a few months in the Great Void Realm. With a single punch, the weather changed. Since their leader had already set an example, how could Dition and the others be careless? With a loud crash, secret techniques blasted toward the Sword Pavilion's disciples from all directions. Having lost their swords, the Sword Pavilion's disciples were already greatly weakened. Now that their minds were severely injured, how could they resist such a dense attack? If the sword formation was still there, they wouldn't be afraid. However, the sword formation had long been broken along with their swords. Despair filled their eyes, but they couldn't dodge. They could only desperately activate their own strength to form a defense. At the same time, they took out their defensive artifacts. In an instant, layers of earthy yellow light lit up on the Sword Pavilion's disciples. Obviously, they had all activated the earth elemental energy. Some of them even performed the divine technique of the earth elemental energy. In particular, Zhongfan, who was the leader, held a huge shield in his hand. The huge shield was purely condensed from the earth elemental energy and looked extremely solid. However, in the face of the endless attacks, all of this was meaningless. Under the flashes of light, the defensive artifacts of the Sword Pavilion's disciples shattered one after another. Then, the earth elemental energy protecting them was also broken. Even Zhongfan's huge shield wasn't spared. As the attacks struck their bodies, the Sword Pavilion's disciples let out continuous, shrill cries. Their lives exploded into a bloody mist in midair, and not even their corpses remained. In an instant, more than half of the Sword Pavilion's disciples were dead or injured. Even Zhongfan, Luo Qingyan, and Lu Shui were injured and dripping with blood. Dition and the others were extremely excited. Earlier, they'd been crushed by the Sword Pavilion's sword formation, and they'd been suppressing their anger for a long time. Now that they saw hope for revenge, they naturally didn't hold back. After the first round of attacks, the second round of attacks arrived. The Sword Pavilion's disciples are finished. Hu-Yi watched helplessly as this thought flashed through his mind, and his face was extremely pale. Since he'd advanced to the heaven-opening realm, he'd never taken the Emperor realm seriously. The Emperor realm was his territory. But until today, when he saw the Sword Pavilion's disciples fleeing for their lives and saw Zhongfan, a 5th-stage heaven opening expert, like a stray dog, he finally understood that the saying, "enough ants can kill an elephant," wasn't empty talk. After all, this was the great cosmological realm. And the main culprit was the indifferent young man who was watching with his hands behind his back. Although Dition was the killer, in the end, the death of the Sword Pavilion's disciples was still blamed on the young man. If he hadn't released the divine origin magnet light, how could the Sword Pavilion's disciples have been defeated so easily? Turning his head to look at Yang Kai, Hui felt a chill run down his spine. This kid had killed heaven-opening realm cultivators like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Now that he had obtained the divine origin magnet light, who in the great cosmological realm would be his match in the future. Miserable screams rang out again. Dition's second round of attacks had wiped out the remaining Sword Pavilion disciples, leaving no one alive. Only the 3 heaven-opening realm leaders were still breaking out of the encirclement. From this, it could be seen that the foundation of the heaven-opening realm was different from that of the Emperor realm. Under the divine origin magnet light, they could timely control their swords and prevent them from being taken away. They also had the ability to protect themselves in the storm of attacks. "Want to leave?" Ding Yi's aura locked onto the fleeing Zhongfan, and he shouted angrily, "Leave your life behind!" As he spoke, he threw another punch at Zhongfan. The fist energy swept through the heavens and earth, and with the support of the metal element, its might was terrifying. Zhongfan hurriedly turned around, gritted his teeth, and pointed a finger. On the tip of his finger, a stream of sword chi met the saber light. With a boom, the energy rampaged and the fist energy shattered. Zhong Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, and his figure retreated explosively. He had already been injured by Di Tian's 2 rounds of attacks, and now that he had forcefully used his strength, he was almost no match for Ding Yi. Luo Qingyan hurriedly supported him and exchanged a glance with Lu Shui. The 2 of them turned around, transforming into 2 streaks of sword light that enveloped the 3 of them. They instantly broke through the encirclement of Di Tian's group and fled into the distance, not even looking back. Chapter 4020. Dozens of people from Sword Pavilion came aggressively under the leadership of 3 Heaven Opening Realm leaders, but in less than half an hour, they all fled with their faces covered in dirt. There were dozens of them when they came, but only 3 were left when they left. Even Zhong Fan, who was a 5th stage Heaven Opening Realm cultivator, was severely injured and almost died on the spot. On the Origin Magnet Mountain, everyone was silent. Only Di Tian and the others were left shouting slogans, shaking the world. Ding Yi even looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, looking insufferably arrogant. His arrogant appearance made many people unhappy, but it was undeniable that after this battle, Di Tian's reputation had indeed spread, and there would definitely be a place for him in the great cosmological realm. Among the thousands of people present, many were already looking at Di Tian with shining eyes, considering whether to join in. After laughing wildly, Ding Yi came back to his senses and wanted to thank Yang Kai, but when he looked down, there was no trace of Yang Kai. Even the dozen people standing beside him had disappeared. Where is Brother Yang? Ding Yi asked the people around him. No one knew. Everyone was busy chasing after the people from Sword Pavilion, so who would pay attention to others' movements? However, one of the leaders of the Emperor Realm below pointed and said, they entered the Origin Magnet Divine Light. He had clearly seen that while Zhong Fan and the others were fleeing, Yang Kai had already led the dozen or so people around him into the underground cave, silently and without a sound. Ding Yi turned his head and saw that the Origin Magnet Divine Light was still spewing out of the hole created by the Earth Dragon. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes, secretly admiring Yang Kai's courage. He had seen the power of the Origin Magnet Divine Light just now. Not only could it absorb secret treasures, but under the scouring of this divine light, those secret treasures would lose their spirituality in a very short time. How could they have a good ending if they jumped in directly? But soon, an unwillingness to admit defeat welled up in his heart. If Yang Kai dared to jump down, why wouldn't he dare? Moreover, this hole spewed out such dense Origin Magnet Divine Light, so there must be high-quality Origin Magnet Divine Stones below. This was a rare treasure. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand and called out, "Follow me!" He took the lead and rushed into the cave. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived before the cave. Only when they got close did they realize how terrifying the divine, essence-fused light was. When they sent their divine sense into it to investigate, it was immediately ground to dust, causing them to feel a slight headache. Ding, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He wondered if he should wait and see what would happen. It wouldn't be worth it if he didn't get to eat the mutton and got himself into trouble. A cultivator beside him also came in with a nervous look and said, "Boss, I'm afraid it's a little dangerous to jump in. Why don't we wait a little longer?" If he hadn't said that, Ding Yi would have really waited, but he had to persuade him. Ding Yi's neck stiffened. What are we waiting for? There must be treasures down there. Didn't you see that Brother Yang has already jumped down? He must be looting. I'll go first. You all jump down. A bitter expression appeared on that person's face. After Ding Yi finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and leaped forward, plunging headfirst into the hole. In order to avoid any accidents, he deliberately activated his own earth element power to protect himself. It could be said that he was well prepared. However, as soon as he jumped down, he suddenly screamed and shot out of the hole like an arrow released from a bow. Under everyone's gaze, Ding Yi appeared 1,000 feet away. But when they saw his current state, they were all shocked. At this moment, Ding Yi's earth elemental energy had been broken. Not only that, his clothes were in tatters, and there were countless tiny wounds all over his body. Blood had practically dyed his entire body red. As he stood in the air, Ding Yi's eyes were filled with shock, and there was lingering fear on his face. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Although they knew that the divine essence-fused light couldn't be trespassed at will. After all, those secret treasures had been washed away and turned into scrap metal. They didn't expect the power of the divine essence-fused light to be so terrifying. Ding, he couldn't even hold on for a breath. If he had stayed in there for a while longer, wouldn't he have died without a complete corpse? If he was already like this, what about the young man surnamed Yang and the dozen or so people around him? I'm afraid that boy is doomed. A heaven-opening realm cultivator came up to Hu Yi and whispered. It had been half a cup of tea's time since Yang, Kai, jumped into the cave with a dozen or so people. There had been no movement for such a long time, so how could they have a good ending? Hu Yi's stiff face finally showed a smile. It's good that he died. Seeing Yang Kai kill Liao Yi Bai with one move, Hu Yi was really afraid of Yang Kai. If this person was a heaven-opening realm cultivator, it would be fine, but he was just a sovereign. This kind of existence that transcended the norm was a blow to him, so he was naturally happy to see him die. Master, are you all right? A disciple of Di Tian rushed up to Ding Yi and asked. Ding Yi raised his hand and said, I'm fine. Although he said so, there was still a lingering fear on his face. Fortunately, he had reacted quickly just now. Otherwise, something really might have happened. Thinking about how Yang Kai had already been in there for so long, he immediately came to the same conclusion as Hu Yi and the others. That Yang Kai probably didn't have a good ending. Thinking of this, Ding Yi's expression brightened. He waved his hand and said, Surround this cave. Kill anyone who dares to trespass. If Yang Kai died, then no one would care about the treasures below. The divine, essence-fused light couldn't be endless. There had to be a moment when it stopped. When that time came, he would lead Di Tian and the others down to plunder. Then most of the treasures would belong to him. Di Tian and the others received the order and gathered around the cave. In the blink of an eye, the cave was completely surrounded. This action naturally angered everyone, but Di Tian and the others had the might of the Slaying Sword Pavilion, so they were not afraid. Even if the surrounding cultivators glared at them, they were still calm. At the same time, under the divine, essence-fused light, a group of more than 10 people was surrounded by Yang Kai's earth elemental power and kept going deeper into the cave. Contrary to what Hu Yi and Ding Yi thought, not only was Yang Kai not dead, he didn't even show any signs of injury. Not only him, but the Crimson Star disciples were also unharmed. Under the earth elemental power's protection, the divine, essence-fused light couldn't penetrate them at all. Yang Kai had now condensed the power of wood, fire, and earth. However, he still didn't know what grade these 3 powers were. He couldn't ask anyone about this, so he could only figure it out himself. If the wood elemental power condensed from the immortal tree's essence was classified as a 9th grade power, then the Golden Crow primordial fire and Earth Dragon's dragon pearl might be an 8th grade power. In other words, he had now condensed at least 1 9th grade power and 2 8th grade powers. However, this divine, essence-fused light was only a 6th grade power, so how could it hurt Yang Kai and the others under the protection of an 8th grade earth elemental power? That being said, Yang Kai's consumption of qi was not small, so he had no choice but to constantly activate the earth elemental power in his Dao seal. Otherwise, even if he was fine, the others would be in danger of dying. Even Yu He was no exception. After all, her strength was only at the 5th grade, so she couldn't resist the scouring of this divine, essence-fused light. Divine, essence-fused stone! A disciple exclaimed as he descended, apparently having seen the treasures around the cave walls. As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai had already reached out and retrieved the divine, essence-fused stone. At first glance, it was only a 4th grade divine, essence-fused stone, so he didn't take it to heart and casually tossed it into his space ring. Yang Kai didn't know how deep this hole, dug by the Earth Dragon, was to draw out the divine, essence-fused light from underground. As he continued to descend, he would occasionally find some divine, essence-fused stones around the cave walls. Yang Kai easily collected more than a dozen divine, essence-fused stones along the way, but the highest was only a 4th grade, while the rest were basically 2nd grade and 2nd grade divine, essence-fused stones, so they weren't very valuable. After descending for about 3,000 meters, the space below suddenly opened up, and everyone seemed to have fallen into a sea of divine, essence-fused light. However, in just 2 breaths of time, the group rushed out of the sea of divine, essence-fused light. In their field of vision, a brilliant and beautiful world suddenly appeared. This was a huge cave, and everywhere in the cave there were flashing lights, each of which represented a divine, essence-fused stone. Looking up again, above the cave, a vast expanse of divine, essence-fused light was continuously pouring out of the cave. Obviously, this was the source of the divine, essence-fused light. Yang Kai had collected an entire bag of divine, essence-fused light using his good wish bag before, so he hadn't expected there to be such a large amount stored underground. This situation made everyone's heart ache. If there was another artifact like the good wish bag, they might be able to collect more. Yang Kai had thought about using his sealed world bead to collect these divine, essence-fused stones before, but after trying it out while falling, he had no choice but to give up. After the 6th grade divine, essence-fused light entered his sealed world bead, it actually put some pressure on it. It didn't matter if he collected a small amount, but if he collected too much, his sealed world bead would be in danger of collapsing. According to the current storage capacity of this divine, essence-fused light sea, it would run out in at most a stick of incense worth of time. At that time, the people above would definitely come down to search for treasures. In other words, Yang Kai and the others only had a stick of incense worth of time left. 6th young master, we've struck gold. Guazian looked around and muttered to himself. There were already more than a dozen divine, essence-fused stones in his field of vision. Although he didn't know what grade they were, the quantity alone was enough to make everyone excited. Not to mention, this underground cave covered an unknown area. As long as they continued to collect, they would definitely find more. Let's do it, Yang Kai said lightly. The reason why he brought Qi Xing and the others down was firstly to consider their safety. He had offended many people before, so it was definitely not safe for them to stay here. Secondly, he needed manpower to collect these divine, essence-fused stones. Since he had already expected there to be treasures below, how could he not make some plans? As soon as he gave the order, the dozen Qi Xing disciples rushed out excitedly and began to collect the divine, essence-fused stones. He also didn't say a word and walked towards the brightest divine, essence-fused stone, putting it into her space ring after a short while. Chapter 40:21. While he had the others collect them, Yang Kai himself did not remain idle. Under the perception of his divine sense, the pieces of divine essence magnet stone could not hide from him. Everyone from Qi Xing was also very self-aware. Every time they found a divine essence magnet stone, they would deliver it to Yang Kai before turning around to look for others. The divine essence magnet stones in the depths of the earth were indeed different from those outside. They were of extremely high quality, with the lowest being 4th grade and the majority being 5th grade. 6th manager, over here! Guazian suddenly shouted from 1,000 meters away, seemingly having discovered something. Yang Kai looked in the direction of the voice and arrived beside him in a flash. 6th grade, 6th manager. This is definitely 6th grade. Guazian's face lit up with fanaticism as he pointed to a piece of divine essence magnet stone embedded in the cave wall. The divine essence magnet stone's divine essence magnet stone was almost tangible, almost the same as the divine essence magnet light that had rushed out of the cave. Yang Kai reached out to touch it, felt it for a moment, and nodded. It is indeed 6th grade. Guazian's breathing was heavy, and he almost wanted to cry. When had he ever seen such a high-quality, rare treasure in his life? Although the divine essence magnet light from before was also 6th grade, and if one had the ability, they could have used it to condense metal attribute force. but that kind of pure divine essence magnet light was extremely dangerous. The divine essence magnet stone in front of them was different. It contained 6th grade origin magnet force, making it much safer to condense metal attribute force. Although he was excited, he was also a little dejected, recalling that he had no background to rely on and his aptitude was only so. He had no choice but to condense 2nd grade materials and reach 2nd grade splitting the heavens. In this lifetime, he would only reach 4th grade at most. If he could go back in time, he would never have made such a hasty choice and would have waited for his own opportunity. Many people from the Emperor realm, like Qi Xing, had not even condensed their Dao seals, or had just condensed their own Dao seals. There were many opportunities in the great cosmological realm. The rare treasures here were much more abundant than the outside world, and there were also many opportunities. As long as they could leave the great cosmological realm alive, it would not be a problem for them to advance to 3rd grade or 4th grade splitting the heavens. Compared to his initial 2nd grade splitting the heavens, their future achievements would naturally be higher. "Dig it out," Yang Kai ordered. Guozian nodded, and then he sorted out his chaotic feelings before rushing over to get busy. In a short moment, he held a millstone-sized divine origin magnet with both hands. 6th head, this amount is enough for one person to condense metal elemental energy, or even more. Guozian said excitedly, although this 6th grade treasure didn't have much to do with him. He had taken it out personally after all, so he was naturally excited. Grade 6 materials were worth at least 15 million heaven opening pills. If he had so many heaven opening pills, he wouldn't have to worry about cultivation for the rest of his life. "Not bad," Yang Kai said lightly and put it away. There was not much time left for Yang Kai and the others. Once the sea of divine essence-fused light was completely emptied, the several thousand cultivators gathered on the divine essence-fused mountain would definitely descend to search and plunder the treasures. As such, everyone increased their speed. Everyone had a huge harvest, collecting divine essence-fused stones one after another. There was no lack of 6th grade divine essence-fused stones, and this underground cave was extremely large. It was unknown how large it was. It was impossible for Qi Xing and the others to completely search this place, but since they had taken the initiative, their harvest was naturally not small. After agreeing to meet up here, He led Qi Xing and the others to search in one direction, while Yang Kai headed in another direction alone. Along the way, Yang Kai released his divine sense and ignored all divine essence-fused stones below grade 3, only collecting those above grade 3. The underground cave was indeed extremely large. Yang Kai had been running for an entire day, but he still hadn't reached the end, and from time to time there would be some forks in the road, making him dizzy. After such a long time, the people on the divine essence-fused mountain should have already descended, but such a large underground space was enough for them to search. After another day, they finally reached the end. In these 2 days, Yang Kai's harvest could be said to be envious. He had collected more than 100 pieces of divine essence-fused stones of 4th grade, more than 30 pieces of 5th grade, and 4 pieces of 6th grade. In terms of value, the divine essence-fused stones he found in these 2 days were worth about 100 million opening heaven pills, and this was only his own harvest. Even if he and the other Qi Xing disciples' harvest were not as good as his, it would definitely not be too little. The only fly in the ointment was that they did not find any divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. Yang Kai thought that there would definitely be materials of 7th grade or above under this divine essence-fused mountain, but he didn't know if there really wasn't any, or if he was just unlucky and had searched in the wrong direction. At this moment, it was too late to change the direction of the search. With more than 2,000 people on the divine essence-fused mountain pouring in, no matter how many treasures there were underground, it would not be enough to keep them. He didn't know if others had found divine essence-fused stones of 7th grade or above. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai seemed to have thought of something and grinned silently. With his hands behind his back, he calmly returned the way he came. Halfway back, a group of more than a dozen people came in front of him. When they saw someone in front of them, they could not help but be surprised. The leader of the group even shouted, "Who is it?" With this shout, these more than a dozen cultivators secretly urged their strength, ready to attack. Yang Kai walked over unhurriedly, not stopping for even a moment. However, he didn't show any excessive hostility, making these people somewhat unsure of what this guy's intentions were. When he got closer and saw Yang Kai's face, the leader of the cultivators said in surprise, "It's you, you didn't die?" Previously on the divine Essence-fused mountain, everyone thought that Yang Kai and Qi Xing's group were dead for sure. After all, they had gone down for so long without any movement, so how could they be safe? Only now did they know that Yang Kai was actually alive and well. "Why would I die?" Yang Kai chuckled. The cultivator who spoke mumbled for a while, then forced a smile and cupped his fists. "Lord Yang's divine skills are unparalleled. I admire you." Although they were all in the Emperor realm, this person did not dare to be arrogant in front of Yang Kai. Previously, he had seen the leader of the mysterious Cloud Society, Liao Yibai, die under Yang Kai's spear with his own eyes. For a moment he felt a little uneasy. Meeting this god of death in such a place, would he be tempted by the wealth? If a conflict really broke out, with his strength, the dozen or so people on his side would not be able to resist. But they didn't think that Kai Yang would just let out a grunt and walk past them. The dozen or so people secretly sighed and looked at each other, feeling a little absurd, as if they had just survived a disaster. That's right. Yang Kai suddenly turned around and looked at them. "Lord Yang, what orders do you have?" The leading cultivator quickly asked respectfully. "Don't go forward. There's nothing good in front. Let's change direction." Yang Kai dropped a sentence and quickly disappeared. Only when Yang Kai's footsteps disappeared did they confirm that Yang Kai had really left. Someone asked, "What did he mean?" "Idiot, he came from that side, so he must have taken the good things first." The person who asked suddenly realized, "No wonder we only found divine Essence-fused stones under the 3rd grade along the way. So it was he who slipped through the gaps between his fingers." Fortunately, Yang Kai was in a hurry and did not care about those materials under the 3rd grade. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find anything along the way. Let's change direction. How could the leading cultivator hesitate? He quickly led his people to the nearest fork in the road and turned into another passage. Yang Kai returned along the original path and encountered many cultivators. Some were in groups of 3 to 5, some were in groups of 10, but at most there were 30 to 50 of them. They were all very surprised that Yang Kai had survived. Some of the smarter ones saw Yang Kai coming from the front and immediately changed the direction of their search without needing him to remind them. Yang Kai spent more than a day to return to the entrance. Looking up, the sea of divine Essence-fused light that had gathered at the top of the cave had indeed disappeared. If not, how could those people on the divine Essence-fused mountain be safe? Yueha and the others were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably still searching for divine Essence-fused stones. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry, though. Looking around, he flew over to one of the stone pillars. The top of this stone pillar was a smooth stone surface, enough for several dozen people to stand on. It was only a few dozen meters away from the cave entrance. From time to time, people would fly down from the cave entrance. Obviously, they were all cultivators who had heard the news and wanted to get a share of the loot. When these people saw Yang Kai sitting alone on the stone pillar, they couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, no one thought too much about it. In the face of benefits, who would have the time to care about the life or death of others? Everyone went in their own direction and searched deeper. After waiting for less than half a day, 2 ferocious auras descended from the cave above his head. Sensing these familiar auras, Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked over, only to see 2 behemoths flying down one after the other, constantly circling around Yang Kai, each of their divine senses conveying a hint of flattery. The 2 ferocious beasts had put in a lot of effort and were injured. The earth dragon was injured by the divine Essence-fused light, but it had a strong recovery ability and had more or less recovered in the past few days. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was injured by the Thunderlight Cultivator. It had chased after the Thunderlight Cultivator in a rage, and only now did it return. Stop arguing. Yang Kai was a little speechless towards these two fellows. Although they couldn't speak, their divine senses were constantly surging towards him, transmitting some vague information, which was really annoying. Yang Kai had no choice but to throw out 2 dragon blood pills to calm them down, each of them finding a quiet place to lie down and refine the medicinal efficacies. Yang Kai also swallowed a dragon blood pill and then closed his eyes to comprehend the mysteries of wood and fire in his Dao Seal, looking forward to comprehending some kind of divine technique. Another day later, Yu He and the others returned, all of them smiling from ear to ear. Obviously, their harvest was not small. Sensing Yang Kai's aura, Yu He's eyes lit up and she led everyone to the stone pillar, handing over a space ring. "Young master, this is all of our harvest." Yang Kai glanced at her with some surprise, not having expected her to hand over all of her harvest to him. Yu He, on the other hand, smiled as if this was only natural. Yang Kai received the space ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, his expectations quickly turning into disappointment. Chapter 4022. The harvest of Yu He and the others was indeed not small, at least 30% more than what he had obtained. What's more, they didn't even let go of any divine essence magnet stones below 3rd grade, most likely collecting everything they could find. The remaining 4th grade, 5th grade, and 6th grade stones were everywhere, but there were no 7th grade stones. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's thoughts, Yu He sent him a message. This divine essence magnet mountain is so rich with countless low-rank and mid-rank divine essence magnet stones. It is very likely that there won't be any high-rank divine stones here. What she said made sense, but Yang Kai was obviously unwilling to accept this. Putting away the space rings, Yang Kai turned to Qi Xing and said, "You've done well. After we return, if you have any needs, just ask. Whether it is 5th grade or 6th grade, as long as you have the ability to refine them, this king will not be stingy." These dozen or so survivors were those who had not fled when facing the hundreds of Thunderlight Sex cultivators. Regardless of how loyal they were, at the very least they had some courage. As soon as these words came out, everyone's breathing became heavy, and even Guazian was taken aback. "6th Master, how can this be?" 5th grade and 6th grade precious stones were given out by Yang Kai as soon as he opened his mouth. Although not all of them had the ability to refine 6th grade precious stones, there were still some who could refine 5th grade precious stones. These words alone were enough to show Yang Kai's generosity and courage. What's more, there were only a dozen or so of them, and none of them had contributed much at all this time. When facing the provocation of Thunderlight Sex cultivators, it was Yang Kai who had single-handedly dealt with them. All in all, they were only able to survive thanks to Yang Kai's protection. Following Yang Kai to this underground cave was simply a matter of finding some precious stones. If it weren't for Yang Kai pushing his earth attribute before, they wouldn't have been able to descend at all. Putting in a little effort, reaping great benefits. This was something they never dared to imagine before. The harvest this time is not small, and this king is not a person who likes to eat alone. Since you are this king's people, this king naturally hopes that you can grow up quickly so that you can share this king's burdens in the future. Seeing Guazian still wanting to say something, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "It's decided there is no need to say anything more." Guazian sighed and cupped his fists. "6th Master, this lowly one, thank you, 6th Master." The dozen or so gold, precious, treasured stones, precious, precious stones. Everyone stared at Yang Kai with fiery eyes, once again feeling that it was a blessing to follow such a master. If it had been the old poison matriarch here, how could she have been so generous? But then again, even with the poison woman's ability, it was unlikely she could achieve what Yang Kai had. Yang Kai continued, "Some of you may have already condensed the power of different attributes, so you should already have a plan for your future. However, this king would like to give you a piece of advice. Regardless of whether you have condensed the yin-yang 5 elements or not, you should still try your best to condense high-quality materials. Although laying down a foundation won't help you reach a higher realm. In a battle, high-quality energy may be the difference between life and death. For example, if a cultivator had condensed the 3rd grade fire attribute power before, then his position would be at the 3rd grade sky splitter. If it were in the outside world, without sufficient financial resources and opportunities, he would only look for 3rd grade materials to condense the remaining power. But here in the great cosmological realm, if he chose to condense the 4th grade or 5th grade origin magnet divine force, although it could not help him advance to the 4th grade or 5th grade sky splitter, he would still only reach the 3rd grade. However, he would be able to get more help and more damage when urging the metal attribute power. Guazian said, "Sixth Master is right." A Crimson Star disciple stood up and said, "Sixth Master, I only want the 4th grade." "I also only want the 4th grade." Another person said. The rest of the group also spoke out their needs. Basically, they were all 4th grade. Only 2 people pondered for a long time before saying that they needed the 5th grade. In this world, there were many cultivators who were limited by financial resources and did not reach the limit of the sky splitter grade. For example, Meng Hong. He had condensed the 3rd grade sky splitter power before, but his limit was the 5th grade. It was just that a force like the Great Moon Province could not meet his needs at all. There were also people who were burdened by their aptitude and could not bear the pressure of condensing high-quality sky splitter power. Forcibly condensing it would only be counterproductive. Generally speaking, as long as one's aptitude was not too bad, condensing 4th grade materials was not a problem. If one's aptitude was slightly better, there was hope for the 5th grade. As for the 6th grade, it really required an excellent foundation and aptitude. Nearly 10 people out of the dozen or so people stated their requirements, leaving only a few people who looked on enviously. They had already condensed the metal attribute power, so this origin magnet divine stone was naturally of no use to them. Yang Kai said again, "If you have other gains in the future, just tell me if you need anything. This king will not treat you unfairly." Everyone was overjoyed and cupped their hands to thank him. Guazian was happy to surrender. This new 6th Master was so powerful and so generous to his subordinates. It was really rare in the world. It was their fortune to have such a superior. Turning his head to look around, Guazian said, "Sixth Master, there are many treasures underground. Do you want me to take some people to look for them?" "No need. Just wait here. Naturally, someone will come to us." Yang Kai waved his hand. Guazian was stunned when he heard this. He did not know what Yang Kai meant. He blinked and looked at Yang Kai, then looked at the special position here, and then looked at the cave entrance more than 100 feet away. She said with a look of horror, "You're not going to rob us, are you?" Yang Kai grinned. "This tree was planted by me, and this road was opened by me. If you want to pass through here, leave some money. If anyone dares to say no, I'll kill them." He was speechless. Qi Xing and the others also had black lines on their faces. 6th Master was really bold. He could even do this kind of thing. However, since 6th Master had made this decision, they could only obey. They all stood behind Yang Kai to show off their strength. Since the appearance of the origin magnet divine light, although 3 days had passed, there were still people flying down from the cave entrance to explore the underground. No one had left this place, but counting the time, it was about time for some people to leave. Although the underground area was vast, it could not withstand the search of thousands of people for several days. The places that needed to be searched had already been searched. Without any benefits, who would be willing to stay here? Sure enough, in less than half a day, a few rays of light flew over from afar, and soon arrived in front of them, preparing to fly out through the passage they came in. However, how could Guazian, who had long known Yang Kai's intentions, give them this opportunity? He immediately stepped forward and raised his hand. Halt! The newcomers paused, and when the light faded, the figures of 6 people were revealed, an elderly man and 5 young men and women. Judging from their appearances, they should be from the same great force. Yang Kai guessed that they had been drawn into the great cosmological realm by the great cosmological fog while working in Star City. All 6 of them looked vigilant as they secretly circulated their strength. However, when the old man saw Guazian's appearance, he could not help but be shocked. He quickly looked towards Yang Kai and found that it was indeed this god of death. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He had witnessed the scene of this young man killing Liao Yibai before, and knew that the 6 of them were not his opponent. If it was a blessing, it would not be a disaster. If it was a disaster, it could not be avoided. The elderly man cupped his fists and said, "So it is Lord Yang. This old master has been disrespectful. What advice does Lord Yang have for us?" Yang Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the stone pillar, opened his eyes, looked at the elderly man, and said, "I dare not give advice, but please show me your space rings." As soon as the statement came out, the elderly man's face changed, and a young man behind him shouted angrily, "Why should we?" No cultivator was willing to hand over their space ring to others to check. Everyone's space ring had its own privacy. If others were to check it at will, wouldn't it be exposed? Another young girl gritted her teeth and said, "Wishful thinking." The elderly man raised his hand to stop her, looked at Yang Kai and forced a smile. "Lord Yang, although this old master and these unfilial disciples have searched underground for several days, we have not found anything good. Even if we hand over our space rings, I am afraid it will only disappoint Lord Yang." Yang Kai said lightly, "Whether you will be disappointed or not, you will know at a glance." The elderly man frowned and said, "Lord Yang, how about this? We will give 30% of our harvest to Master and ask Master to let us pass. How does that sound?" "Martial uncle," the young men and women behind him couldn't help shouting. Their harvest this time wasn't that great to begin with, so if they had to hand over 30%, it would be as painful as cutting their own flesh. How could they be willing? "I will only look at your space rings." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The elderly man's brow furrowed even more, hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, 40%. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this. 50%. The elderly man took a step forward, seemingly having made a great decision. If Lord Yang is still not satisfied, then this old master has nothing to say. Yang Kai still said the same words. "I will only look at your space rings." The young man who spoke before shouted angrily, "Don't go too far!" Yang Kai coldly glanced over. "If I wanted to go too far, you would all be corpses by now. How could I allow you to be so noisy?" Hearing this, the young man's face paled, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Thinking back to how Yang Kai had killed a heaven-opening realm master, he felt that the few of them here wouldn't be enough to kill him. The elderly man smiled bitterly. "Is Lord Yang so insistent?" Yang Kai remained silent. The elderly man nodded. "This old master understands. Sorry for disturbing master." After cupping his fists, he waved his hand and said, "Let's go," leading his disciples in another direction. It seemed that they wanted to look for another exit. Originally, they were still a little worried that Yang Kai would stop them, but who would have thought that, even after they had walked far away, Yang Kai didn't seem to have any intention of doing so. "That person went too far," the young woman said indignantly. The elderly man said, "Now you should understand that in these 3,000 worlds, strength is respected. Cultivate well in the future. Don't be distracted." The disciples blushed with shame and nodded. On the other side, Yuhi said, "Aren't you afraid that they will find another exit or forcefully open one of their own? If they can do it, it'll be up to them." Yang Kai said indifferently. Chapter 4023. This place was 3,000 meters underground, and because of the Origin Magnet Mountain, the ground was extremely hard. In the great cosmological realm, Under the premise that heaven-opening realm cultivators could not display too much power, it was impossible for anyone to forcefully open an exit. Even if Yang Kai went on the field himself, unless he used the black dragon spear, he would not have a chance. Only the earth dragon, who was naturally good at digging holes, was able to directly drill a passage into the origin magnet mountain. Time passed slowly, and people constantly flew over from all directions, wanting to leave through the passage, but without exception, they were all stopped by Guazian. At the entrance of the passage, more and more people gathered, and in less than half a day, there were already several hundred people. Yang Kai sat on the stone pillar calmly, and the several hundred people below were noisy and indignant. Many people looked at Yang Kai with hatred, but none of them dared to provoke him, only cursing him in their hearts. As time passed, more and more people gathered here, but they did not know what was going on. After asking around, they learned that the sixth manager of the Crimson Star sect actually wanted to bribe people to pass through, and he even shamelessly said that he wanted to check the space ring of a passing cultivator. No one would agree to such a rude request. After all, what if they handed the space ring to Yang Kai and Yang Kai snatched it away? They definitely could not defeat him, nor could they snatch it back, so although there were many people gathered here, no one could leave. Hu Yi was also here, and besides him, there were several other heaven-opening realm cultivators. Everyone looked at them, hoping that they could uphold justice. Hu Yi did not want to be the first to stand out, and he wished he could shrink back into the crowd, but with so many people looking at him, he had no choice but to stand out. After all, if a heaven-opening realm cultivator did not stand out, how could he count on the Emperor realm to speak up? Raising his hand to calm the rioting crowd, Hui said, "Everyone, please calm down and allow this Hu to inquire about Manager Yang's intentions." Everyone cupped their fists and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Manager Hu." Hu Yi sighed in his heart, then raised his head to look at the direction Yang Kai was at, then looked at the crimson WRM, that seemed to be sleeping but was actually ferocious and monstrous as it lay nearby, and his scalp went numb. He silently swallowed a mouthful of saliva, then flicked his sleeve and flew up the stone pillar. Guazian and the others looked at him coldly, but they did not stop him. Hu Yi climbed up the stone pillar. He first cupped his hands towards Guazian and then towards Yang Kai. "Master Yang!" Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at him. "Master Hu, have you figured it out? Since you figured it out, please give me your space ring." The corners of Hu Yi's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile and said, "Headmaster Yang must be joking. This Hu came here just to ask Headmaster Yang, what is the meaning of this action?" Yang Kai said indifferently, "What do you mean?" Hu Yi said, "It should be for the origin magnetic divine stone." "Since you know, why are you being so long-winded?" Hu Yi's face stiffened as he frowned. "Although I know, I'm afraid Headmaster Yang's actions are inappropriate. Those origin magnetic divine stones are something everyone worked so hard to find. Who would be willing to hand them over so easily? What's more, Headmaster Yang is blocking this path and not allowing everyone to pass. There is no reason for him to do so." Yang Kai gave him a thumbs up and pointed upwards. "This path was opened by me. Is that reason enough?" Hu Yi was stunned for a moment before smiling bitterly. This path was really opened by someone else. There was no way he could refute this. Yang Kai snorted. "Without this king's permission, you used the passage opened by this king's subordinate spirit beasts to search for origin magnetic divine stones. This king didn't pursue this matter. But now that I'm asking you to share some benefits, you're making all kinds of excuses. What? Do you really think this king is a pushover? We wouldn't dare. Hu Yi hurriedly waved his hand, thinking that if this guy was a pushover, then there was no one in the great void realm who wasn't. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Headmaster Yang's words are reasonable. How about this? You give a number, 10%, 20%, or 30%. If everyone has no objections, we'll hand over Headmaster Yang's share and ask Headmaster Yang to let us pass." "How much do I say?" How do I know what you've found? What if you're deliberately deceiving us? Absolutely not. Hui waved his hand. Can you guarantee? Hu Yi's expression stiffened. How could he guarantee this kind of thing? What if someone was really unwilling to pay too much and casually took out some low-quality origin magnetic divine stones to make up the numbers? Don't be long-winded. In short, if you want to leave this place, take out your space rings for this king to check. After checking, this king will naturally let you go. Hu Yi said. Headmaster Yang's move is likely to anger everyone. Yang Kai sneered. It's not like it's the first time. Hu Yi shook his head and said, that was then, and this is now. Previously, the people's hearts were not united, but now, everyone wants to leave. If Manager Yang insists on stopping them, these hundreds and thousands of people will rush over. May I ask if Manager Yang can stop them? Not to mention, there are still many people who haven't arrived yet. Yang Kai raised his hand and took out the good wish bag, grinning. Does this king need to stop them? Whoever dares to barge in, have a taste of the power of this king's origin, magnetic divine light. Hu Yi's face turned pale as he remembered that this guy had collected a lot of origin, magnetic divine light before. If he was provoked, he only needed to block the entrance and release the origin, magnetic divine light. No matter how many people there were, they wouldn't be enough for him to kill. Cupping his fists, he retreated from the stone pillar. The two did not deliberately suppress their voices, so how could the hundreds and thousands of people below not hear them? For a time, many people were filled with righteous indignation, thinking that Yang Kai had gone too far. This passage was indeed opened by his spirit beast. But with so many treasures below, it was only natural that everyone who saw them should have a share. Now he was blocking the entrance to the passage and robbing them. He was simply shameless to the extreme. However, not everyone thought so. Some cultivator were considering whether or not to agree to Yang Kai's request. In any case, they didn't have many good things in their space rings, so he might not be interested in them. This time, they didn't harvest many origin magnetic divine stones, so although it was painful to share some, it was better than being blocked here. At that moment, a series of whooshing sounds broke through the air. Everyone turned their heads and saw a dozen or so people drenched in blood rushing over, not even bothering to look back as they headed straight for the passage. Guazian immediately took out his staff and flew to block the entrance of the passageway. Halt! The dozen or so people obviously recognized Guazian and quickly stopped, the leader cupping his fists and asking, "What advice does Master have for us?" Guazian repeated the same words countless times. If you want to leave, hand over your space rings and let sixth young master inspect them first. Unsurprisingly, the dozen or so people couldn't help showing angry expressions when they heard this. Just as they were hesitating, though, Yang Kai calmly said, "There are still 10 breaths of time before the people who want to kill you catch up. Either hand over your space rings, and this king will let you go, or continue to flee." The face of the leader of this group changed greatly as he turned his head to look back. Sure enough, he saw a group of lights rapidly approaching them. His mind racing, he quickly asked, "Sir, does everyone who wants to leave this place have to hand over their space rings?" Yang Kai pointed down. "Those who haven't are over there." The man looked down and discovered that there were nearly 1,000 people gathered below. Between life and death, this person decisively nodded. "Good, in that case, Master, please inspect them." Saying so, he took off his space ring and tossed it to Yang Kai. Seeing their leader act this way, the dozen or so people behind him also took off their space rings with different expressions. Yang Kai's speed was very fast and under everyone's gazes. His divine sense swept through the dozen or so space rings before he raised his hand and returned them all, waving his hand, "Let's go!" The leader of the cultivators was startled, but he didn't have time to think about it and cupped his fists towards Yang Kai. "Many thanks, Master!" Saying so, he led the dozen or so people behind him out of the passage, disappearing without a trace. 3 breaths after they left, They saw several dozen people chasing after them. Seeing the group from before pass through the passage, these people didn't hesitate to give chase, shouting, "Where do you think you're going?" However, before they could approach the passage, the scarlet flood dragon that had been napping on the ground suddenly flew up, its massive body directly blocking the passage and spitting out a mouthful of raging flames, scaring the several dozen cultivators so much that they staggered back, their faces ashen. Everyone below was also shocked. From the looks of it, if Yong-kai really didn't want to let them go, he didn't even need to use the divine essence-fused light. Just the scarlet flood dragon alone was enough to seal the passage. For a moment, their mouths were filled with bitterness. The leader of the pursuers looked at the scarlet flood dragon and couldn't help but gulp, then turned to Yong-kai and said, "Lord Yang, we are Di Tian's people." Yong-kai didn't even look at him. "Call Ding-yi over to talk to me." That person's expression froze, not understanding how Yong-kai was related to those people who escaped before, and why Yong-kai wanted to protect them. However, he didn't dare to act rashly, quickly taking out his communication bead and sending a message to Ding-yi. While he was busy here, the people below suddenly started communicating with their divine senses. Just now, when Yong-kai checked the space rings of the dozen, or so people, they clearly saw that Yong-kai really only checked them and didn't touch anything before letting them go. It was impossible to say that those people didn't find anything underground. There were so many divine essence-fused stones here. Even if one or two of them didn't find anything, how could a dozen or so people not find anything? At the very least, they could find some divine essence-fused stones below the 3rd grade. However, Yong-kai really didn't take anything. What kind of situation was this? If that was the case, they might be able to accept Yong-kai's conditions. In any case, they wouldn't suffer any losses, at most losing some face. As such, after a brief hesitation, someone immediately flew up and cupped his fists in front of the stone pillar. "Lord Yang!" After saying so, he cupped his space ring and handed it over. Yong-kai reached out and grabbed the ring, sweeping it with his divine sense before throwing it back. That person was overjoyed. "Farewell." Saying so, he directly rushed up. The scarlet flood dragon made way for him, and that person quickly disappeared without a trace. This scene caused many people to go into an uproar. If there was a possibility that they had seen wrongly before, then this time, everyone stared very carefully, not daring to be distracted. From what they could see, Yong-kai really didn't take anything. Chapter 4024. With the first, there was a second. One after another, cultivators flew up to the stone pillar and handed over their space rings to Yong-kai. But Yong-kai simply glanced over them and returned them as they were. After inspecting the cultivator, he happily left. After just a stick of incense, worth of time, more than 100 people had left. But in front of everyone's eyes, Yong-kai did not take anything from the space rings of these people. Hu-yi and the other heaven opening boundary masters gathered together, not understanding what was going on. Previously, everyone had thought that Yong-kai wanted to take a share of their harvest, and he had even said so himself, but now he was not taking anything. What did he mean by this? Was he looking down on these people's harvests? Or was he looking for something else? Regardless, Yong-kai's actions were good news for most people. Another person flew up the stone pillar. This person had a fawning smile on his face and was quite ugly, with a sharp mouth and monkey cheeks. At first glance, one could tell he was not a good person. Just like the others, he offered up his space ring with both hands and waited anxiously. Yong-kai squeezed the space ring and looked at him with a smile. "Is it all here?" The man hurriedly said, "It's all here." "Are you sure?" The man hesitated for a moment before quickly calming down and nodding. "I dare not lie." Yong-kai coldly snorted and reached out to grab him. A space ring suddenly flew out from the man's sleeve and fell into Yong-kai's hand. "What is this?" Yong-kai looked at him coldly. The man's expression suddenly became flustered. He had clearly used a secret technique to hide this space ring, but it had still been found so easily. "Master, Please spare me." This servant was just confused for a moment. Yang Kai did not even look at him and simply waved his hand. Scram. Under the sweeping force, this person was directly swept into the passage. As for that person's space ring, it was left behind. Standing at the entrance of the passage, the man stared blankly at the space ring that had been taken away, his heart aching. Weighing his own strength, he finally gritted his teeth and flew out. Looking around, Yang Kai said, "If anyone dares to hide anything, I won't kill you." That's what happened to that person. Everyone's expression turned cold. Originally, there were some people like that person who thought they had found something good and wanted to secretly hide it. Seeing this situation, how could they have the guts to do so? Yang Kai had indeed not killed that person, but he had taken away all his belongings. How was he going to survive in the great cosmological realm in the future? Time passed slowly. One by one, the cultivator landed in front of Yang Kai and flew away one by one. Previously, on the mountain peak, there were at least 2,000 people, including those from the Ditian heavens. Later on, there were even more cultivators here, so there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators gathered in the depths of the mountain. Even though Yang Kai's speed wasn't slow, it still took him a long time to complete his investigation. However, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai searched through the space rings of hundreds of people, but did not take anything, except for the space ring of the one who had just been stolen. Hu Yi and the other heaven opening realms were constantly communicating with their divine senses. At a certain moment, Hu Yi suddenly turned to a cultivator beside him and sent a divine sense transmission. "You go!" The cultivator nodded and flew forward. After waiting in line for half an incense stick's worth of time, it was finally his turn. After handing over his space ring, the cultivator waited anxiously, but after Yang Kai finished inspecting his space ring, he actually smiled faintly. Not bad. He casually tossed the space ring back. The cultivator was slightly startled before cupping his fists in joy. "Many thanks, Master!" There were 2 sets of divine origin magnet stones in his space ring. He was worried that Yang Kai would take them away, but now it seemed that he had been overthinking. Turning around, he gave Hu Yi a look that said everything was going well. Hu Yi nodded slightly. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. "Let's go," Hu Yi said. Although it was shameful to have their space rings inspected by someone from the Emperor realm, in this situation they had no choice but to lower their heads. If they wanted to leave this place, they would have to rely on Yang Kai's aura. Yang Kai had 2 strange beasts and controlled the divine origin magnet light. With him blocking the entrance to the passage, they could not resist. The heaven opening realms were also a little impatient from waiting and nodded in agreement. Immediately, the heaven opening realms led their disciples to the entrance of the passage. After about the time it would take to brew a cup of tea, it was finally Hu Yi's turn. After handing over his space ring, Hu Yi waited silently. However, this time, Yang Kai finally acted differently. With a single thought, a millstone-sized divine origin magnet stone appeared in front of him and was directly stored in his space ring. Hu Yi's eyes widened as he quickly called out, "Master Yang!" The divine origin magnet stone that Yang Kai had taken away was a 6th grade divine origin magnet stone, and it was the only 6th grade divine origin magnet stone Hu Yi had obtained on this trip. Only now did Hu Yi understand that Yang Kai had not taken anything earlier, not because he was being benevolent, but because he did not care about the gains of these people. His eyes were only set on those above the 6th grade. "Do you have a problem with that?" Yang Kai raised his eyes, pinching Hu Yi's space ring in his hand. Hu Yi was so angry that his face twitched for a long time before he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't dare!" He was afraid that if he said that, his space ring would be gone. Yang Kai tossed his space ring back to him and calmly said, "Next." Hu Yi caught the space ring. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. He could only glare hatefully at Yang Kai before flying towards the passage. When the people behind him saw this, they naturally understood Yang Kai's intentions. This guy wanted to monopolize the 6th grade divine stones. For a moment, some people were happy while others were sad. At this moment, a figure rushed over from afar and quickly arrived at the stone pillar, revealing Ding Yi's appearance. At first glance, seeing how lively this place was, he could not help but scratch his head and ask, "Brother Yang, what are you doing?" Yang Kai checked the space ring and grinned at him. "I'm blocking the road to rob you." Ding Yi's expression stiffened and he laughed dryly. "Brother Yang, you must be joking." He thought that Yang Kai was joking, but when he looked carefully, he found that many people were waiting in line. When they arrived in front of Yang Kai, they took the initiative to hand over their space rings for him to check and let him pass. He could not help but tremble. If this was not blocking the road to rob him, then what was? For a moment, he looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of admiration. He did not even dare to think about such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was also from the Emperor realm, had done it. Moreover, there were so many people gathered here, and they were all obediently cooperating. For a moment, Yang Kai was shocked. Ding Yi was full of interest, and he said, "Brother Yang, do you need help?" Yang Kai tilted his head and thought for a moment. "All right, I'll tell you to line up behind Di Tian's people." Ding Yi was stunned. Di Tian's people also need to be checked? Yang Kai said, "No one is an exception." He pointed forward, and Ding Yi looked over and found that that person was at the heaven-opening realm, but his expression was extremely ugly. Ding Yi forced a smile. "No, Brother Yang, Di Tian was on the mountain before." "Zhiqi, I saved many of your people's lives on the mountain." Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish and interrupted him. Ding Yi smacked his lips. What he said was true. If Yang Kai did not release the divine essence-fused light at the crucial moment, Sword Pavilion's sword formation would not have been destroyed. In the end, both sides would have suffered great losses. Even if Di Tian's people could take down Sword Pavilion, they would have to pay a huge price. "Brother Yang, do we really have to do this?" Ding Yi asked with a frown. "Don't worry, I won't touch what I shouldn't take. I will only take what is useful." Yang Kai comforted him. Ding Yi stood in place and hesitated for a long time. Then, as if he had made up his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, Brother Yang, just say the word, and I, Ding Yi, will cooperate with you." After saying this, he turned around and flew down, ordering Di Tian and the others to line up behind. One cultivator after another was checked, and their spatial rings were released. Yang Kai's intentions were completely exposed. Even if those cultivators obtained Grade 5 divine stones, he would not touch them. Only the Grade 6 divine stones were kept. Yang Kai had his own considerations. There were many Grade 5 divine stones in the depths of the ground. If he really kept all of them, it would be a little too much. If he ate the meat, others should at least get some soup. If he really did that, he would probably incur the wrath of everyone, and a huge battle with these thousands of people would break out. When that time came, blood would flow like rivers. As for the Grade 6 divine stones, he definitely could not let them go. Even if he did not need them, there would be a time when he would need them in the future. As such, the cultivator who did not obtain any Grade 6 divine stones were overjoyed, while the cultivator who did had a Grade 6 divine stone was frowning. What was more, in the end, those cultivator took the initiative to take out the Grade 6 divine stones, so that Yang Kai would not have to snatch them himself. However, there were only a few Grade 6 divine stones. Yang Kai had checked more than 1,000 cultivators, and he had only found a few pieces. After Ding Yi made arrangements for Di Tian and the others, he flew up to the stone pillar and watched anxiously as Yang Kai checked one spatial ring after another. He sighed in his heart. If only he could be as domineering as this, his life would not have been in vain. At this moment, although he was the leader of Di Tian and had thousands of subordinates, he still felt that something was lacking when compared to Yang Kai. Di Tian and the others had arrived later and could be considered the last batch of people. However, there were many of them, about 700 to 800 of them. Originally, there were 1,000 people, but many of them had been killed in the battle with Sword Pavilion. After checking the spatial rings of Di Tian and the others, a day had already passed. Ding Yi cupped his fists with an envious expression. "Brother Yang, you've reaped a great harvest." He had been here for more than a day, and he had personally seen Yang Kai take 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones from the spatial rings of others. One grade 6 divine stone was worth 15 million, and just these 7 or 8 grade 6 divine stones were worth more than 100 million heaven-opening pills. Not to mention, grade 6 divine stones were simply priceless. If they were taken out, they would definitely be worth more than 15 million. Just by sitting here, Di Tian could easily obtain so many grade 6 divine stones. It was truly enviable. "Thank you for your cooperation, Brother Ding." Yang Kai smiled slightly. After this interaction, some of the small grudges between them had been forgotten. There was no deep hatred between them. As he spoke, Yang Kai's divine sense moved, and the scarlet flood dragon, which had been lying down with its eyes closed, suddenly crawled into the depths of the cave. Ding Yi was confused. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai snorted. "There are still people hiding here, thinking that they can hide." Chapter 4025. Half an hour later, within the Origin Magnet Mountain's underground cave, 2 enormous figures scuttled out like fish. The Scarlet WIRM took the lead, and the Earth Dragon followed closely behind. More than 10 figures stood on the Scarlet WIRM's enormous head. After dealing with those fellows hiding in the depths of the cave who wanted to fish in troubled waters, Yang Kai left directly. Ding Yi had also left long ago. Although the divine stones at the foot of the metamagnetic mountain had been plundered clean, it did not mean that there were no more metamagnetic divine stones. The entire metamagnetic mountain stretched for thousands of miles, attracting countless cultivators to explore and search, even though the abundant underground reserves had been plundered clean. But aside from the underground reserves, the entire essence-fused mountain was filled with opportunities. However, the quality of the divine stones outside was definitely not as good as the ones in the depths. Ding Yi led the hundreds of people in the primary magnet mountain. Not only that, he even sent a message back, calling the remaining few thousand people over. They monopolized the mountain range for hundreds of miles and dug 3 feet into the ground. Flying down, Yang Kai sighed slightly. This time, in the end, he still couldn't find a divine origin magnet stone above the 7th grade. The reason why he blocked the way at the entrance of the passage was mainly because of this. Unfortunately, in the end, he still came up empty-handed. He couldn't even find a divine origin magnet stone deep underground, so there probably wasn't much hope above ground. Yuhi observed his expression and knew what he was thinking. She pursed her lips and said, "Isn't the 6th grade good enough? Why are you so insistent?" She seemed to be eager for Yang Kai to condense the 6th grade metal element power, adding fuel to the fire all the time. Yang Kai could not be bothered with him. He just looked at the dozens of people flying over from afar. When the dozens of people came close, they cupped their hands together and said, "Greetings, 6th Master, 7th Master." As they spoke, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Yang Kai looked at Guazian suspiciously. Guazian said, "6th Master, these are the remaining brothers under my command. They were quite far from here before, so they couldn't make it in time. When they arrived, we were already underground, so I made the decision to let them stay on the surface." Yang Kai was relieved. After he became Crimson Star's 6th Master, Crimson Star had allocated hundreds of people to him. Previously, only 30 or so people came, and the remaining dozens were only gathered now. Less than 100 people were not worth mentioning compared to Di Tian's thousands of people. However, this was Yang Kai's only subordinates now. "What's the situation above?" Guazian looked at one of the young cultivators and asked. The young man stepped forward and cupped his hands. "Great Commander, we have been searching for divine stones in the past few days, but the gains were not very big. The highest grade was only a 3rd grade divine stone." As he spoke, he took out the grade 3 divine origin magnet stone. Guazian turned to look at Yang Kai. Guazian understood and said, "Keep it for yourself." She knew that Yang Kai had already harvested nearly 20 pieces of 6th-grade divine stones. So how could he be interested in a trivial 3rd-grade divine stone? The young man was overjoyed. "Thank you, 6th Master." Although he was the one who found it, if Yang Kai insisted on taking it, he would have to hand it over with both hands. Now that Yang Kai told him to keep it, he was naturally happy. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Commander Gua, take the brothers and stay here. If a high-grade divine stone appears, report it immediately." In the end, he was still a little unwilling to give up. Although the chances were not high, what if someone really found a 7th-grade divine stone on this origin magnet mountain? Yes, Guazian nodded respectfully. "Take this." Yang Kai took out a bead and handed it to Guazian. Guazian took it and asked suspiciously, "6th Master, this is Space Spirit Bead." A Space Spirit Bead appeared in Yang Kai's hand. "These 2 beads are a pair and have a mysterious connection with each other. Don't put it in your space ring. Just carry it with you." Yang Kai did not explain in detail. Guazian naturally obeyed, turning his head to look to the side and saying, "But 6th Master, although the several dozen of us here are stronger than some stragglers, in the end there are too few of us. If we really find something good and get into a conflict with others, without 6th Master here, I'm afraid we won't be a match. If you have something to say, then say it." Yang Kai glanced at him. Guazian smiled somewhat embarrassedly and pointed to the scarlet flood dragon and earth dragon nearby. This humble one would like to ask 6th Master to keep one of them, preferably the earth dragon. That way, if the situation turns bad, we can have it dig a hole to make it easier for us to escape. Yang Kai laughed. "You're quite the schemer." "Fine, I'll leave both of them to you." Guazian was overjoyed. "Many thanks, 6th Master." With these 2 strange beasts, he had nothing to fear unless one of the few great forces took action. "Are you coming?" Yang Kai turned to look at He pursed her lips and smiled. "Wherever young master goes, I will naturally follow." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and reached out to grab her arm. With a move of his divine sense, he instantly disappeared from the spot. Everyone from the Crimson Star sect was dumbfounded. No one saw how Yang Kai disappeared, but under the perception of their divine sense, they could no longer sense Yang Kai's aura. Space divine technique. Guazian had a look of fascination. With this divine technique, even if the great cosmological abyss was big, there was nowhere he could not go. The youth from before came over with a sneaky look and said in a low voice, "Commander, we heard some incredible news earlier, but we don't know if it's true or not." "What did you hear?" Guazian glanced at him. The youth chuckled. "Someone said that our 6th Master killed a heaven-opening realm cultivator with a single spear strike. It said that the heaven-opening realm cultivator was the leader of some mystic cloud association called Liaoibai. The rumors are very vivid." Someone frowned and said, "Commander, could it be that someone wants to kill our 6th Master by flattery? I've also heard that our 6th Manager is very powerful. With his Emperor realm strength, he was able to kill the poison matriarch and gone home, forcing his way into Crimson Star. However, killing a heaven-opening cultivator in a single move is still a bit unrealistic." Guazian coldly snorted. "You think it's unrealistic because you haven't seen it." As soon as this was said, the expressions of the dozens of newcomers shook, and the youth said in surprise, "Commander, that news can't be true, right?" Guazian said, "This commander saw the 6th Master's peerless divine might with his own eyes. How can it be false?" There was a burst of gasps as the dozens of people did not dare to believe it, but Guazian said it with certainty, so how could it be that he was joking? Guazian looked disappointed. Although this commander is a 2nd stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, in the great cosmological abyss, the 6th Master can probably crush me with a finger. The corner of the youth's mouth twitched, Commander is too modest. Guazian slowly shook his head. You've only heard about the sixth master killing Liao Bai with a single spear strike, but you don't know that before that our sixth master killed hundreds of people in Thunderlight sect, and even Bi Jian died at his hands. Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Guazian seriously, as if they wanted to see if he was joking. On the other hand, the dozen or so people behind Guazian, because they had witnessed the battle with their own eyes, still rejoiced in retrospect. Although Yang Kai had Scarlet Flood Dragons help at that time, in hindsight, even without Scarlet Flood Dragon, the sixth masters might have been unstoppable. The youth muttered, so the matter of the sixth master blocking the road and robbing thousands of people lowering their heads is also true? Because not many people had seen the battle with Thunderlight sect, there was little news that spread, but Yang Kai killing Liao Bai with a single spear strike and blocking the road at the entrance of the underground passage were all witnessed by thousands of people. Our sixth master is an incredible figure. To be able to follow him is our luck. After Guazian finished speaking, a cultivator behind him said, excitedly, and he's also very generous. The sixth master said that as long as we brothers can use the harvest this time, no matter if it's 4th grade, 5th grade, or 6th grade, we can ask him for it, and it will be the same in the future. 5th grade or 6th grade. Is that true? Some people didn't dare to believe it. A 5th grade was worth 5 million, and a 6th grade was worth 15 million. These kinds of things could be casually given away. To what extent was the sixth master so generous? Guazian chuckled. Whether it's true or not, you'll know when we return this time. But I don't think the sixth master will go back on his words. Clapping his hands, his expression turned solemn. All right, let's not be long-winded. Hurry up and get busy. Maybe we can even find some high-quality, divine origin magnet stones. After saying that, Guazian went straight to the earth dragons. The earth dragons were experts in digging holes, so although they had fewer people, if they used the earth dragons well, their harvest might not be worse than others. Star City, Yang Kai's mansion. In the side room, when a figure flashed by, Yang Kai knew he had already appeared here. He was stunned. She turned her head to look around and hesitated. This is Star City? She more or less had some impression of Yang Kai. Yes. Yang Kai pushed the door open and walked out. He followed closely behind and cried out involuntarily, "You can teleport tens of thousands of miles!" The divine origin magnet mountain was tens of thousands of miles away from here. In just a breath's time, Yang Kai actually brought her back from the divine origin magnet mountain. Even though he was experienced and knowledgeable, she couldn't help but be shocked. The space divine technique, was it really so powerful? If that was the case, then who in this world could kill Kai Yang? Unless heaven and earth were sealed, he could teleport tens of thousands of miles, and no one could catch up to him. My abilities are beyond your imagination. Yang Kai sneered. He didn't tell her that he was using the space spirit bead. Before leaving, Yang Kai had already left a space spirit bead in his bedroom, so he could come and go as he pleased. He said bitterly, then why didn't you teleport to the divine origin magnet mountain before? Previously, they had to travel a long distance to get there. I've never been to the divine origin magnet mountain, so how could I locate it? Yang Kai casually replied. He thought about it and agreed. It was indeed not easy to teleport to a place where one had never been before. If something went wrong, it would be no joke. As the two of them talked, they had already arrived in front of the secret chamber. The two disciples from the Great Moon State were standing in front of the secret chamber, waiting anxiously. When they saw Yang Kai, they immediately greeted him. "Brother Yang, how's the situation?" Yang Kai asked. Before he left, Meng Hong was refining the rank 5 True Sun Flame. Now that a few days had passed, he didn't know how it was going or whether it was going smoothly. Chapter 4026. The two disciples of the Great Moon State slowly shook their heads, looking worried. They couldn't help but worry. Meng Hong was condensing the 5th grade True Sun fire this time, and if there was a slight mistake, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. They hated Chinyu even more. If it weren't for this woman, how could Big Brother have suffered such a blow and take such a risk? It won't be so fast, Yuhi said. It's only been a few days. How can there be results? The speed of condensing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements has a lot to do with one's aptitude. The shortest time is 10 days to half a month, and the longest time is a year. You have condensed it yourself, so you should have experience. Speaking of this, Yuhi's beautiful eyes suddenly shrank, as if she had thought of something, and looked at Yang Kai in horror. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, Yang Kai only spent about 20 days to condense the 7th grade Earth elemental power. This speed was simply terrifying. When she condensed the 5th grade Earth elemental power, which time was less than half a month, the longest time it took her was 3 months. Condensing the 7th grade Earth elemental power in 20 days, how terrifying was this guy's aptitude and foundation? Yang Kai didn't notice her thoughts. Thinking about the scene when he condensed the 5 elements' elemental power, it seemed to be true. He ordered the 2 disciples of the Great Moon State. Keep an eye on them at all times. If there is anything strange, report to me immediately. Yes, Brother Yang. The 2 disciples of the Great Moon State cupped their hands and replied. When he returned to his room, Yuhi followed him like a shadow. Yang Kai slowly got used to it and didn't have much scruples about her. He directly counted the harvest of this trip to the Yuan-Ci Mountain. Under the Yuan-Ci Mountain, his own harvest was not small. He didn't collect the divine stones of the 3rd grade and below, only the divine stones of the 3rd grade and above. Among them, there were more than 100 4th grade divine stones, more than 35th grade divine stones, and as many as 4 6th grade divine stones. This alone was worth hundreds of millions of heaven-opening pills. Yu, He, Guizian, and the others gained more. After all, they had more people, so their harvest was about 30% more than Yang Kai's. After that, they robbed people at the entrance of the passageway, and they plundered a total of 17 to 18 6th grade divine origin magnetism stones. This was an extremely terrifying number, and it was enough to make those blessed paradises go crazy. Only in the great cosmological realm would one have such a terrifying harvest. In the outside world, one would not have such an opportunity in the 3,000 universes. All in all, not counting the divine origin magnet stones below the 3rd grade, there were 245 pieces of the 4th grade, 73 pieces of the 5th grade, and 26 pieces of the 6th grade. Even according to the market price, the origin magnetic divine stones placed in front of Yang Kai were worth nearly 600 million heaven opening pills. However, if they were to be sold, they would definitely fetch a higher price. Getting rich overnight was nothing more than this. Moreover, this kind of heavenly treasure was a hard currency. No matter where it was placed, it would not go unnoticed. Instead, it was a good thing that would cause a great commotion. Young master, you're rich. He also smiled until her eyes turned into crescents. Yang Kai benefited, and she seemed to be happier than herself. Yang Kai was also in a good mood, and the depression of not finding a 7th grade divine stone was swept away. He laughed and said, "It's just SOO." He covered her mouth and giggled. "If young master succeeds in the future, don't forget to be at my beck and call." Yang Kai waved his hand generously. "Don't worry, as long as I have something to eat in the future, I won't let you go hungry." Yuhi's beautiful eyes glistened. "Thank you, young master." Yang Kai temporarily put away all the divine origin magnet stones and took out the auspicious pouch. The value of the divine origin magnet stones could be calculated, but the value of this pouch of divine origin magnet light could not be calculated at all. This thing was extremely powerful and unpredictable. Under full force, there were very few people in this world who could withstand it. At the very least, no one in the great cosmological realm could withstand it. However, although the 6 directions auspicious pouch collected a lot of divine origin magnet light, Yang Kai was a little worried about how to use it. Normally, a cultivator could use this divine origin magnet light to condense the power of the metal element. If it was successful, it would definitely be a 6th grade divine stone. However, there was probably no cultivator in this world who could draw this kind of condensed divine origin magnet light into the seal safely. If it was really done, it would not take long for the seal to be destroyed by the divine origin magnet light, and the cultivator would perish. Do you have any good suggestions? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Yu He. Although this woman was crazy, she was still a 5th grade divine stone after all. In terms of knowledge and experience, Yang Kai could not compare to her. Yu He frowned and pondered. After a long time, she slowly shook her head. I can't think of anything. Although she had previously advised Yang Kai to collect the divine origin magnet light first and think of a way to use it in the future, she did not have any good ideas. She wanted Yang Kai to absorb the divine origin magnet light. With Yang Kai's previous performance, he should be able to do it. However, saying this would only invite a rebuff, so there was no need to ask. Yang Kai was also at his wit's end. Obtaining something good, but not being able to use it really made one feel helpless. Moreover, if he did not find a way to transfer the divine origin magnet light from the auspicious pouch as soon as possible, he would not be able to use the 6 directions auspicious pouch. He could not open the pouch and release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future, right? If he really did so, it was not impossible, but the divine origin magnet light would not be able to last for more than a few times. It was really too wasteful. He and Yu He looked at each other, at a loss of what to do. After a long time, Yang Kai finally gave up. If it really did not work, he could only release the divine origin magnet light when facing enemies in the future. If it was a waste, then it was a waste. After asking Yu He to leave, Yang Kai went into seclusion to comprehend the wood and fire divine technique. As the days passed, the news in the divine origin magnet mountain gradually spread. The news that Yang Kai had killed a 3rd grade heaven opening expert with the power of an emperor spread like wildfire. Many people were unwilling to believe it. After all, this kind of thing was too bizarre. Even in the great cosmological realm, a heaven-opening expert had the foundation of a heaven-opening expert. How could it be so easy to kill? Moreover, it was done in one move. However, many people had seen it with their own eyes at that time, and the rumors were so vivid that it made people suspicious. There was no smoke without fire. In addition, Yang Kai later robbed people in the cave under the divine origin magnet mountain, relying on the power of the 2 fierce beasts and the power of the divine origin magnet light to force thousands of people to bow their heads and let him plunder them. The name of Yang Kai quickly spread throughout the great cosmological realm and completely entered the field of vision of various large and small forces. It could be said that he became famous overnight, adding fuel to the fire. Almost half of the people in the great cosmological realm knew that the divine origin magnet stones on the divine origin magnet mountain had basically fallen into Yang Kai's pocket, especially the 6th grade ones. Almost none were left. It was said that in the divine origin magnet mountain, Yang Kai had obtained no less than 100 6th grade divine origin magnet stones, and the 5th grade and 4th grade ones were simply uncountable. Many people had not heard of Yang Kai's name, and after inquiring around, it was easy to find out that Yang Kai was the new 6th master of Crimson Star. For a time, countless gazes were focused on the star market controlled by Crimson Star. Every day, there would be a cultivator coming from all directions. For a time, the star market was filled with people. Around Yang Kai's mansion, in the tea houses and restaurants, pairs of eyes were closely watching from afar. There were even people who came to visit and reported their names one after another when they came to the mansion. The servants guarding the door had never seen such a scene and hurriedly went to report. Unable to find Yang Kai, they could only look for Yu He. After receiving several waves of people, Yu He was annoyed. These guys had obviously heard that Yang Kai had obtained so many good things and had hurriedly come to curry favor with him. Each of them boasted about how powerful they were and wanted to join Yang Kai's forces. Those who knew their limits only asked for a 5th-grade divine stone, while those who boasted shamelessly asked for a 6th-grade divine stone. It was fine if it was just 1 or 2, but there were people coming over every day to spout nonsense. In a fit of anger, Yuhi broke a person's leg and threw him out of the door, which made the mansion much quieter. In a large hall, on several chairs, there were silhouettes, each of them exuding a profound aura, other than the elusive Great Master. The other 4 Masters of Crimson Star were all present: Qin, Tianfei, Madame Qin, Beiyushan, and the Ouying brothers. Strictly speaking, there were 5 of them, but the Ouying brothers had always been together, so they could only be considered as one head. Lady Poison and Gan Hong were killed by Yang Kai in this hall. Although a few days had passed, the smell of blood still lingered in the hall. On a specially made chair, Chen Tianfei sat there like a mountain of meat. The fat on his face piled up together, and even his eyes were covered. Madame Qin gently plucked the strings of the guqin in front of her, and the tinkling sound flowed slowly, as if an invisible hand was brushing past everyone's heart, making them involuntarily relax. Tianfei coughed dryly and said, "The recent changes in the star market. I'm sure everyone has felt it, right?" Beiyushan said, "Many people have come." "Yes, a lot of people have come." Tianfei chuckled. "They're all here for our 6th head. I just don't understand. Doesn't this brat understand the principle of not showing off one's wealth?" Ouying Bing said, "At first, I didn't believe the rumors outside, but recently I've come to believe them. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to the Yuan Ci mountain to take a look." Chen Tianfei said, "It's too late to regret now. Everything has already gone into his pocket." Ouyang Lai said, "He is the 6th head of Red Star. Since he has gained something, he should hand over part of it. Why hasn't there been any news after so long?" Chun Tianfei turned his head and looked at him. "Why don't you ask him, head Ouyang?" Ouyang Lai's expression froze. How could he dare to ask such a question? On the day Yang Kai killed Lady Poison and Gan Hong, he had seen it with his own eyes. The 2 of them couldn't even last 10 breaths of time in front of Yang Kai. Even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. Tianfei spat, cleared his throat, and said, "Let's not talk about 6th head's gains for the time being. He has offended many people in the Yuan Ci mountain. Head Zhu of Thunderlight sect came to me personally and said that Yang Kai killed 100 to 200 people from Thunderlight sect on the Yuan Ci mountain. Even Bi Jian died tragically on the spot. He wants Red Star to give them an explanation."